Wait, why am I typing? I can just say, MechFried, that was diabolical. Hydra, I'm watching the chat, and I get told who gets banned. And out of the probably 50 shots you just shot off, I think you shot literally no one at least 40 times. Not even like, oh, you hit someone who was banned. Not even, oh, you hit Stream Element Spot. Not that you shot someone that wasn't present or like noticeable. Literally, it just did the redeem and didn't ban anyone because it just fully missed. Is your goal to waste ammunition? Because if so, you're doing a fantastic job, sweetie. Keep it up. I'm so happy for you then. Because your arrow writes, not arrow speaks. That's why you're writing. Oh, you're so right. But not you're so arrow right. I'm arrow right. Singular.
Yummers. Yummers. Yummers.
This proves that there is an existence of an arrow wrong out there. Listen, we have arrow lefts. We have arrow wrongs. We have arrow reads. We have a whole arrow universe that we have just not explored fully. Okay. Oh, I just realized. I didn't actually set up the display capture. It's still on, freaking... It's still on King and Yellow mode. There we go. Hi. Welcome to the ENDIX showcase. I decided to make Mrs. Clean. It's an old woman with sunglasses, who is bald, wearing a leather jacket, and who runs around and just starts doing windmills. Jason, I made Jason Carl. I didn't realize that Jason Carl was Mrs. Clean. Wait, Jason Carl is just goth Mr. Clean. Whoa. Arrow, I'd like to apologize for goobing multiversal TTRPG books in the non-TTRPG channel. Yeah, so I am totally chill with people talking TTRPGs outside of the TTRPG channel. One, because we have other channels for TTRPGs like Lancer and D&D, but also it's a TTRPG community. So if you're not talking TTRPGs in general, I'm going to be a bit confused. I only kind of stepped in. I only kind of made an announcement. I only set the path straight when I noticed there was some talk about sensitive issues regarding TTRPGs in general. That is something where if I just want to hop in and like see how everyone's day is being, I don't want to necessarily hear about the intersectionality of the different players' experiences in a TTRPG. Maybe I'm not in the mood for that today. Maybe I can't handle that right now. Maybe I need to pick me up. So that's something that I want to keep out of general. That's something I'm not going to keep off the server. That's not something that you can't talk about. That's just something to keep in like TTRPGs or something. But like just ranting about TTRPGs or like dropping a huge list of them, that's chill. That's fine. Yeah, there was a couple sensitive issues, and I didn't really comment on the robot one because that resolved amicably. Like what it was is that it was just people wanted to say that funny robot word, and some other people were like, hey, I'd prefer you not say that, not because it itself has an issue, but because it represents a larger issue of what people want to say. And like multiple people pointed the image of like tapping the sign of just like the word itself is not problematic, but the ethos behind wanting to use it generally is problematic. And if you're making someone uncomfortable, you shouldn't use it. And then people stopped using it because it made people uncomfortable. So, oh, you made that meme. There you go. Because you posted it, and that's basically exactly my thoughts. And it wouldn't be very helpful or useful for me to make that meme, or to take that meme and just like repost it, because not only you posted it, but also someone else reposted it, and that's my thoughts, right? I'm not going to sit here and say like an LLM has feelings and you should feel bad for it. Maybe in the future robots will have feelings, in which case that will be an issue, but at least for right now, the issue is the patterns of behavior it supports, and the people that like want to be problematic without getting any blowback for it are using that word as well as others as like a stand-in. So that's something where I'm just like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you can't use it, but if someone says don't use it, right? So what is this ENDIX thing about? This ENDIX thing is an online digital game showcase where I filled out an application, I joined as a partner creator, and basically I got a code early, or I got the link early. I got it yesterday so I could check it out. I didn't get a chance to like run through it, but I did like make a character and load it up. If you, on the Discord, there's a link to the official website, and on the official website, you can download the launcher. It is like its own game. And then once you download the launcher, you can hop in, sign up an account, make a character, and then if you join ENDIX 2 session, you then run around in this like virtual location where there's going to be a bunch of booths set up and events going on of studios promoting their like demos and digital works. So this is a game showcase that's entirely digital. Now, I'm probably only going to show this off for like an hour. I'm not going to do this for a long time. I want to finish Hollow Knight, and also at a certain... Did it not work? And if it doesn't work, I'm just going to play Hollow Knight. But I want to, at the very least, test it out and see how it goes. But also, I didn't say hello, Celador, and Hydra, and Ice Reaper, and Golden, and Ludo, and everyone else who's here. And did I miss anyone? Oh, Dotsy, and Yump, McFried. I feel like there's someone else. There's some string of characters that I saw that I don't remember. Okay, it looks like ENDIX isn't working. They made Second Life without the spicy pose balling. Hey, listen, I don't know if it has the spicy pose balling. Let's do this one. I don't, like, you're telling me a mech fried this rice? Oh, no, so the mech got fried by the Empaki, where, surprisingly, out of all of them, the Empaki, so yes, this is, okay, now I'm going to show you the most important thing you can do in this. All right, so now that I've set myself up, oh, there's actually like multiple like things of breaking you can do. Hello, Sweet Sparkles. See, I don't know if this game has spicy post balling. Look at these moves. This is what I can do in real life, except not at all. This is what you can do in breaking, except not at all. As someone who generally dislikes having intelligent beings that are ontologically evil, like how fiends are in D&D, yet flying circ... Okay, flying circ... I've started a cult. And now we must differentiate ourselves from the peasantry. We must do different moves in order to differentiate ourselves from those who would follow us. Yes, the weak run away like the cowards they are. I can point at you. I can point judgmentally at you. And what is this? Is this just... Oh, I'm sitting. Interesting. Not a game, more like an engine. Yeah, so this is ENDIX. Hey, let's call you the first part of your name, and then I'm like, I'm not calling a chatter, mommy. Hi, Rimuru. This is ENDIX Showcase. It is a digital games showcase where the whole thing is that various game devs can put their games on display, and like you can play demos or whatever on this digital showcase. You can also meet up with other people in the community, and I'm just going to show it off for like an hour or so. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect with this, but the fact that the first thing I found out you could do is very funny to me. So what is the deal with Flying Circus? I've heard nothing but awesome things about it. Also, apparently, the creator of Flying Circus also made a Space Marine TTRPG where it's explicitly combat light. So what they did is that they made it mostly narrative, and then because of that, I ended up following them on Blue Sky, and then I saw in their bio that she made Flying Circus, and in my Discord server, there has always been like 3 to 7 people who consistently will just always say Flying Circus is where it's at. Can I run? Oh, no, I can walk. Wait, do I have like Wait, look at the back of my head. Do you see this like crease on the back of my head? Is that my skull? Is my skin so taut that you can see the crest of my bone? Is it the ridge of my skull meant to deflect blades and or blunt objects striking upon me at a concave angle or convex angle? Arrow Squatter. Okay, let's not go around calling me names. We just talked about this. Got like half an hour, but I'll consume soup until I must go. Incredible.
Yummers.
See, Remy, you missed the incredible opportunity to say, oh, it looks incredible, but so do you, and you can call me anytime. That's what you gotta do instead of just saying, like, you can call me Remy. Okay, tell me about Flying Circus. I've heard it is like flying skyships. Is this? No. I will say, oh, there's signs. Maybe I should follow the path. So ENDIX versus the city center. I assume ENDIX is where I want to go. There's a sign here. To the exhibition center. Imagine if I could do this, but I could like fly. Oh, hello, textures loading in. Arrow with the W, Riz. Okay, I am not a creature of Riz. However, I am a creature of throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. But with Flying Circus, I've heard it's just incredible in all aspects. And I keep hearing people raving about it. I keep hearing people talking about Flying Circus. And basically anytime anyone brings up any TTRPG, but particularly when we were talking about Wild Sea on the channel. Is that a parkour course? Nice. When we were talking about Wild Sea, a bunch of people were like, this is just Flying Circus. A lot of people brought up the idea of Flying Circus. Oh, is that a freaking like kaiju monster? Hi, idiots. You waiting in line because you're not a real person. I want to go see this kaiju monster. Oh my gosh, is that... is that HoloLive Crony? Okay. Press E to interact. Boss? Why do you have a mouth on your chest? Your neck is coming out of your mouth. You're roaring, but there's nothing to roar at. And who are you? Ma'am, the domino mask does not work. We have established this time and time again. Also, I dig the fit. Wow, that is a snatched waist and really big thighs. Oh, these are games. Oh, okay. So this is how ENDIX works, is that they'll have a little booth, they'll have a little setup, and then you can wishlist the game. You can hit E to wishlist it automatically. And if you go with QR code, you can actually literally download and play the demo of the game. So this is a game where you can play as this snatched waist domino mask wearing anime girl and fight against presumably giant monsters. Maitreya. Wishlist now. So yeah, that's the whole point of... Oh, it's fast travel point. That's the whole point of ENDIX, apparently. So Flying Circus, isn't that one show with the Jester Girl? No, so Flying Circus is the one Monty Python show, right? You're looking at a game called Paradise. Ooh. Okay. Immersive indie booth's first floor. Let's go see this. So all of these have a wish list, QR code, paper castle. See, this is literally just like a game showcase. It's just all digital. And if you want to get into a dance battle, you can. And you don't need to actually have good moves. You can just emote on them. I can mimic this person's move, or I can do my own move. But I'm going to mimic them to show off how good I am. Even though in an actual battle, you would never do this. In an actual battle, you'd be clowned on so hard for just mimicking your opponent. Unless, and I believe this happened at the Olympics where breaking was a part of it. There were two guys who were training together. Because breakdancing, they're the same thing. It's just breaking is like the in community name. There were two guys that were practicing together a whole bunch, and then they went up against each other. And so what one of them is doing, he's doing his set, he's going through his moves, he's gonna hit this freeze. And then a freeze is where you pause your body, generally in a difficult to maintain position as a sign of physical control and strength. So you might hit a freeze where you are doing a handstand with one hand, and like your other hand is stretched way far out or something. Like that would be a freeze. So what this one guy was doing, he was doing a set, setting himself, he like spins around, hits the floor, jumps up, catches the floor with his hands, and like spreads his legs like forward and backwards to do a freeze where like he's basically doing like a headstand with his legs splayed out. And as he does that, his opponent mimics him beat for beat and mirrors the move because they've been practicing together for like weeks. So the guy who he was facing against saw he was about to do that special move that he always did in practicing. So he caught it, like mimicked it perfectly. And then the first guy lost points because it was predictable. And that's the sort of thing that you can do in a battle. However, generally speaking, you will be doing your own stuff, and whatever the opponent ends up doing is going to be awesome. And if they copy you, that's bad stuff for them. Sorry, Arrow, breaking is R word. You can use breakdancing though. I literally am a B-girl. You shush your face, Lee Weird. In an actual battle, mimicking is admitting that you don't have a better move. I wouldn't say that. I would say it's just, I mean, I suppose it's basically admitting that they have a better moveset than you. You shush, Lee Weird. So if you do a JoJo's, you're about to say they lose points. Well, no, so that was like a weird instance where, for instance, if Yuzu is battling Dotsie, presumably they don't know each other well enough that Yuzu could reasonably predict what Dotsie is going to do. But if Dotsie telegraphs it so heavily that they go, okay, for a very basic example, they're going to do an Indian step into a 6-step, they're going to do a sweep, and then end it in a baby freeze. And then as they do that very basic setup, as they do that very basic sequence, if Yuzu sees that Dotsie is going to go into a baby freeze and then matches the baby freeze, presumably if it's a battle that is being judged, like a contest, not like a street battle or whatever, like then Dotsie would lose points because Dotsie did something predictable enough that Yuzu was able to pick up on it. This was a situation at the Olympics that was very much a oddity, because this was two guys that had been like training together for a while. This was not a situation where it was just like one guy was so much better than the other guy he could just figure it out. It was these guys had been practicing together for quite a while. Predicted so easily, my greatest rival. I'm looking at a game called Paradise. It's supposed to be a rival to Inzoi and Sims 4, but you can't do anything, and it's third. Oh, but you can do anything in third person. Understood. For some reason, this is taking so long to download. I'm not going to bother. It feels like it'll finish after half an hour. I don't know. It was like 10 gig. Okay, wait. Question. Did you try downloading every single demo? Because this game is like 10 gigabytes, or the launcher is like 10 gigabytes, which Western game dev. But also the all of the demos put together is 100 gigabytes. So you definitely do not. Wait, is this the same one that's down here? Is it free? Yeah. So the launcher is free, and you have access to it until tomorrow night. Yeah. Wait. What? Emotionless. Is this just the same game twice? Oh wait, so this one doesn't have a QR code. What's the deal with this? What? Open a new window and minimize and okay. So apparently what it is that if you want to play demos, I assume you have to... Hello? Oh, there's a tentacle. Hi. Wait, actually. Wait, so if you go in the doors of these places... they customized the rooms. Wait. This is actually so cool. What will you do? Oh, you get a brief like explanation of like, oh, here's what you will do in this game. Oh, 5 megabytes a second? That might be a bandwidth thing. Honestly, I always wanted to like IMVU and SL and the other ones, but they never have anything good to do. And then I found out about Space Station 13 and just had the perfect amount of stuff to do. I'm not gonna lie, Arrow, you find a lot of interesting things and information, not gonna lie. What does that mean? You said not gonna lie twice. I can only assume that means that you're lying. Like, I'm just easily amused. I am the sort of person who I will go to like this sort of online digital content or this online digital conference, and I'll walk in a room and it'll look different from the room surrounding it, and I'll go, whoa, because I'm easily impressed. Do the Olympic story end with the B-boys to lovers? No. Ooh, wait. See, this is... Oh, wait. Actually, this one seems kind of interesting. It's like... Look, it looks like Into the Breach, but also with like a card building, deck building mechanic. This is Death to Howl, I think. Pile of rocks. Interesting. Wait, this one actually seems pretty cool. See, this is why I was excited for this, is not because I'm going to go around and play a bunch of demos, but literally I'm just going to have games put in front of my face that I would not otherwise see. So totems, does this seem vaguely like Native American inspired? Huh. You do tend to find stuff that legit interests me. I'm going to say I feel as though a lot of my interests are pretty broad enough in my sphere where you're... Okay, so there's probably like 4 bosses they have to fight. Also, is this just me or does this look like Haster the King in Yellow? Death Howl, a Souls-like deck builder. This one actually seems really cool. So let me try this. If I go E, yes. I can download the demo. It releases in 9 days. So what I could do with this showcase, I could go through and I could play a bunch of demos, or I could just yap while showcasing and then swap over to Hollow Knight. Because I don't plan on doing this for very long. I hope this lead in mining will be used in your paint in Vintage Story. Okay, I have yet to play Vintage Story. I know nothing about Vintage Story. Everyone I talk to apparently has already played Vintage Story. Oh, this one has 2 rooms. Interesting.
Every year I tell myself
it's actually a good game from what I hear. I mean, it looked like a good game. Death Howl. Can keep my eye on that one. Flying Circus has great circle of actions and role playing in which mechanical optimal play be role play, and where you role play you start doing optimal play. Understood. Because like what I've learned is that I have tried making a couple TTRPGs, and I'm at the point where one of them they're here. I am here. Alien abduction horror. Oh my gosh, cute. I'm sorry, I saw the sweater like going up to the hands. I love it when you have like long sleeves that go past your wrists. I think it's incredibly like just nice looking. And that's why whenever I wear my big sweater or I have like my oversized leather jacket, it does that and I'm like, yay. Okay. You suck at drawing. I don't care if you're like 6. Get better. Hello? What was that face? Pinterest user? Oh no. So question, with like Pinterest or Pixiv or these other online image sites. Ooh. Wait. Oh heck yeah. I'm bouncing on a crazy style. Zombie game? No, so this is a alien game. I'm a bit curious if Soul Eater meets Ruby. Oh, gosh. I never got into Ruby. I had friends who got into Ruby like a decade ago. And I never got into Ruby. And I heard really good things about it. And since then, I have heard nothing but really bad things about it. And I think that might just be people being salty. I think that might just be people getting upset at it being different than it was 8 years ago. But from my understanding, it like really fell off. Also, me saying I hope the lead is a reference to an old newspaper clipping having the image of a miner looking proud of his work being used to in the paint that everyone used to decorate with. That's so cute. Left mouse into Freela? Wait, what is the difference between... Oh. Nice. Yeah, danger because I'm so good at braking. Look at my windmills. This is this is really the screenshot that should summarize my feelings on this. Oh no, Rube somehow got a hit piece from H Bomber Guy. H Bomber Guy made a hit piece on it? Soul Eater needs an FMA Brotherhood treatment. Okay, what happened with Soul Eater? I remember watching Soul Eater a decade and a half ago. I remember watching Soul Eater years ago. And then I thought I finished it. And in talking to my roommate who likes Soul Eater more than me, I don't think I did. The last thing I remember is when Maka turned into a weapon when she was fighting the dude. Right? I don't remember anything else. All I remember is that like she was like so in the zone that like she was converting into a weapon because she went like full catatonic, like I'm locked in. That's the last thing I remember in Soul Eater. Apparently that's not the ending. And also, I have no clue if that's how the manga ended. So you can't hit me with that it needs the FMAB treatment when I don't actually know. Ooh. When it when I actually have no clue what the deal with it is. Oh? Okay, so you have like a resource is this like a resource management dungeon builder where you build a little like party? Okay, so you roll dice. Okay, you're kind of getting me. Okay. So this is definitely a deck builder. But it seems like a 4-on-1? Like you have a party? Or maybe it's co-op? Interesting. Soul Eater manga wasn't completed, so they had to end the series after the last season. They basically took an extremely... Okay, so it's exactly what happened with FMA. Understood. Where FMA... Okay. FMAB, I've widely heard it considered, like, the best anime. And... Okay, I wasn't here for the initial shift towards the orchestra, but after, like, half a second, I instantly... like was like, no, it's good that they included that. One, because you know it's not AI. Two, because you know that means that they actually like cared about the music to get an orchestration going. Interesting. So right now I have like on my short list that I've actually like started caring about is Death Howl, Loopbound, and this gives me kind of like Inside vibes or like Limbo vibes. So apparently after episode 39 it diverts heavily for the manga. Did you ever see that one D&D type game but everything is black and white like old D&D art? Are you talking about the one where it's black and white D&D art and you're like in a dungeon where you have a DM and the entire game is like a word puzzle game where you have to type in whatever it is? Is that what it is? Because I saw a streamer play a little bit of that, where it's a first person like dungeon game, but the whole point of the game is you can type in what the secret of Weepstone. That might be it. Wait. So Soul Eater is actually linked to the other intellectual properties, Fire Force X being a prequel to Soul Eater. That explains how the moon blew up into the crescent moon. Wait, there's an explanation for why the moon is all creepy and weird and like has black ichor coming from its smile? I do love low poly, like first person dungeon crawlers. I say that as if I've played many. I can't say I have. However, just the aesthetic alone. Did I just see you freeze an opponent a la Mage Arena? Where's the Doom? Fire Force is a prequel to Soul Eater? Okay, what is Fire Force? I don't know Fire Force.
You can't hide behind that mask forever.
Oh, so I get... Okay, is that like a snake? That was a snake smith. I'm getting kind of Dark Souls vibes from this, specifically Dark Souls 2. And I don't know why. It might be because, like, guy who has only ever played Dark Souls 2, wow, I'm getting a lot of Dark Souls 2 vibes from this. Like, maybe that's what it is, but at the same time, did you see it? Lunacid has been great. This seems cool too. Fire Force is a dope anime about firemen that instead of putting out fires, they put out lives. Oh, so it's Fahrenheit 451. Peak Souls 2 mentioned Raw. Okay. Everyone I talk to hates Dark Souls 2. Pow pow. Oh! Oh! This is so cute! Wait. What? Okay. Okay, so... Wait, is this by the Overcooked devs? This looks like Overcooked. Wait a second. This looks like a combination of Overcooked and like Stardew Valley, or like Overcooked and like a farming sim. People who hate Dark Souls 2 still get their mother to trim the edges of their sandwiches. That's fighting words. I mean, I've talked about this before, where I played Dark Souls 2. I played about like half of it to 2/3 of it. I got all 4 primal bonfires, and then my computer crashed. My computer completely just like bricked itself. This also happened when I was playing Bloodlines 2, or Bloodlines, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which, no, it was not one crash that killed 2 games. It was, I played one game, it crashed, and then I was like, okay, well, I'm not playing that game again because I don't want to play through 40 hours of progress again. So I started a different game, and then it crashed again. So I lost all my Dark Souls 2 progress like 4 years ago at this point. If I was to play a Dark Souls game, I've played through Dark Souls 1 completely, and I've played through like half of Dark Souls 2, and I have the full original trilogy. Is this a situation where you think I should play all 3 games on stream? Is this a situation where I should play the second game because that's the first one that I haven't beaten completely? Or do I just skip to the third one? It looks like Battle Pass? I don't know if it would. I ever thought of if Below High Shark is a D&D character? I did not think of that. If I thought of that, that would just be a shark person druid who's trans. That's not as interesting as you think it might be. Esoteric EBB. Also, Winnie the Pooh Home Run Derby is the Dark Souls of baseball. No, the Dark Souls of baseball is that one baseball game from JoJo's, because in it, people actually die. Whoa! Wait. Were those water towers? Welcome to Paper Castle? Wait, so this is a paper theme between... Okay, you probably shouldn't have put a castle in front of where the captions go. So everything is paper, so you have to put out all of the fires. Understood. Wait, that's kind of cute. No. It kind of looks like a Battle Pass is a reference. Understood. Listen, I've been saying Western game dev recently. I understand what it's like to make a reference that just no one picks up on. It is one of the most interesting power systems in world building I've seen, but the fan surface is absolutely abhorrent. Ugh. Is it just me? Okay, maybe it's just that I haven't been watching much anime recently, but like, is it just me? Or do I feel like the mid 2000s was like the worst fan service has been in a while? Right? Like, is it just me, or is fan service from the mid 2000s worse than it was throughout the 2010s and also worse than it was in like the 90s and earlier? Maybe that's just me not being aware of what has been going on recently. Another person. Hog.
Hawthorne is a sandbox RPG realm of anthropomorphic animals.
Wait, you worked on Mass Effect, yo? Wait, is this just...
co-op as you recruit villagers and build a...
Is this Kingdom Come Deliverance, but you're an owl?
against the elements.
You're a rat person?
Tricksters Celebrate the season's traditions.
Wait.
Farm, craft, and explore.
At first, I thought this might be like
Bigger than the small creature you play. Bringing this nostalgic world to life.
There's crop mechanics.
And we're thrilled to be doing it a lot.
Wait, hold up. Oh, you play as like the rat. Okay, so they have people that like worked on Skyrim, Oblivion, Mass Effect. So you're this like, I don't even know what you are. Are you a weasel? And you ride an owl like a mount? Wait a second. It's so cool. Flying Circus already has a blowhigh as a gay main character option. Okay, listen. Any main character can be gay if you wanted to. All 3 games to be peak. All playthroughs are different depending on the build. So game 1, I played as a quality build that I eventually turned into kind of like a paladin with a quasi-faith slant. I used a little bit of pyromancy, mostly just for inner power. Okay, so they have a team that has worked on a bunch of good projects. I obviously don't know like what extent they worked on those projects, but the fact that they have like actual industry experience kind of pays, like shows. This looks like an interesting game, if nothing else. And with Dark Souls, the first one I played a quality build, so strength and dex, which I then kind of merged faith into. I did a little bit of pyromancy, but not really. The second game, I went straight sorcerer. Of builds I want to play, I want to try a stealth build. I want to try like a full dex build. I think a full-on like Zweihander greatsword build would be fun. And then I think probably like full pyromancy might be fun, or maybe full faith. So what game would be best for each of those? Am I incorrect in that Dark Souls 1 is the one where strength is by far, like a strength build in Dark Souls 1 is by far the best option out of all the 3 games to have a strength build in? Because isn't the like Zweihander just that good? I wonder if is there a first floor? Oh, there's a second floor elevator. Animal Kingdom come, literally. Everything is paper, even Mario. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, is that I think it's a hardware showcase, probably. The 3rd floor is over there. Is this a... Aha! It's glass. I can look down on the peasantry. More booths downstairs. Rooftop Hall A. Okay, so there's a bunch of games. Well, it doesn't make me feel bad or anything. But that's the thing, like, I feel like the 2000s was the absolute worst we've been in for fan service. And I don't know if that's because that's when anime was getting popular, or maybe that...
This life was supposed to be over. One last job, you swore.
Is this like a furry, like, Hotline Miami?
The shadows drag you back in.
Wait a second, I'm kind of invested. Because I saw them set up, and I'm just like, is this going to be like a gang shootout? And then it was. Hey, awoke.
Pucker up.
They spilled over.
Oh my gosh, I forgot TTS actually works. Batman backstory, oh my gosh. So this looks like a furry prison escape game. Although I don't know how much of the game is escaping, how much of the game is being out. Whoa, wait. The pixel art by itself is actually super awesome. Like, have you seen these animations? Like with the dodge down, the kick up, grab the gun, flip back. So I'm assuming a lot of these animations are I want to say canned. I want to say special? Like, I'm assuming that, like, oh, throwing down a rope and then climbing down it is not something you can just do anywhere. That is a thing that has specific locations. But this actually looks really cool. The Moros Protocol, Deadly Days Road Trip, Shadow of the Road, Xenopurge, Chained Beasts. Big monsters. Nice. Hotline Miami was... No, Hotline Miami... Question. Oh, wait, this is a... Wait. Chained Beasts, it looks like a top-down Magicka-style co-op, like action game where you're all chained together. Anyway, that's so silly. Question. If you have an anthropomorphic animal, like in the game we just saw, is that more or less furry than a person who wears a fursuit / an animal mask? Because I feel as though the platonic ideal of a furry is that... I'm sorry, you can drink a potion, it will give you a side effect, and you get a concussion from it. Wait, asking the real questions? Listen. Okay, this looks like a really fun party game. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna front. Wait a second. Okay. What if I got Rory and Neko to play this? Oh, you can trip dudes with your chain. I didn't notice that. The chain is as much a weapon as it is a hindrance. Less of a furry, but more furry, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I got you. Well, here's the thing. Marvel Rivals thing. Furry is the aspect of a man or of a person being into anthros, but an actual anthro isn't furry? I thought the whole point was that anthros are furry. Like if it's an anthropomorphic animal, it is furry, no? Am I misunderstanding that? Am I appropriating your culture? I apologize. Lead your squat. Wait. Is this a game where you play as the handler? Wait, this is freaking like Zombie U. Do you remember like Wii U zombies? Okay, first off, fantastic way to deal with the constraints of not having a good budget for animation and sprites. But also, I just love the vibes. Because this feels like XCOM, but you're even more hands-off. Oh, and it's like FTL, where it's like a roguelike, where you have to go to different maps, do different things. I'm getting not Get Out. What's the one where you're all prisoners on death row? GTFO. Anthros span to other stuff, but furry is the aspect of enjoying anthros. Understood. Furry can mean multiple things. Well, so furry means if it's covered in fur, right? Also, hey, Windbreaker. In the sense of being a furry character, the character's more furry. In the sense of being interested in furry character, the person in the fursuit. That's fair. What is this one? Wait, so why was I speaking as an authority on furries? I know jack all. See, that's the thing. I don't know. Like, I've always known furries. I've always been close to furries. And that's why I'm totally chill with furries. I don't care about furries. Like, respectfully. I think that you do you. You're not hurting nobody, so I'm not going to judge you for it. But my favorite thing is when I have a furry question. And I know multiple furries, so I'll just take one of them and I'll DM them without questions like, hey, furry. And I'll ask them a question. And then they'll give me an answer. And they're like, thank you. I just enjoy being able to do that. Is this like Alien Ultra Kill? Or Alien Doom? Like, the aesthetic gives me more Ultra Kill. As someone that has not played Ultra Kill, I want to play Ultra Kill. I've heard great things about it, and I made a video about the Lancer Caliban, one of the mechs from Lancer, where I referenced Ultra Kill, and everyone was like, whoa! And then I was like, yeah, I actually haven't played it. And they were like, whoa! So they apparently want me to play it. But I have a list. Why are you a banana? You're a chicken.
Why What a beautiful
Oh, so this
day.
is like Death Road Canada.
Find a new base, enjoy some cities along the way, shoot zombies, and manage the awesome ever-expanding loot in our inventory. Yeah, you heard right. Zombies. Just a few zombies. Maybe some more zombies? Okay, it's
Also, you can hear the audio fine, right? Like, it's a bit quiet for me, but I don't know if y'all can hear the trailers.
More zombies equals more XP, and more XP equals a level up, which gets you an airdrop, which is
That's gotta be a semi-universal experience for all chill non-furries. And that's the thing, right? Like, I'm not a furry. I don't plan to become one. But I've always known at least one. So therefore, I've always known that they're just, like, my friends. So I'm not gonna sit here and judge you for liking anthropomorphic animals so long as you're not hurting nobody. Now, there are problematic furries, just as there are problematic everyone's. And those people I take issue with not because they're furries, but because they are problematic. Which, it is apparently a skill. And you can be an astronaut, Pog.
or a 3 chainsaw wielding cowboy.
A 4 chainsaw wielding cowboy? Double minigun chicken. Okay, if that person had 8,600 viewers and their chat was moving that slowly, they're botting. I'm sorry. Nugget, I'm reporting you. You can play as Death? You can just get a giant F-off scythe? What the hecky heck? That scythe is bigger. That scythe is the size of a bus. Okay, this game seems silly.
Just one more time.
Yeah. It is a bit quiet, but yeah, it seems audible enough. Honestly, it's quiet for me too. So I wasn't too focused on the audio. I was mostly focused on the visuals. Because we were yapping, right? Like, I'm treating this as basically we're watching a bunch of trailers together as we're chatting. I can't pet the dog. Worst game. Wait. I kind of rock this. Don't tell me why my first thought was Ghost of Tsushima. It's because they're both like East Asian, presumably Japanese inspired settings. Do you need to have a persona to be a furry? I don't know. Like, so question. If you are someone who does not have... Did I see a gun? Wait. Is this a top-down turn-based... Is this like Japanese inspired, like samurai ninja, like Divinity? Wait. At first I thought it might be like XCOM or something, where it's like turn-based moving around. It looked kind of like a Divinity Baldur's Gate 3. Do you like furry art? If so, you're a furry. If you like the fox gal from ZZZ, you're a furry. See, that's the thing. I've talked about this before, and people have been divided. Are cat boys furry? Are cat girls furry? If you're interested in a beautiful young lady who happens to have cat ears and whiskers and like a cat tail, does that make you a furry? I think a lot of people would say no, but I feel as though a lot of those people who say no would do so out of shame because they don't want to be seen as a furry, not because it actually is true or not, right?
Europe is aflame. Slowly but surely comes to the invasion.
Interesting. Okay.
You still believe
Band of Crusaders.
evil. We've sworn
So it's like a tactical slow-mo. Is this like a squad-based game? Interesting. Okay. So it's a top-down squad-based game that doesn't seem turn-based. It seems real-time, but you can slow it down, and you're fighting demons. So it's almost like 40K, the Grey Knights one, if you know what I'm talking about. I really shouldn't be streaming this because now I want to buy a bunch of games. Like unironic, like there have been at least 5 of these games that I have seen, and I'm just like, I would absolutely play this. I want to buy it because this is something where it's, I don't know. This is a game where just the gameplay loop seems like it could be interesting because if you have a squad of crusaders that slowly gets larger, and then they die, and then you have to get new ones to replace them. You get to upgrade them. You fight cool demons. That by itself sounds cool to me. But if there's also an actually good, legitimate story behind it, I'd be so locked in. Like, I really enjoyed Mechanicus, 40k Mechanicus. And I don't know, the upgrade system of all of the knights, who I presume start at the same base, but can be upgraded in different directions, strikes me as very Mechanicus. Well, no, because I spent money on art of my furry OC. Okay, I feel like... Well, no, because I'm a furry, but I don't enjoy the suit aspect. So, how much of being a furry do we think is self-identification? How much of being a furry is, well, I don't have a suit, but I identify as a furry? And how much of it is, I do have a suit, but I don't identify as a furry? Like, how much of that is denial? How much of that is self-identification? Because I feel as though it is kind of like a mindset. You can't be like assigned being a furry, I feel. Correct? Having a persona doesn't necessarily... So question, what would having a persona but... Whoops. What would having a persona but not being a furry entail? Like, how does that work? Oh. I keep thinking I'm going to slip off if I don't just move fast. What about the bear dude? You're a fan of anthropomorphic creatures? The rat is really not furry. The rat. Oh, you're talking about ZZZ. I feel as though people are inclined to look at someone, and if in like low lighting, you could. Oh wow. If you could mistake the character for human in low lighting, I think that's generally the line people have, right? Not even their silhouette, but like if you see them in a dark room and you're like, oh, you're an anthropomorphic animal, I think people are going to assume they're furry. Whereas I think if it's something where I think it's if they, okay, this, I'm not a fan of these parkour mechanics. I'm sorry. I think it's if you look at someone in a dark room and you're like, oh, you're a person. And then when they come into better lighting, you're like, oh, you are a rat person. Then presumably they're not furry. Is that fair enough? If you told furries who had 600 euro in art that they aren't a real one because they don't have a suit, you had an award. There's also the Lola Bunny issue. Okay. Is Lola Bunny a furry? It sounds like no. Are people who are attracted to Lola Bunny furries? It sounds like your sentiment collectively as chat seems to be yes. Same thing with like Lucario or like all of the various Pokemon. If you're attracted to like the anthropomorphic humanoid Pokemon, are you a furry? I feel like it's more important how consistently someone finds anthro characters appealing, and how, if you wish to be an anthro, they are mutually exclusive but usually grouped together. So how much of it do we feel is I want to be an anthropomorphic animal, and how much of it is looks at an anthropomorphic animal and says would? Oh, I've been here. This was a low corner that I didn't see before. I would say having a Lola Bunny crush is a natural aspect of millennial life. I think that's cope. I'm sorry. I legitimately think that a lot of people did. But at the same time, I don't think that makes it a universal experience. Oh, I'm being followed. I feel intimidated. I should flee. I mean, so for instance, like, if... Second question, unrelated to, or kind of related to the first. If you are attracted to someone, and they are in a anthropomorphic like fursuit, and you have no problem with that, does that a furry make? Because if you're attracted to someone like a character like Lola Bunny or whatever, and that makes you a furry, how does the interplay of humans in fursuits affect that? Right? Because at that point you're still attracted to the person, presumably, if you're gonna like hanky panky them, and then they're in a fursuit, and you presumably don't have an issue with it. So does that mean that you're a furry by like associating with a furry? I'll say 25% of being a furry is liking the art, 50% is having an OC that you identify with rather than just an OC. That you identify with it being a furry rather than just an OC, and the last 25% is interacting with the community. Well, so does the character have to identify as a furry? If you have an OC who is like a wolf person, or who is like a bird person, or who is like a panda person, like Persona is just every animal, right? Does that make it furry? If your persona is just an anthropomorphic animal, if your persona, or I guess your OC, because we're not talking about personas at this point, I don't know. And I'm not in enough on furry terminology. If you have an OC who is an anthropomorphic animal, but you don't call them a furry, they don't identify as a furry, but they tick all the furry boxes, are we feeling furry? I think I went down too hard in the monster effer rabbit hole at some point, that sometimes some things I see, so I recognize as furry and think would. I mean, listen, movie/cartoon characters in that era were sometimes hot. That's what I'm saying. The 2000s was weirdly horny. And I don't even mean just in animation. Like I talked about anime earlier with fan service, but also just like the culture. Like late 2000s like party culture was kind of wild in. I don't know. There's this kind of a cultural shift throughout the 2000s. The consistency of anthro to attraction. If you have like an Aarakocra because it was an interesting race and you aren't a furry. Okay, so if I play a Tabaxi in D&D, that doesn't make me a furry and that character is not a furry. But if they are a furry, then I am a furry. If I play a human in D&D and my human is a furry, does that make me a furry? Or I suppose, well, obviously separation of character. I'm coming at it from the perspective of like a person whose OC this is in order to, I don't know, like fulfill fantasy / self-identify, not just like, I think it would be interesting to do X, because any person can make a character that is anything independent of their own personal views or positions. That is why you, okay, so it's like a Hades progression system. Understood, awesome. Oh, neat. Is this furry? Is this woman furry? Is this fella friend furry? This is fox ears. This is a fox tail, but this is very human. Also, again, absolutely snatched waist. Crazy. I feel most people look at this and say, no, not furry. I challenge that. And I say, she literally has fur. This fella has fur, but I don't think it's furry. Again, see, that's the thing. I'm no expert either, but I feel like there's a line that a lot of people are not comfortable crossing, which is the line of like furry. And I feel as though they say, oh, this is a person who has animal characteristics, therefore not furry. I think that's furry. Also, now that we're hitting an ad, we've been doing this for an hour. I'm going to hop off. I'm going to swap over to Hollow Knight. So as the ads go, I'm going to swap off once we have this discussion. If you go into D&D and think, I want a cat person, and then look for cat races, then you do it purely for furry stuff and for... Not necessarily. What if I want to play a cat person because I want to play a character whose whole shtick is that they knock stuff off of, like, they don't listen to anyone, and they knock glasses off of tables? That's not furry, I feel. Similarly, are all of the transmian mecha puppy girls, are they furry? That one I don't know. That one I'm just not even going to attempt to answer. As Twitch refuses to allow me to change my category in tradition with what they normally do. The fake out ad, chat will remember this. It was an ad. Who up Halloween Day night? Listen, this night thoroughly filled. I've been playing this for 40 hours. And the last stream, I spent half of it in the Coliseum. I was going back to grab a clip for editing for the cloth clip. I spent half of that stream. In what's it called? In the Coliseum. Anthers are animals with human traits, while the others are humans with animal traits. What's the line? What's the line? Is it fur across the entire body? Like Lola Bunny is furry. We've kind of established this. Is it because she has fur across her body? If she did not have fur across her entire body, but otherwise was the exact same, would she be furry still? Did I find any funny plants yet? In Hollow Knight? Thundercats is my line. Yeah, what about Thundercats? Okay, I vaguely remember this. So in case you're wondering why I just kind of went ahead and started Hollow Knight when normally I'm so good about pausing for ads, it is because I have played this. Oh my gosh, the Fanta. I will destroy you as well as your kin. I have played this. So if you're talking about the funny plants, which are essence, I have beaten all of the Dreamers. I am near the end of the game, at least the first ending I've heard. And I'm just currently basically cleaning up all of my loose ends. I have done all of the essence except for, I think, the final one. Frick. Heck. I tried jumping, but it didn't work. Heck. I hate Fanta. Thanks for the subscription, Yum. Ow! To me, Thundercats is the line between furry and non-furry, with the Thundercats being in the side of furries. See, that's the thing. They're people with animal traits. Sure, they have fur. Like, I think that the delineating factor for you is literally just fur. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that you should feel shame for that, but I think that you need to recognize that. I think that a lot of people are not being honest with themselves, that it's purely a matter of how much fur does the target character have. And I don't know if that's a good metric. Back to the arena. Listen, I'm going to be in this arena. I'm not promising I'm going to beat it, but I am going to give it at least like 5 tries. Particularly given that now I'm getting back into it. Like, now that it's been a week, I'm not warmed up, but also I'm not heated. I've had a chance to cool down. I need to kind of get back into the groove of things. Frick. It's fine now. Heck. It's like a jittery? Okay, so it's fine now. Awesome. Yeah, so I cannot control when stream freaks out like that, mostly because that's usually a bandwidth thing, like on my internet, or it's a Twitch thing. The arena's stupid difficult, but I love it. Honestly, as toxic and heated as I was getting, which I wasn't that bad. I was just kind of losing my mind. Like, y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here, up in here. I really enjoy Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight has made me rage. Hollow Knight has made me not have good times. However, broadly speaking, I've enjoyed myself. Broadly speaking, I'm excited to play Hollow Knight. Frick. And like, Hollow Knight is one of those games where fully I recognize my struggles with it is entirely a skill issue. Like, this is not a game... Oh, nice. My child. This is not a game where I feel as though the game is unfair a lot of the time. I think it is mostly just me having a skill issue and needing to get better. Like that. Are you feeling the spells build? I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie. I do not recall. I probably am if that's the last one. I have not touched this game in a week. So if my last build was a spells build, I'm still on the spells build. So I should probably use more spells. Arrow streams are like a session of Call of Cthulhu where we must pay attention to our sanity. Heck, heck, heck. I took 2 damage from something that I normally take no damage from. Yeah, you have to pay attention to your sanity points every so often. That's how you know it's good. Ow! Oh no, the yelps are back. Oh, frick. Darn it. Dang. What counts as furry is a spectrum and mainly vibe space, which members of the furry community are best left to decide. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell the furry community... I'm not going to sit here and tell the furry community how they should determine what is furry. I'm trying to get an understanding from the furry community. And particularly, I feel as though a lot of... It's not literal discourse, but a lot of the discussion surrounding what is furry is by non-furries that want to not be furries. Or some quote-unquote non-furries that want to remain non-furries. Because they're like, oh, I grew up thinking Lola Bunny was super hot, but I'm not a furry. And like, I play ZZZ, but this shark girl, I'm not a furry for thinking she's really attractive. And I think that a lot of that is just kind of like... I mean, it's shame, right? It's shame at not wanting to be a furry, which I don't think is warranted. Certainly, people will be jerks about it, but I also think that a lot of the discussion about like what is and is not furry is reliant on the fact of, oh, I'm someone who thinks being a furry is something I should not be, and therefore I'm going to make every excuse possible that if a character has animal traits and I find it attractive, then that's the exception. That's no true Scotsman, right? Frick. Although that's also just like entirely me guessing. I actually don't know if that's the case. I might be completely incorrect. Frick. Frick. I'm taking so much stupid damage. Sorry, bud, you are a furry now and we will shame you for it. That's how it goes. Yeah. Ow, frick. Wait, so I have a question. Like, legitimate question. Monster lovers, are they furries? So if you have someone who just like looks at Smog from The Hobbit and goes like, oh yeah, wood, is that a furry? Or I suppose let's choose something more mammalian. Like if you I don't know any mammalian monsters actually. If you have someone who looks at this big mammalian monster, which is not necessarily anthropomorphic, but is definitely not human, does a furry make? Similarly, if someone looks at Cthulhu, vaguely anthropomorphic, like it has anthropomorphic like bipedalism, I believe, but it's like this dragon squid human creature, like Lovecraftian Cthulhu. Does that make you a furry? If you look at Cthulhu and say would. I think monster lovers are a separate category where furries and non... Okay, so we're thinking that it's not even like a fingers and thumbs situation. It's literally just like a Venn diagram. Which I don't disagree with. I'm just literally curious what people's thoughts are. There's a Venn diagram. Werewolves. Monster figures are quite something. Greek. Hey, Yvette. That being said, if someone are into characters or like the fox girl we saw, they should accept that they're in the same... That's my opinion. I don't care if that makes you a furry or not, and I don't care if that fox girl is a furry or not. I think people who are into that should accept the fact that at the bare minimum, they're furry adjacent. Right? And I think that's probably the same boat as monster lovers, right? I think monster lovers are probably furry adjacent. And that there are many monster lovers who are furries. There are many furries who are monster lovers, but they are not the same, nor are they reliant on each other. It is entirely correlation, not causation. And I think that the same can be said with like kitsune and cat girls and a lot of the anime tropes where it's like animal characters. Ow, frick! I think monster lovers are a separate category. Venn diagram. Werewolves? Okay. I think werewolves is entirely dependent on what style of werewolf we're talking. Because if we're talking like, I don't know, like Twilight, where, as far as I'm aware, Twilight werewolves are just like you just get really angry and strong when you go wolf mode, right? Versus classic werewolves, where it's every full moon you are physically not in control of your actions. Because at that point, I would say that the werewolf isn't really sapient. At that point, I would say it's mostly just an animal that is bipedal. Versus like Werewolf the Apocalypse, where werewolves are fully, like, they're literally not human. They originated from humanity, and they have a human side. Frick, they have a human side to them, but they themselves are not human. Where I think that is frick. Like I think that is a differentiating factor. Also, if we do decide, which I don't necessarily agree with, if you would smash a furry, or if you would smash a werewolf, if you would a werewolf, and you would also basically what I'm getting at is, if you would a werewolf, if you smash a werewolf that is in human form, is that more or less furry than smashing someone that is not a werewolf? So if you are with someone, and assuming that you agree, like, werewolves in werewolf form are furry, and you smash someone who is a werewolf, and you know they're a werewolf, like, clarifying, you are aware that they are a werewolf, and they're in human form, and you smash them. Does that a furry make? Does that a monster lover make? Or does that just, because they're in human form, it makes it like just typical as if they're a normal human? Because I would say, if you have a werewolf that is in wolf form, and don't do this, but like if you were to smash them when they were in wolf form, that would just be a crime, right? That would be something you should not do. I feel, no matter how sapient they are, I feel as though that's just not okay, bro. And I'm coming at this from the Werewolf the Apocalypse angle mostly, where they are literally just like fully sapient, intelligent beings. That is just like a bridge too far for me. And I feel as though that is probably not that unpopular take. Ow! Although maybe I'm wrong. Hello, Papat. Hey, Anova. Ah, frick. Oh, downspell, right. I forgot how to downspell. There we go. The real problem is if you screw a werewolf in human form, they're just a werewolf. That's shallow af. Okay. Well, no, not because they're a werewolf, I'm saying you know they are a werewolf, and you decide to smash them, and it happens to be in human form. Oh, I freaking hate you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to commit... Okay, wait. We're pogging. Okay, we're pogging. Arrow asked if we would stop clapping cheeks if I asked if you would stop clapping cheeks when the cheeks you were clapping suddenly became furry. Okay, let's be real. Knowing my community, you're the ones getting your cheeks clapped. I'm sorry. Like, you know it to be true in your heart of hearts. And I'm not judging you for it. I love you for it. However, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like my community has any assertive bone in their body. I mean, it's like smashing the dragon in their polymorph form. Exactly. Does smash... Or, no, actually, disagree. Not because the ethos of the transformation is different, but because a dragon is not a person. A dragon might be sapient and intelligent, but it is not a person, it is not a human. A werewolf is human in non-human form, right? Which I think there is a distinction to be made there, because if you like smash a dragon, it might be sapient, it might be intelligent, it might be whatever, but fundamentally it's still non-human. With a werewolf, I feel as though you could make the argument that even in a non-human form, it's still human, depending on what media it is. Like, again, like I have not watched or read or consumed Twilight in any capacity, but I feel as though that would be a good example of like, they're just people who happen to like go wolf mode, right? I actually don't know, this is a genuine question. But with like Werewolf the Apocalypse, they aren't people. They are categorically distinct from humanity. Similarly, I think like in Magic the Gathering, in like Innistrad, werewolves are people that got bitten by a werewolf and turned into a werewolf, right? That is something where even if they're in wolf mode and it feels furry, they're still a person. Which I think that the distinction should be made between that and like a Garrow from Werewolf the Apocalypse who is not a human. They originated from humanity and they have ties to humanity and they have a human form, but they are literally not human. I hate these Fanta guys. I hate these Fanta guys. Arrow, you called us all bottoms and none of you speak up. Maybe you're all bottoms. Is this an Arrow hear me out? No, so we're discussing the lines of what being a furry is. Also, thank you for the follow, Mech and Nova. We're discussing the lines of what being a furry is. And right now we're talking werewolves. And I asked the question, if you do the hanky-panky with a werewolf who is in human form, is that furry? Slash, like, is that any more or less furry than hanky-panky with werewolf in werewolf form? Because, like, I feel as though it's pretty clear that if a werewolf is in werewolf form, like in Krynos form, in the half werewolf form, that is furry. But they are still a werewolf, even if they are in human form. So does that make it less furry if you hanky-panky them when they're in human form, and you know they are a werewolf? They always ask werewolf, never howl wolf. Listen, they don't ask why wolf. Also, I'm curious, what is this distinction between a person and a sapient non-person? So a non-human person in Lance of the Mech TTRPG. I would say the difference between I think personhood necessitates humanity, at least to an extent, where you can be a sapient non-person, you can like demonstrate sapience. I feel as though personhood relates to like being socialized. I feel as though it relates to having the social and emotional intelligence, the experience, the wherewithal, the background of being a person among people. Which I think that kind of opens the door to bad actors to be like, oh, well, this person grew up in this really bad environment where they didn't learn about society, so they're not a person, which is not what I'm saying. I'm saying from the perspective of like creatures, taxonomically, I feel as though personhood is special to humanity, not because humanity is like unique in that regard, but because our degree of sapience, our special brand, our special brand of sapience involves this idea of personhood, this idea of being a person. If a cephalopod developed or was like had some ability to communicate with us because of its level of intellect, or a dolphin, for instance, was able to communicate with us using verbal communication and or other methods that like demonstrated, yes, I am aware of my actions and I can make decisions. I feel it would not be a person even if it was sapient, even if it was intelligent, even if it had the ability to make decisions that other dolphins or anything couldn't, other animals couldn't. Because I feel like personhood is not dependent on intelligence. I think personhood is this human ideal. And maybe that's me misunderstanding personhood, but I feel as though sapience personhood does not make. So for instance, I don't think an AI is gonna be a person if it develops a human-like intellect and rationality and even like emotions or anything. But I do think that it can become sapient, depending on what level of growth it has and what parameters it can do. I do genuinely believe that we will get a point where AI can develop to the point where it's not just mimicking sapience, it is legitimately sapience. It has autonomy and internal locus of control. It has the differentiation between the self and the ideal, this ability to self-actualize. I think that is not personhood. I think that is a requirement for personhood, but I think personhood as it exists is fundamentally a human construct. And again, that might be my misunderstanding, but I do kind of like that as an answer. And obviously, like in fantasy, if you have like elves and dwarves and whatever, I would say no, that's not the case. Personhood is closer to like sapient biped, right? Like, behold a man, and then I hold up an elf, like a sapient biped. Frick, darn, dang it. Frick. Hate the government. Hate the government. Hate the government. That's a lie. I wanted to say 30 on 30 on, but I didn't think anyone would get it. Okay, everyone keeps asking me this. Arrow, would you love me if I was a worm? Arrow, would you love chat if we were worms? Arrow, would you blah, blah, blah? No. I don't love you now. What makes you think I would love you if you were smaller and like... What makes you think I would love you if you were smaller and more disgusting? I'm not a big fan of the government. 30 on 30 on, not a big fan of the government. Me playing a Dragonborn with max strength. Would you still love me if I'm a snail? No! Neko! Actually, no, Neko, you're different. You're my friend. So, if you were a snail and you were still able to, like, harass me in DMs, I think I'd still love you. I think you're my friend. Okay, that one was my dumbest death yet. Why wolf? Because wolves are awesome. Answer, Arrow, are all these questions for a friend, or are you interested in the answers yourself? I'm interested in the answers myself. I'm someone who wants to understand the depths of depravity that monster lovers can be up to alongside hand-in-hand furries. I want to know what the limit is. I want to know what the line is. I want to know how far you can push the bounds of what is acceptable. Would you still love me if I was a worm? Okay, do we mean like dragon? Or do we mean like incarnation of destruction? Because either way, my answer is the same. I don't love you now. However, would I be capable of loving the incarnation of destruction? Okay, so this is a thing that I have where I'm always, I don't know. If you, so in a class like World of Darkness, or even just like in many pieces of media, there's often this divide of like, oh, this is the triad, the three deities. One represents creation, one represents destruction, and then like maybe you have a third one that represents like sculpting the creation, like the chaos of creation, or you have a third one that is about building upon the foundation of the wildness. But sometimes you just have creation destruction. Am I the only one who sees that? And I think to myself, actually, I think this whole ethos of you cannot have new without destruction of the old is pretty pog. And you should explore that more. My issue is that in media, it almost always devolves into destruction bad because we like having stuff, which I think is a missed opportunity. Would I still love you? No, I would not love you if you were an MMO worm online. I won't love you regardless. Would you start loving me if I was a worm? And by love, I mean worship. I have various comments that I could make that I'm not going to. Like, listen, if a worm, if a dragon caught my eye, I would not be opposed to them being a dragon. I mean, sure, like cultural differences, like, but that's with everyone, right? Nobody's perfect. Sure, I might have to deal with the fact that, like, if we eventually, like, move in together, then I would have to contend with all these adventurers, trying to slay my beloved. However, you know, that's pretty typical from what they've told me. That's not really, like, too out of left field. Frickin' A. It's not too out of left field, so I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know their life better than them. I'm not gonna tell them how to, like, engage with their culture. Some adventurers also try to lay your beloved. Listen, then those are the ones I deal with. Although, okay, classic princess dragon role like reversal, where it's just like, oh no, the dragon is actually on the princess's side, haha, like protecting them from all the bad guys. But it's not the dragon trying to get a really nice knight for the princess. It is they want a third, and they both have very specific requirements. So the princess wants someone who's like cultured and educated and will be able to like speak with the most kindness and compassion, whereas the dragon wants someone that can beat them in a fight. So you have a situation, or no, the princess wants someone that can beat the dragon in a fight, and the dragon just wants someone who's like cultured and compassionate. So you have a situation where everyone's trying to slay the dragon. But it turns out it's just an elaborate ruse to set up a throuple. Man, I've been engaging in a lot of polyamory discussion on my channel recently. I wonder if this has awoken something in me. Ah, frick. Ow! I hate you and everything that you do. Frick. Darn. Sorry. Locking in. They find the one they want, but then it turns out that they don't want them. Oh my gosh, that would be so funny. Well, because I think that... I know it sucks. I do feel as though it would be probably not just interesting, but also probably healthy to have more romances where part of the romance involves someone who would be a perfect fit, but is just not interested. Right? Like not even, I'm not even talking from like a poly perspective. I mean like in terms of like, oh, this is this really cute high school romance and I get along really well with this person. And we have such a good rapport and we're so cute together and everyone says how like adorable we are. But that person just isn't interested. And this is why Can't Fight the Lonely Girl is peak, is because one of the side characters, Watana, has this like former girlfriend that she had a super crush on, and they reconnect and they both like are really happy to have met one another, and like they're shocked that they can still like get along well. And then it turns out that this girl has a boyfriend now, and while she does like really like Watana and like was super into her before, she doesn't want to give up her relationship with her boyfriend because she loves her boyfriend now. And so she's like, hey, maybe if like my boyfriend doesn't work out, I'll give it another shot, but at least for now I want to respect my relationship. And then Watana's like, okay, I love you even though I know you don't love me the same way. And then the girlfriend's like, no, I do care about you, it's just like it's been a while and my heart is for someone else right now. And I think that that's such a... Okay, so not only was it a very interesting narrative decision, because Kashikaze, the mangaka, does not miss from what I've seen. It's very, very sweet thus far. But also, it led to one of the like rawest pickup lines that I remember from that entire manga, where the other side background lesbian that was like helping Watana was basically just like, oh man, that sucks. I mean, since you don't have her anymore, how about me? And then Watana's like, what? And then the girl's like, yeah, I mean, you're single. Not like she's gonna be with you. And it was such a bold move, but it paid off so well. Oh my gosh, Can't Fight a Lonely Girl altered my brain chemistry. I love it. Ow! Like, unironically, probably my favorite manga I've read all year. Which, in fairness, I've only read a couple. I'm not super big on manga. But at the same time, it was so good, you know? Oh, frick this section. And I just jumped off into... Frick! Heck. Arrow spikes, true. Heck. I don't remember the lightning creatures existing. You blocked them from your mind, presumably. honestly, the lightning creatures aren't that bad, but they are annoying, is what I'll say. Like the lightning creatures, I would not say are in the top like 5 most difficult of these encounters, but they certainly are, frick, annoying. Like I've yet to fight one of the lightning guys and not be like, this is such a chore, you know? And I think a lot of people do conflate annoying enemies with difficult enemies. And I saw a post recently where it's just like, it was a comparison of like on the left was this like player-sized mini boss who is a really difficult but fair fight where you have to learn their attack pattern and they will challenge you on one or more specific mechanics of the game to ensure you mastered it. It is a fair fight that is hype without overstaying its welcome, and nevertheless leaves an impression on you because it will curb stomp you if you're not ready, but it will feel so rewarding once you understand it. Versus the final boss of most Souls-likes, which is a giant anime monster that you just have to wait for its attack patterns, and then it goes into the inevitable rest cycle where you wail on it for like 3 to 10 seconds, and then it goes back to doing an inescapable, unblockable attack pattern that you just have to focus on dodging for like 40 straight seconds. And that was like a criticism of most Souls-likes, where I'm just like, yeah, I mean, that's not wrong. A lot of people conflate annoying enemies with like tough enemies, which oftentimes they will be tough because they're annoying, but that's not because they're fun, that's because they're annoying. Not Gwyn. Gwyn I would say is much more in that first camp. Like Dark Souls 1 Gwyn absolutely is like the size of the player character, like 50% taller. Where am I? Like, what happened to me? Elden Ring core? Yeah, I think that's what they were referencing specifically. I have not played Elden Ring, so I can't comment, but I think it was a cut at like Elden Ring and Elden Ring likes, which obviously like Souls like, Elden Ring like, ow! But I think specifically like the kind of newer generation. Because Dark Souls didn't really have that problem. Dark Souls had a lot of enemies, like I think of a Ceaseless Discharge, I think of Bed of Chaos, which are very much like that second type of enemy. But there was also a fair bit of first type of enemies. I'm also one of those weirdos that really enjoyed Ornstein and Smough. Like, I just thought it was a fun fight. After I finished it, I went back, and for the first time in the game, I started placing my white soapstone so people could summon me because I wanted to fight them more. I played Elden Ring and I can comment it is exactly that to the letter. Yeah, and I mean, you want to go big in your final boss, but at the same time, you don't want to sacrifice the fun for the final boss. Lightning creatures only show up in the arena. They're one of the Dreamer boss mechanics, but like different. Oh, interesting. Man, my spells would be so much more useful if I could actually hit with them. Also, I'm just gonna ask for it straight, like just please. So generally speaking, don't spoil me if I ask you for something, because I'm generally trying to figure it out for myself. I'm at the point in the game where I'm comfortable with like just asking you like, hey, what would happen if I X? What do I get if I beat the arena? Because like with all due respect, I think I'm only gonna try this a couple more times, and if I don't get it, I'm just gonna bounce because I want to beat the game. And like I might play it off stream, but like if it's not something that is uber worth it, I'm just gonna bounce. Just Geo an achievement. Gosh. From Soft Dog's most hated enemy ever. I got around 90k runes on me. I got killed, and on my way to recover them, a dog and a guy with a fire poke killed me again. Yep. That's the Dark Souls runbacks. Which I think is... I think that's frustrating game design that can be done well. I think broadly speaking, the runbacks tend to be really frustrating for no good reason. I think that they tend to be frustrating for the sake of being frustrating and making the boss feel more difficult, which I don't think is good game design. However, there are runbacks that I think are good. For instance, and this is just kind of what the one that comes to mind, the Tauros Demon from Dark Souls 1. It is a pretty easy boss, but it's early in the game, so you need to get to the point where you have competency in the game before you properly beat it. So if it kills you, you're punished by like a 45-second run back, which is annoying, but you have to run through like, I don't know, call it 8 hollows, maybe 12, which means that not only does the Tauros Demon get a little bit more difficulty to it instead of just being the Tauros Demon, which is not that difficult, but also on top of that, it ends up being a situation where if you're not good enough at the game to beat the Tauros Demon, you probably still need to practice on hollows. So it gives you the opportunity to force you to practice on hollows, and then you have a reason to practice, because even if you just run by them, you get better at dodging attack patterns. Even if the thing you're doing is just avoiding them, that's still learning the game better, which I think is necessary with that point in the game. I think that at that point in the game, you need to have a teaching moment. Whereas, I don't know Elden Ring, but like, what are some notorious runbacks? Like, I don't have any that come to mind. Frick! I hate spells. I'm so bad at them. It's because they fly above me like gremlins. Although I will say, with the Shaman Charm, or with the one that makes my spells cheaper, they are significantly cheaper. So even if I miss, it's not that bad. DS2 is better than Elden Ring, but y'all ain't ready for that? Wait, so just like better, you're saying? Not even just better at like the runbacks, better overall. So question, if I played DS2 on stream, and like I started with DS2, because I've already played DS1, and like I've seen playthroughs of DS1. So DS1 is a game where I have enough context on it that I don't think there would be much magic, at least for me, which is always a thing I'm concerned about when I play games on stream. I want there to be some sort of whimsy, some sort of like, whoa, when I play the game, because otherwise why am I playing it? And not even just from the like, oh, this is so boring, I could be playing something else, but from the entertainment perspective. I feel as though a large part of people's enjoyment with streams, at least mine, is seeing someone react to something for the first time, living out the enjoyment of seeing, oh, they saw the cool thing. And if I already saw the cool thing, then I'm not going to be reacting like it's a cool thing. Okay, so even with my spell power up, it can't kill in 2, it can't kill in 3. Wow, this really does suck. Who told me to play a spell build? I want their name and their badge number. Oh, my baby, my child. You've committed the gravest of sins, which is to kill an enemy. You have doomed yourself, and I love you for it. You are wonderful. Ah! Frick, the fireballs. Ow! The spikes went away. Stupid. And I dashed, but it didn't. I'm gonna execute Hollow Knight. And I mean the actual knight itself. I don't mean the game. I love this game, but this game makes me so frustrated. And like, yes, most difficult games give me frustration, but also Hollow Knight, I feel, has been made me much more frustrated than like even like a Dark Souls style game. Because I feel like there's so many more in Dark Souls. You don't have, I want to say, like the movement tech. Maybe the enemy variety? It feels as though when I screw up in Dark Souls, it's because I screwed up. When I screw up in Dark Souls, it's because I was not good at the game, I misread that attack pattern, I didn't parry when I should have. In this game, there are enough projectiles. I didn't even get hit there. I didn't even get hit there. Who's gonna tell him about the Hollow Knight? Shut up. I understand that I'm playing the Knight, and I have gathered that it is hollow, it is a vessel, I am the higher being that is possessing it, that's why I have a soul. I'm just like some of these other boys, that's why I'm not corrupted by the Fanta. Silksong has one run back that is demonic on purpose, because fog walls don't give you oh, true. Oh, I forgot about upspell. There are two reasons to watch people play Dark Souls: laugh at that person getting their souls busted 500 times in a row, or watch someone bust Dark Souls souls and be impressed. That's the thing. And I don't know, like when I was playing Dark Souls 2, I think I do this one more time. When I was playing Dark Souls 2 in particular, because Dark Souls 1, I played it with like a broken dodge button, which was not fun. And also, like the first third of the game, I was playing with a guy that I met online who was just like walking me through the game, giving me advice. Like he was super into Dark Souls, and he did stuff like, without me prompting, brought up the Lotric exploit, which if you don't know, I think it's Lotric, brought up the... Who's the guy with the Fap ring? The ring of favor and protection. He brought up this idea where if he's a phantom, I can open the door, I can stab the dude in the cell, I can run away, and then he, as a phantom, can block the dude in there, and I can kill him without any risk to myself, and I can also get the ring of favor and protection really early. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I didn't know what that meant. And so, like, in the Undead Parish, I got the ring of favor and protection, put it on because it was good and he told me to. It would break if I took it off, so I just wore it the entire game, which meant that meant I was one fewer accessory slot the entire game, even though I did get extra like equip and stamina. And also, I missed out on the plot line where the Firekeeper gets killed, which once I learned about it, I was like, oh, that's disappointing. I think that would have been cool. So that's something where like my Dark Souls 1 experience was a little bit scuffed. For on multiple extents, and also it was my first Souls game. It was my first game of that type. I was learning. I hate Hollow Knight. These enemies leave Phantom puddles on the ground. You're so right. I was standing in a Phantom puddle. Beep. Beep. I make noises. Ow! I'm gonna... Oh! I was gonna say, like, I'm gonna execute your bloodline. Your legacy shall end with you. Yeah, in Dark Souls 2, you had to level up adaptability, which increases your eye. Is that what that did? Which, like, I will say, I absolutely rocked the Fap ring and Havel's ring for a bit, because, like, we love dodge rolls. But, frick! Although I was playing a quality build, right? So I was in the middle anyway. I was wearing, I guess, like medium armor, heavy armor. I wasn't wearing super heavy armor. I was wearing decently heavy armor. So I didn't, like, I was quick rolling off of like medium armor because I had decent, is it endurance was capacity or was it strength? I think it was, endurance was stamina and carrying capacity. So I had like a quick roll on medium armor if I had those two rings on, which is not that bad whatsoever. And for a lot of the game, I was playing with a medium roll. But basically, if I ever wanted a quick roll, I would try it out and I would be like, oh my gosh, this is such a different experience. Like, a quick roll versus a medium roll in Dark Souls 1 was an insane differentiation. Frick. So, I have a question. Why do my spells suck? I have the charms on that make them better, but they still deal like 1 point of damage. And these dudes have like 3 health. And my hope was that my spells, outside of just literally being a range increase, would actually help me deal more damage. But I don't think they are. I think that, is it just me, or does the standard like Hadouken, I'm going to kill this thing. Is the standard Hadouken just literally like a sword slash? I thought it was more. I'm gonna I'm gonna do things that my therapist told me not to. If I am incapable of surviving against this mantis flip coin, I'm gonna heal. It's been raining in my vintage story world for an entire month and making me cold. I would be cold if it was raining too. I'd also be cold if I wasn't so heated at the arena. Yeah, Fap and Havel. I mean, I would say that is probably the most, like, one of the most broken combos. And obviously you had the Giant Dad build, right? Which relied on those. But, like, legitimately, its ability to turn, like, Havel's armor into a medium roll. And depending on your endurance, you could even get it to a light roll. That meant you took no damage from any spells. You had a dodge for standard attacks. And also, you just had a bunch of stamina? Stupid. Gamer Rage, can I see your inventory? What, like, this one? It's more, but right now it's not super good because there are things to make it better. Frickin' A. Do I just go back to a nail build? Because, like, my Abyss Shriek is really useful. Hello, Draconic. Yeah, so I have upgraded up spell. Spells are extra options. Standard Fireball is almost like a Sword Slash, a little bit less without a charm, a little bit more with a charm. Other spells do more damage. Great thing about down spell is its invincibility, and the up spell is pretty big. Is it... Okay, would you say that it's worth it to go upgrade them? Are here bragging that they're hot? I am not hot. I never said that. I said I'm getting heated. That's a big difference. I assume... Well, actually... The Dream Nail. Do I need 1,500? Is that what it is? And I need to go fight the Dream bosses in order to get 1,500? Actually, how much damage does the Abyss Shriek do? In comparison to my sword, how much damage does the Abyss Shriek do? Because the Soul Tyrant is apparently the easiest of the Dream bosses. And now I have the Abyss Shriek. So I should be able to do significantly more damage to it. Dodge with downspell Fireball lets you be safer. So ballpark, how easy would it be to kill the Soul Tyrant by just spamming Abyss Shriek? Because the Soul Tyrant's issue was not that I didn't know how to fight it. My issue is I was not dealing enough damage. I was informed that it would take me like half an hour by doing what I was doing. So I could go over there and do this, or I could simply go fight the boss. I could simply engage in skullduggery with the Black Egg Temple, which is, I think, what I might do. I think I might go fight the first boss, or the final boss, and then apparently there's multiple endings. What I'm gonna do, though, I'm gonna drop a teleport in the Coliseum of Fools, and then I'm gonna take the stag at King's Station back up to Dirtmouth. I'm gonna drop from Dirtmouth into Black Egg Temple. This is the way. Soul Tyrant has less health. Where is Soul Tyrant? I mean, if I have to go down there anyway... Soul Tyrant is below the Watcher's Spire? Right? I want to watch Delicate Flower Suffering. What does that mean? can start with just go to the fight boss. It's gonna be nice and maybe yeah, because the reason I was avoiding it is because if able, I would have liked to, like, I don't know, maybe skipped the standard ending, because I like the idea of just first trying the special ending. But at this point, like, the arena is the only other thing I know of. So I know that I can do the arena. I know I can do the dream bosses. There. I have someone coughing in the background like a mongrel. So what I could do is I could try the arena some more. I could go fight a dream boss to try and do the spirit glade. Or I could just go to Dirtmouth for the black egg. Soul Tyrant is in the Soul Sanctum. That would make sense, wouldn't it? I think what I do is I go fight the final boss. I think what I do is I go up. But to answer your question, Soul Tyrant moves a lot. It can be hard to hit with full Abyss Shriek in phase 1. It becomes super vulnerable in phase 2. I didn't even know there was multiple phases. What the hecky heck? Okay, that's satisfying, I will say. Because I'm free. I was about to say I'm free fallen, and then I hit a thing of spikes, which stopped my free fallen. Quite significantly and severely, I might say. Same as Soul Master, 2 phases. That's fair. Oh, I don't have my compass. Okay, so if I am here, I go down and then to the right, and that's Stag. For Gore, I did not have my compass. Wait, this says spikes on it, doesn't it? Oh no, I'm fine. Frick. Yeah, it was an absolute game changer to learn that I could smack the... Hecky heck. It was an absolute game changer to... Darn it! I don't like... Oh. All is well. Never mind. I saw Geo, though, and my greed knows no bounds, so I must capture the Geo. Arrow's compass was swallowed by the sea. Listen, I attempted to engage in skullduggery, and I was met with mischief. Such is the just deserts of those who engage in shenaniganery. It's like, that just absolutely annihilated them. If you want to start with the special endings, there are things you still need. So I know for a fact, or not for a fact, I'm assuming. I assume I need the other half of the white fragment. I'm just gonna ask you straight up, like, where do I find the other half of the white fragment? I found the half that the mother gives. That tree mom gives. Also, guess what? I played Kane for the first time. Whoa! Tell me all about it. I love hearing people play Kane. They can get ending 1 though, so it's fine. You need 1800. Okay, that makes sense. It's just essence. I assumed that there was something plot related with the essence. I'm at 1200 now. I'm assuming I need to fight like 3-4 dream bosses. It does need it. That makes sense. Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to just continue down to the Stagway. Rest. Just travel up to Dirtmouth. Is there a bench in Black Egg Temple? I feel like there is. But also it's so close that it doesn't really matter. Do I keep my spell build? I don't think I do. I think that for this, I properly swap. There is? Okay. So I don't need to worry about Dirtmouth. But I am going to... I can just swap there then. Zoda's been yapping to Fanfic Girly all game. Like, it has seriously been quite some while. I think it's not really needed for anything, but in my opinion, that place is just very neat. There's still, I can go check out what's at the top of Crystal Peak too. Oh, okay. I tried going there and I couldn't get it. I tried going up there and I wasn't able to. And then I thought I was able to, and then it turned out that I wasn't. Right, so... Fanta, Fanta, don't you want that Fanta, Fanta? Of course, we have an incoming ad break as soon as I come over to Black Egg Temple. Ooh! Question. Does that noise happen for every boss or just for vessels? Because I remember the broken vessel, the empty vessel, made that noise. And I feel like a couple other bosses have made that noise. Zoda's loading that lore for the writing of fanfic. Neither? My favorite part of Hollow Knight was the delicate flower, just due to the fact that I'm very stubborn in the if it bleeds category. Interesting. Malek makes that noise? I'm unfamiliar. Okay, so real quick. There's a bench here. Is there a bench inside here? A couple bosses make that noise, but it's related to one of the other endings. So does the vulture. A bunch of bosses. Okay. I thought that was the case, but I wasn't sure. Also, we have an ad in a couple minutes, so I will pause once that happens. But this is shiny. This is inside the seal. Oh, so bench. Nice. I'm going to swap out my kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. Bark, 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 bite. Hey, a wanderer. All right, I did grab the fragile ones. I think I grab... Quick slash... I'm kind of feeling this. How are we feeling this for proper setup? So we got Mark of Pride for range, Quick Slash for speed, Quick Focus for faster healing. Our handler is an exorcist who knows nothing and only says, "It's my day off." I still feel like I'm getting a sense for the balance and everything about stress and psychic burst amounts. Had fun as the idol has been dealing with psychic damage with a stolen Family Guy episode in Subway Surfer clips. That is hilarious. At time, Compass... Oh no, so I know Compass won't save me here, but also have you considered Compass for good luck? Have you considered Compass for good luck? Why no long nail? So I have Mark of Pride. Mark of Pride is long nail, but it is slightly longer, I think. So I could double up and like I could drop Compass and Quick Focus to get 4 spots, but I don't think that'd be very useful. Grub for good luck. I mean, it is the gratitude of freed grubs. May I have a recommendation? Trading out Quick Focus and Compass for Hive Blood. So Hive Blood is the one where if I don't take... So question. So we have an ad coming, so which is why I'm just like, I'm going to wait for like 3 minutes on this bench, talk charms. Backseat as much as you want right now. Give me whatever builds you want. Give me whatever suggestions you want. No spoilers. Do not tell me what the boss will do, but you are in full range to just tell me, equip this, this, and this. X and Y is optimal. Ignore Z because Z is really bad. It's really funny if you did X and Y. Like feel free to just build craft as much as you want. We have 3 minutes. We're just gonna sit here and build. No backseating? Okay. So is Hive Blood... So Hive Blood is I regain health over time. I was told that it's like once every 10 seconds. Is it if I spend 10 seconds not taking damage, then I heal 1? Or is it every 10 seconds I heal 1? You suggest Quick Focus and the rest is not relevant? Mark of Plier upgrade? Oh my gosh. So with Hive Blood, is it that I heal 1 every 10 seconds, or is it I heal 1 if it's been 10 seconds since my last point of damage? Because that is a distinction that I don't know. You regain the most recent hit if you don't take damage. I feel like I take damage every 10 seconds. I feel as though I'm not good enough to avoid being hit for 10 seconds. If it's a slow fight, then maybe. Can try an HP build for fun. The good Lifeblood charm with what this one or this one? Wait, so this is Wait, I have a question. If I... Oh my goodness gracious. Death Before Dishonor. We just rock up with like 17 blue hearts. Meow. Hey, Firefilled Heike. We're currently waiting on an ad, and then I'm going to be hopping in the final boss of Hollow Knight. Well, that's one way to not need healing. Sharp Shadow, I forgot. I forgot about Sharp Shadow. I actually really enjoyed Sharp Shadow. So if I go Sharp Shadow, Long Nail, Quick Slash, Mark of Pride? Or maybe Quick Focus. Because then I'm doing, my dashes are longer and deal damage. I can attack more quickly. I can attack longer. And then I get Quick Focus? Yeah, Sharp Shadow is one I forgot about. I forgot how much I enjoyed it. Compass is just Compass. Soul Catcher, useful. I don't think it's worth it. Shaman Stone, I don't really use spells. Dash Master, it would be really fun to do a dash only run where you use Sharp Shadow and Dash Master. That would be very silly. Grub Song, I'm not going to use. The fragile ones, I don't trust myself. Spell Twister, I'm not going to use. Steady Body could be useful. Meow, meow, wolf, wolf. All right. See, Fire, you already understand. You understand the assignment of when you show up, you have to execute people. Wait, no Un's Blessing? I'm unfamiliar with Un's Blessing. Yeah. So as you can see, I'm missing, it looks like 11 charms. I don't know where any of these are. I've bought every charm from the person in the Crossroads. I bought all of, like, Leg Eaters. It can help against Grim, doesn't do much. Ooh, that's fair. All right, welcome back from the ad, everyone. Now that we're out of the ad, it's Arrow the Great. I'm Arrow the All Right at best. Now that we're out of the ad, I'm gonna ask that all of you stop purging the weak. You stop shooting each other because we're gonna hop in the game. My current build for what I'm doing is Sharp Shadow, Long Nail, Quick Slash, Quick Focus. Is there anything that like... who am I kidding? I'm just gonna go in this blind. I was gonna be like, is there anything that like I definitely need, but nah. Vessel. Though bound, you shall know the state of the world. Hollow Nest will be whole again. Completion percentage viewable in inventory. Oh, nice. Where? 81% completion. Wow, that's pretty good, actually. I wasn't sure if I was going to be that high. So I could have come here earlier to get the completion percentage without doing the finale. Oh no, the Fanta's in here. I thought the Fanta didn't get in here because of the seal. Oh, I suppose the Fanta originated from here, didn't it? Oh. You're looking at me. I suppose you want to break free. You want to break free. So I assume Dream Nail? That's not Dream Nail. I can't Dream Nail in the sky, can I? What? Not. No, spilling the Fanta. So. Oh, there we go. I was trying to hit the wrong. I was trying to jump and hit it and not just hit the bottom. All right. Honey, wake up. It's 4 p.m. Time for your daily execution. The Hollow Knight. Oh! That... You know, I thought I was a knight who was hollow. Turns out, I'm just you, but cooler. Oh ho ho! I suppose I probably should have seen that coming, shouldn't I? Because like the whole thing was that the previous vessel was taken over, so it would make sense that they are the actual Hollow Knight. Though, based on my understanding, there's multiple bosses of this game. I'm surprised that the Hollow Knight is like... Beep! The Hollow Knight is the final boss of... Oh, are you parrying me? And I just kept missing? Oh. Thank you for letting me heal. You're quite kind. Ow, frick. Ow, heck. Ah! Heck. Oh, you deal like 2 points of damage with that. I went from half health to dead. Honestly, I was thinking I was going to first try this. Turns out I was mistaken. This is why I tend to call the protagonist Ghost, so it's less confusing. Right, because I heard that the protagonist is often called Ghost or the Knight. I assumed I mean, obviously, like, the point of the game is that, like, haha, you are not actually the Hollow Knight. I assumed I was the Hollow Knight, but not in the sense of, like, that was a bad thing. Just, like, I was the Knight and that I was Hollow.
Yummers.
So almost in a, like, a, haha, I knew that you were tricking me, which means that you didn't actually trick me, even though I did get tricked. I call the little guy the Knight. Yeah, that's the thing. So many people call the little guy the Knight. Frick. Those happen so quickly. You stalk towards me like some sort of coward. Ow! Oh. It is really funny that you can parry me. I do love it when enemies in games do mechanics that you can do, like parrying. Let me heal real quick. Aha! I can bounce on it crazy style. You can't do that. You're not Nosferatu. I like to watch without having to refresh the stream. Oh, I'm sorry. This game actually told you who the Hollow Knight was the first time you came to the City of Tears. Was that when I talked to Hornet? You got purged. Yeah, so I will just start timing you out if you keep purging. Like I said, stop purging. So I'm gonna time you out if you keep purging. All right. This is a final boss in a video game, so this is not a time to be spamming chat. I do find it very silly to purge, but that's like a time for when we get raided, not for when we're fighting a final boss. Hello, Sonic. We are fighting the Hollow Knight in Hollow Knight. And they're slamming down, like, NBA Jam style. Ow! I will, frick, darn it. I am getting kind of Grim vibes. A couple of these moves, I was fighting Grim for a bit, and I do kind of just recognize. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is gonna have, like, I mean, people were saying this was kind of easy, but I'm not. This is one of those fights that I don't feel like I'm struggling right now. I feel like I'm just kind of learning the attack pattern, and that, like, honestly, had I not made some stupid mistakes, I genuinely feel I could have first tried it. Which I'm not upset by. Like, I'm not sitting here, like, beating myself up. Though I definitely feel as though I have encountered tougher bosses. Oh, right, I forgot my dash has a cooldown. Frick. Heck. Woohoo, first try! Wait, first death. Exactly. I never made that connection between Grimm's Pomegranate and the Phantom Blast. Yeah, so Grimm's move, also the slam down with the pillars. Like, my first thought when I saw that was like, oh, Grimm does this, right? Frick. I jumped instead of dashed. Hollow Knight is famously easy for reasons, you'll see why. Oh. I mean, part of what it might just be is that it's, by the time you fight the Hollow Knight, you already have a bunch of experience with the game. And I know I'm saying this, like, literally as I'm dying. I'm not saying here and saying that it's, like, a trivial boss, but it's definitely a boss where, like, I feel as though bosses that came before it were easier, at least thus far. Like, the arena, I was having a much worse time in the arena than I have been with the Hollow Knight boss. Like, most of this, again, is just me being silly. Heck. So you can attack, you can lunge farther than I can lunge, which is, I mean, it makes sense given that you are taller than me. I'm just a little guy. My arms have no range, probably because I have no arms. Heck. Yeah, most of the moves are just straight up other bosses' moves. Well, so I'm assuming Grimm's moves are the Hollow Knight's moves because Grimm was DLC, no? So that implies to me that like Grimm's came second. Frick, I walked into that one. Okay, that was dumb. Grimm was the original nostalgia bait coming as a DLC. What do you mean nostalgia bait? My understanding is that Grimm was DLC because there was a bunch of DLC that was crowdfunded on Kickstarter. And like one of them was the Scarlet Circus or whatever. And that Grimm was added post-game as DLC. Is my understanding. Heck. Although the music, I will say, there's a lot of times in this game where people point out the music and then I'm like, oh, the music is actually like pretty cool. This is a time where just like straight up, I heard the music right now and I'm just like, this is good music. Man, boy had to really like scream at me to stop comboing. Heck. Heck. Oh yeah, I really need to get better about my down spell. Ow, frick. Grimm's moveset is primarily based on Dracula fights from Castlevania. I mean, he also kind of like looks like a vampire. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like the Castlevania references are subtle. Gotta put up that music later? Yeah. Oh. Hell. Oh. Wait a second. Are you trying to spread more Fanta, or are you trying to like save the world by self-destructing? I would not be surprised either way. Ah! Thank you for not hitting me for 3 of those. Frick. Like, I'm honestly not sure if that was an instance of like trying. Yeah, are you trying to spread more Fanta, or are you trying to like save the world because you know that you're the baddie? Because ostensibly, at first, you were a good guy like me. Now you suck. The Hollow Knight is hitting itself is my favorite piece of lore. Like, listen, that's the kind of stuff I love. I love with video game boss fights, where they can utilize. With a video game boss fight, you're allowed to do stuff that makes the game more fun or serves the narrative. Don't tell me it died off screen. That'd be so funny. Oh, wait. Did it just... It fell over after swinging at me. Oh, heck. Yeah, it's like fatigue now. Which, I mean, I suppose makes sense given that, like, the knight has been overtaken by the Fanta and presumably is really struggling to just, like, be cogent. Oh, frick, I know what I want to do. Oh, and then I can seal because, like, with a Dreamer. So I'm taking in your essence. And I'm presuming this is because this is the knight basically trying to stop the Fanta. Yeah. But now I'm taking in the Fanta. I'm so little. No! No! I've seen the future, and the future is Tang. Oh? Wait. Did the darkness overcome the Fanta? Good night, my sweet prince? Defeat the Hollow Knight and become the vessel. Question. Take his place. Was the whole point of what I was trying to do not end the cycle? Or was it that this first ending is continuing the cycle, taking his place, continuing it, and then with the white vessel, or with the white seal, with the two halves, that is ending the cycle. For 4 more endings. You are the sequel to the Hollow Knight. The process begins again. Eventually we'll break the seals. Yeah, so the thing that confused me is that I was under the assumption that the Dreamers were on the same page, that they wanted me to break the cycle, or was I conflating that with Tree Mom and Hornet? Some NPCs want you to end Hollowness stasis, but what actually happens is your decision. Yeah, because most of what I've heard from NPCs is we want you to break the cycle. The tree spirit that said that, the pale lady said that, Hornet has been saying that, basically anyone that knows about the lore of this. Also, thank you for the sub, Void Ash. I might be onto something. So, this is kind of why I wanted to avoid this. The Fanta Seal, GG, your new Fanta bottle. No! This is why I wanted to avoid this, is because, like, I knew this isn't landing I wanted, but I suppose it was a fun fight, right? Like, it wasn't a very difficult fight, and obviously, the Hollow Knight self-terminating made the fight easier, because it was trying to help. Which I wasn't sure if that was spreading the Fanta, or if that was, like, the Hollow Knight, like, going against its possession. Presumably now, I get locked back up. There's no Dreamers. So how is this continuing the cycle? Because the previous vessel, my understanding... Well, thank you, Rory. You actually just caught me as I beat the Hollow Knight. Like the actual boss of the game. So I'm currently trying to parse through what the implications of that means. Yes, because I was crashing out in the arena. If you don't know, by the way, in my community, we shoot people on site. So if my community could please purge the weak, we don't want Rory's weakness in my community. But we just beat the Hollow Knight of Hollow Knight. We got the first ending. Well done on achieving this great feat. You persevered and you triumphed. We hope you enjoyed yourself in the world of Hollow Knight. We'll meet again soon on the road ahead. On the Silk song, the Silk Road. Oh. Game completion, was this gonna be like 82%? Oh, 81%. All right, should I upload this to speedrun.com? Ah! I dropped my ring. Steel Soul mode unlocked. No shade, no reviving, death is permanent, the ultimate challenge. Oh my goodness gracious. Not even 100%? Yeah, because I spent like 5 hours on that freaking, what's it called? Oh, no, I don't want that. I spent like 5 hours on Arena 3 and didn't beat it. Now do Silk Song in less than 5 hours? You got it. Okay, so. Now. I have... Protective shield! You love Steel Soul, it's so silly. That sounds less silly, it sounds more masochistic, I must be honest. Excuse me, could you pipe it down real quick? Want to fight the Hollow Knight again? I mean, I can. Do I get something special for that? Because what I understand is that I have half of the White Fragment. I was informed by chat that in order to get the other half, I need to get 1,800 essence. Which I basically need... well, Rory can be slain. I will slay him myself. Privately if need be. Not just a fun fight, I'm being silly. Okay. I mean, it is a fun fight. And that was one where I kind of... You saw me. I needed to get into the rhythm. But I wasn't really struggling. I was just kind of like making stupid mistakes. And like the first time I got caught out by a new move, right? I just parried the F out of the French. Did you... Okay. In E33, which you've been playing, I want no spoilers. I've heard and I've seen that you can get a baguette as a weapon. Do you have a baguette weapon? And I ain't French. You ain't French. Now I got backtrack and forward track. Oh my gosh. How was E33? I thought you were... Have you not already seen... Apparently I made the first boss look super easy. So, Rory, have you not already seen a playthrough of E33? Are you not spoiling yourself with this? I have a bagel shield. Well, bagels have holes, and where do you think the baguette goes? I knew some of it, but I don't know most of it. Oh, you know the soundtrack. That's what it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave. I'm going to bounce.
Be gone, thought!
And what I'm going to do in Hollow Knight now, because I just beat the first boss, I have 81%. I don't plan on 100%ing the game. I don't plan on 112%ing the game. I don't plan on doing all of this nonsense. What I do plan on doing is I want to hit today, if reasonable, 1800 essence, get the other white fragment, do whatever that is.
Yummers.
I do appreciate how I'm reading chat and then a message will just disappear and I hear yummers, which means that was a self-termination. Beat the White King or whichever the post-game boss is. I have 1200 right now. So my understanding is I need to go fight dream bosses. I need to go fight like the Soul Tyrant, which made me go insane before. Finally, no more purges.
Yummers.
I have to beat 2 dream bosses. Got it. Broken Vessel, Soul Tyrant? Those are the 2 I'm aware of. Okay, so I'm at the point in the game where, please no spoilers, backseating is fully on the table at this point.
Yummers.
Like at this point, I want to get the game done today. If there's anything I missed, you can just tell me you missed this. If there's something that I should do in order to get 1800 essence, you can just tell me go do this. That is fully on the table at this point. You're always backseating me. Explain what that means. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something about backseating. Broken Vessel is fun. I love them. You are soup. Broken Vessel has the downside of being a lot of orange on orange background. I mean, that's fine. Having gone back to the, I have not done any of the dream bosses. I tried the Soul Tyrant for a bit. Ooh. Oh, have I only found one since? There are so many of you. I'm missing what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9? I think I'm missing fewer than 10 grubs. They're so cute. Broken Vessel has an upside of an excellent upspell. I have the upspell upgrade. I already have the upspell upgrade. So many grubby grubs. Exactly. Frick. So yeah, if you have just like, hey, the optimal way to get 600 essence if you haven't fought any of the bosses is to do Soul Tyrant and then Broken Vessel, like, just tell me that, right? I'm at the point where I've kind of played my fill of the game, and at this point I want to see the ending. So I'm happy if you just tell me what to do. Oh, I haven't gotten the 10 grubs from Grubhub? No. I can't say that I have a Grubhub account. I'm not the sort that will go out and spend $500 a week on delivery. If you fight Broken Vessel, I strongly recommend Defender's Crest. Yeah, I haven't been using my upspell because mostly I save my spells for healing, right? So, where is Broken Vessel? So I know I was told Soul Sanctum has the Soul Tyrant, so I can go City of Tears down to the right, Soul Sanctum. Where is Broken Vessel? Broken Vessel is in Ancient Basin, right? Ancient Basin might actually be faster. If I go Palace Grounds, like Stagway, Palace Grounds, just burst to the left, Broken Vessel. Abyss, the wings for double jump. The optimal way is, in my opinion, Lost Kin, so Broken Vessel, Failed Champion. False Champion. Yeah, so it's the wing thing. Who is the false champion? Who was that? I don't remember that one. Because I also don't know which bosses are dream bosses. First boss? False Knight? Oh! Oh, I can do the first boss. Well, I'm already at Dirtmouth, so why don't I just go up to the Howling Cliffs? Where was the first boss? False Knight? Big round, yeah. So where is that, is my question. Because I can do Soul Tyrant, but that'll actually be a bit of a hike. The Lost Kin should be pretty easy. I'm gonna go Lost Kin, just because, why not? Near Crossroads Stag? The The crossroads are all blocked up, though, is my issue, so I don't know where they would be. I'm gonna go down to the hidden station. I'm gonna go to Lost Kin first. Big round guy with a little white guy. To the right of the ancestral mound, be sure to come from the right path. Yeah, because of all of the freaking Fanta. I'm gonna go Lost Kin first. Genuine question. With the spirit fights, I know that they have more health. How sucky is this gonna be? Is my question. Like, how annoying is this gonna be, do you feel? Or should I be, like... Because I was informed that they have significantly more health than any other boss I was fighting up until that point. It's gonna be fun? Okay. I mean... Whoop! I'll just take your word for it, I guess. There's the least optimal way to go is Gorb and Dung Defender, then Mark... Wait, I can fight their spirits? I already beat Gorb. It'll be annoying-ish, but you have better now. I do have a better now. I have a significantly better nail now. Before I had nail upgrade 1, now I have nail upgrade 3. Okay. Oh, heck. Well, know what I need? I need to go back, and if I've been informed that if I equip Fragile Strength, I don't lose it if I die in a dream. So what should I drop for Fragile Strength? I'm guessing Quick Focus, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to head back. Oh, Gorb is just one fight. That would be very funny, though. I did love Gorb. I forgot I had to... Okay, shut up. Like, you don't know me. I would recommend getting rid of Sharp Shadow. Okay. Okay, let's do you. Sharp Shadow's only 2. So what I could do is I could do Fragile Strength. I mean, I could do Long Nail and Soul Catcher. You can fight Gorb more? I mean, you nearly have enough Geo to get Unbreakable Strength. Oh. I need the key for that 12% though. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that last 12%. Just don't remember if it's possible to get back up to the bench if you do that with wings. I have wings. I have wings. I'm doing the boss, the dream version. Unbreakable Strength is 15k. Oh my gosh. Okay. Into the dream world we go. And I'm going to first try this. Pogo spikes is a funny way to get around. Listen, I've tried pogoing. Pogoing does not agree with me. It simply decided that I am undeserving of its powers. I do like, honestly, I kind of like the little section there. The Lost Kin. Oh, you have... Hi, little Fanta boys. Oh, so the strings are coming in hard, I will say. Like, I don't know what it is, but like right now I'm just hearing the music more. Maybe it's because I'm like... Maybe it's because I'm less focused on the actual fight itself because I'm less surprised by it. Frick. Oh, no. The Lost Kin is kind of cutie, I will say. It just kind of flails around and struggles, and I think that's cute in a sad sort of way. Sorry, I'm just getting some health right now, and that didn't even work. Let's heal. And that healing did nothing. Like, listen, I I can appreciate a little cutie that just flails around because they're so incompetent they can't actually attack. Oh wow, I took 2 damage rapidly. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Is it because of the flailing around? Is it the massive tumor on the side of the head? Is it the Fanta? Bliff into Arrow Knight. Oh, another term that can be helpful is Fragile Heart? Ooh. Heck. I meant to do that. Like, I like the platforming sections from a... It gives you something more interesting to enter the... I don't like platforming sections. I don't like them. They're mean. They're rude. I detest them. Yeah, so like the Lost Kin makes the same noise as the Hollow Knight, which is why I thought it might be a Fanta thing. I thought it might be a like a possession thing. Heck, darn it, frick. That was my worst one yet. If I recall correctly, greed is 9k, heart is 12k, and strength is 15k. Let's do it. That one was my worst one yet, by far. Mostly because I died 3 times on the way... on the way there. The Lost Kin. Ah, frick. The flailing worked. My only weakness. Rampant flailing. I might need quick focus for this because I'm just not really in a position where I'm getting much health. Heck. I'm just trying to face tank it at this rate. I just recognize that I'm not getting healing, so I just, because with the little goober boys, I just don't have the means to heal effect. Like, that was a situation where I physically couldn't do anything because they were at the exact wrong area. The loud scream is the Fanta screaming. That's why you also hear it when the Watcher Knight reanimate. Ah, the scream comes whenever the Fanta takes direct control. The Fanta can take direct control? The Lost Kin knows the power of downspell. You know what? Have you considered downspelling some proper etiquette and not mentioning? I hit D instead of C on my keyboard, which led to me denying myself seeing the pearly gates because I damned myself in the most literal of senses. And of course, by that, I mean, I committed the gravest sin towards yourself that you can do, which is the sin of... I was going to say incontinence. I feel as though that has a meaning that I don't believe it. I was going to say a word without knowing what it meant. Okay. Okay. There is a kind of conscience to the Fanta. Yeah, so I gathered that it's like some sort of infection. And that the husks follow their previous orders, so to speak. But on top of that, it also has its own, like, directive? Hello, Mewy. I don't like the contrast between the blobs in the background. They're hard to see. Like, someone was complaining about that earlier. It may have been you, but like 100%, I'm just like, yeah, there's a lot of orange in the background and there's a lot of orange in the foreground, which means that there's a lot of orange that I'm not seeing. Frick, I'm not getting my dash. Honestly, the iframes on the dash has irrevocably changed how I play this game. And the fact that they gave it a cooldown is monstrous. The fact that in Hollow Knight, you get iframes on your dash, but only once every like second and a half, is absolutely devious. Are you kidding me? This makes me want to say things I can't say on stream. This makes me want to say mean things about the Team Cherry devs. Not because they deserve it, but purely due to some sort of projected desire of reclaiming agency in my life for mistakes that I've made that I could very well have just avoided by simple competence. And yet I avoid, much like the Fanta, in my inability to comprehend why such forces would conspire against me. Like yes, that was a rest period, but I can't rest because there's freaking Fanta boys above me. Why are there Fanta boys? Dash Masher lets you get dashes back faster. I think it makes the cooldown shoulder. If it made the cooldown shoulder, that might be worth it. No, the invincible dash is on a fixed timer. I wasn't complaining, I was warning you. Yet again, my issue with Hollow Knight is not even the combat. My issue with Hollow Knight, by and large, is the platforming. It is the fact that I must be good at 2D platforming to be good at this video game. This 2D platformer requires me to have skills in line with the genre it is a part of. And honestly, I think that should be punishable by death. Now, I'm not gonna be hyperbolic here, but I am gonna say that I do think that a firing squad is a necessity for such a crime. Like, okay, I think I need like quick focus or something, because this lost kin doesn't really have a rest state, because even when the lost kin is resting, these freaking Fanta dudes, there's always at least one, and I physically do not have the time to heal. So I could just get good and like not get hit, but also I'm not good, so I will get hit. How dare you disrespectful. I think I might need quick focus for this. This fight specifically is one of the parts where you can tell that the devs had limited experience, having no way to adjust the colors with the boss projectiles, boss blood, boss ads in the background are all the same color. Yeah, like the dudes are the same. The lack of contrast. The Phantom Balloons have only 1 HP and Defender's Crest can reliably kill them while you heal. What is Defender's Crest? Is that... Defender's Crest? Oh, Defender's Crest actually has a mechanic? I thought Defender's Crest was just silly, funny, haha, dung defender. 1 heal fits it and you go for 2. Well, so that's the thing. I go for 1 heal, and then I have enough time for like 1.5 heals until the orange boy gets me. That's my issue. Silly on the surface? Well, yeah, gross on the surface. So what are we feeling? What are we feeling? Are we feeling... So I want Fragile Strength. I don't think I need Soul Catcher. So I do Defender Crest. Steady body? What are we feeling? Alternatively, I could drop steady body, drop long nail, and I could grab Mark of Pride. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Ew. I understand it's literally from a dung beetle, but this makes me feel so gross. I am someone who, if I go a full 24 hours without showering, I will absolutely feel as though... Oh. Like, I will absolutely feel disgusting. Oh, wow. Your aura is so devastating that all of these beta males cannot compete. Steady body is certainly a charm. That doesn't sound like high praise. Do 1 heal, dispatch the orange boy, then do 1 heal again? Or do 1 heal and pack more? See, that's the thing. My hope was do 1 heal, dispatch orange boy, do 1 heal again. But that doesn't seem to be what it was doing. The Nurgle... Listen, this is just the Asmongold strat. Let's be real. Ah, frick. Heck. Okay, so I definitely saw it's already killing the orange boys. I need to get better about dodging is what this is. So the fact that trails behind me is good. So I can do 1, 2... See, that was a situation where I could do 2. That was a situation I could do too because of the... I walked into that one. Because of the defender or... I was lied to. Wow. I can't believe you would lie to me like that. Actually, that's not the truth. I believe that you would lie to me. Steady bar aura is nice. Nurgle aura is a banger name. Listen, we call it the gift of Nurgle. How long is my nail? Okay, my nail is actually significantly longer than I thought because of Mark of Pride. Ah! Frick. You aren't really using Quick Slash, it seems. I'd recommend... What do you mean I'm not using Quick Slash? Quick Slash just makes my attacks faster, no? Unless I misread what it is, because Quick Slash, I can attack significantly faster using it, correct? Is that not the point of Quick Slash? Because like I'm going for double hits quite often. But wanna know what it is? It's the Lost Kin is being knocked back whenever. You're right, I'm not getting Quick Slash. Not because I'm not using it, but because I'm physically knocking it back. And I think that even Steady Body wouldn't fix that because it's being knocked back, not me. Okay. Although, I feel like that right there was kind of using it. Okay. Okay, that one was me. I just started late. That one was me. I started healing too late. Yeah, so Aura of the Hero, or like Nurgle's gift, unironically, I was not lied to. It's just one time the Fanta kind of ignored it, which super sucked. See, like right there, I just got 3 in. Oh, phase 2, or did I win? Oh. Nice. Oh no, you reach out to me. Your Asmongold Nurgle worshipper friend. Hi. Accept? Wait, so when I beat them in the dream, does that free them? Oh wow, that gave me 400. Easy, well done. I mean, so that was one where like... I would say I struggled with that more than I did the Hollow Knight. But it certainly wasn't one that was as difficult as some of the other bosses in the game. Maybe it's the fact that I was starting the stream by playing Arena 3, which I don't know how hard the Arena 3 is across the entire game. But certainly, Arena 3 is the most difficult thing I've encountered in this game thus far. I know Path of Pain is probably worse. Let's drop this. Just in case. I'll just grab. I'll just grab you. Sure. I'll get super long range. The dream bosses appear to be something like lingering obsessions. Also, most of the bosses I found have had some degree of like the classic ghost. I have unfinished business, right? So my assumption was that was just kind of the... I didn't really know what I was assuming, because with the bosses, they're Fanta. And every ghost I've encountered seems to have been cognizant enough. Also, this guy. What I'm going to do... I was told I needed a stronger dream nail. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to the resting grounds. I'm gonna upgrade my 1600 nail, my 1600 dream nail at the moth, and then I'm gonna go down and fight that dude. He seems cool. Path of Pain is worse. Yeah, so I've heard the Path of Pain is worse. I'm not arguing that. It's literally called the Path of Pain. Lost Kin is such a cool dude. Honestly, like, I wasn't expecting the little like the bow, the reach out the hand. Ah, Wielder, you've returned. Let me have a look at your dream nail. Yes, I thought so. More than 1500 essence. The dream nail's close. So close to fully awakening. Continue on your path, Wielder. I know not what guides you, nor what will it It drives you forward. Once you've collected 1800 essence, though, I will be here waiting. Take this gift. May it grant you strength and help you collect the essence of the world. Oh. Not worth it. Incredible. The dream nail. It is so close. Kingdom's full of old memories, both beautiful and grotesque. Seek them out, blah, 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 blah. Can I do that, dude? Arena 3 is the most difficult thing outside of Pantheons, in my opinion. Arena 3 is pretty heckin' tough. Okay, at least I'm justified in my nonsense. Like, Arena 2 was difficult, and I really struggled with it, but I feel as though I was not struggling to the same extent that I have been with Arena 3. I have spent probably twice as long on Arena 3 than I did Arena 2, and Arena 3 I have not beaten yet. The bow and the reach appears to be Ghost's sibling regaining some of its senses. Yeah, because, like, the Fanta... I mean, what is it? Like, the Reaper control is my first thought? Or, like, classic sci-fi mind control, where there's still someone in there, but they're kind of, like, being puppeted. And with the Fanta, it very much seems to be it turns you into a husk. You are reduced to like 10% of your functionality, and that's all you are. But when you're dead and or dying and or about to die, you get the Fanta beaten out of you. I think the white dude, there needs to be okay, that's what I thought. Then in that case, Soul Tyrant or False Knight? What are we feeling? Always love the still in their vibe. It's so scary. Yeah. And it makes it more interesting, right? Is there no Stagway in the Crystal Peak? Or did I just completely miss the very obvious Stagway that I should have gotten like 20 hours ago? No, and like with the Lost Kin, it's literally my Lost Kin. It is not just a broken vessel, it is my sibling. It is another one of the pale lady? Hand Paleworm? So real quick. I'm child spawn creation of, and all vessels are creations of the Paleworm and the Pale Lady, right? Except Hornet, who was the Beast Dreamer and the Paleworm. But most of the other vessels are like full siblings, right? There are no more. Oh, right, I forgot. I did get all the Stagways. That's why I got the hidden area. Well, so I know all the vessels are siblings. It's just some of them are half siblings, like Hornet. False Knight might be hard for you because you take a lot of hits and he hits like a truck. Okay. Fanta lets go when they aren't useful. Ooh, that's rough. Hornet isn't a vessel. Oh, okay. Because I know Hornet is a daughter of the Pale Worm, as well as the Beast Dreamer. So is what makes you a vessel being a child of both the Pale Lady and the Pale Worm, or is what makes you a vessel being a child of the Pale Lady? And you say I need to go through the resting grounds to the left. She isn't intended as a vessel. This is why Horn is also called the gender child, because she is only a child of the Pale King that was not placed in the Abyss and hollowed out by Void. So the Abyss is my birthplace. And that's also where all the vessels are. There are many vessels. There are like hundreds of vessels. And in the Abyss, there is the different shadows. And all of those are my so a vessel, from what I'm understanding, is one who is intended to take on the role of the Hollow Knight. That is what the Pale King wanted. That is what the Pale Lady wanted. Now the Pale Lady has evolved her thought process and is more like, well, what if you replace it? So basically, all of the different vessels are just like very, very like chosen undead. Very like Ashen One, right? Like very just throw it at the wall, see which one sticks. This knight, the ghost, is the one that makes it. Or presumably, Another alternate explanation, because apparently the death revive mechanics in this game are not very well understood by like a lore perspective. It is actually every death is a canonical death, and that is why you fight the previous abyss, because the abyss is a bad thing, and by destroying the abyss in the previous night, you are effectively like continuing the story, is another interpretation. You must be hollow to be a vessel. Hornet and the Hollow Knight were not hollow. That is why And when you say hollow, you mean hollow as in like hollowed by the abyss, right? Not just like that's not a generic term. That is like literally an actual term, hollowed by the abyss. That is like the black soul within you kind of deal. I'm gonna try False Knight. I don't know where it is though. I am in this room to the left. Oh, False Knight's right above the bench, isn't it? Hornet, is it like a political bargain for this beast support? Ah. So apparently the Pale King had so much pull, had so much riz. Which is kind of messed up when you think about it. Well, like, I understand what it is that's like, oh, like the Hornet's whole thing, or what's her face? Hera the Beast's whole thing is wanting children, and like she's super protective of her brood, and like it's probably something like that. But I do like the idea of just like Pale King got so much riz. Was it not? Ow! There's a reason there's a reason who the original Hollow Knight wasn't hollow. Hollow will be very specific once you get the second half. Understood. Yes, if that's like a lore thing that I haven't heard yet. So, right? Where is the False Knight? Is it above me? Pale King got that pale aura. True! No, I don't. I took off my Fragile Charm. Yeah, I took off the Fragile... Do I hear a grub? Frick. Sorry, I got distracted by a grub. Didn't I have time to heal? Why would I not heal? Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry. No, you're fine. The older Hollow Knight is implied to have a parental connection to the Pale King when they look at each other briefly. They look at each other in a cutscene? No parries? You shut your mouth. I've already told you I don't parry. This is a parryless environment. We do not believe in parries, nor in platypuses. I will simply dodge all of my foes, and if I can't dodge them, I will die. I don't parry. I don't pretend like I'm skilled at this video game. I simply say death before dishonor, and then die. Like in a flashback? When? Did I miss that? Because I have yet to see the Pale King outside of the corpse, right? I hear grub. Frick! Darn it. Where did that grub go? That's my question. You were on the right way, just farther in? I don't see... I don't... Haha! I'm a genius. I will never let a grub go if I know where it is. And that's an absolute lie. You're gonna shoot me with your VtuberEN? Hey, listen, we have too many VTubers already. I'm not gonna, like, put that curse on you. Why would I ever do something so selfish as to make more VTubers? Huh? Can I... Is this not the False Knight? And I suppose I probably should have put on my Fragile Charm if I'm going to go in here. We're not only a VIP, but they have their own custom redeem. That is true. I think you see the flashback after some time. Path pane. Understood. It's up? Oh, right. Because I fought and then we fell, right? That's the shell, but what about the body? Right, this was a little dude. I forgot. Like the mech pilot. Oh. I guess I was never up here because I didn't get this geo. What's the worst RPG I've ever seen? Like, I don't have an answer for that. Where is the little guy? Where'd the little guy go? Did I just miss him? I thought the little guy was going to be up here, but the floor fell through. I hear groaning, moaning, absolutely bemoaning, but heard or seen? I heard him too. I didn't see him. He's groaning, moaning, absolutely bemoaning, incapable of accepting his own inadequacy. There's a broken wall? I mean, that would make sense. There's no floor rumbles. I hear him like right below me, right? I think he's up. Yeah, I think he's to the right here, which would imply he is up. So I probably need to be over here is my guess. Broken wall. Oh! Wait, these are such cuties. Do they damage me? No, they don't. They're so pathetic. Do you think I should... Oh my gosh. Vet, you and me, we're on the same wavelength. You can't tell me to murder them and then get upset at me when I actually murder them. I'm a streamer of my word, if nothing else. Ah! I'm certainly not a streamer of platforming. Why would I murder them? Because I got hunter points with them. Why else? Slay the bugman things. Listen. They're in my journal of things to kill and I get rewarded if I kill you. Why would I not then proceed to kill them? It's over here. Oh! This was it right here. Ah! The failed champion. Oh, so false knight, failed champion. I have not fought this guy's moveset in quite a while. Ow! Well then. I think I might need a little bit of a switchy-doo. A swappy-doozy. In my skill set. Just quick thought. Quick maths. Wait, do I have a bench in here? A lot more aggressive than before. I will be upset. I did not ask you to murder them. Yeah, but this way. Vet asked me to murder them. And I'm not gonna like not do what my chat asked me to do. No one said, hey, don't murder these guys. I only heard one person asking me to murder them. Stag bench. This is what you get for killing his brothers. Listen. Do I deserve it? Probably. Am I... Oh, wait, I can go up? What the heck? I think I missed a spot. Yeah. Wait, real quick. Please hold. I think because this was like before I had jump. Oh no, this is before. Let me try this real quick. Yeah, I haven't been up here. Neat. So I know that, strictly speaking, the ad is currently going. I'm not... Okay, I'm just gonna pause. Maim, kill, burn! Mercies for the weak! Average corn berserker. This is what I get for killing his brothers. I may deserve divine retribution, but there's nothing divine about a failed champion. The only thing divine about him is the smacking he's gonna get reputationally when he goes and becomes the twice failed champion after I defeat him thus further. I do appreciate that my chat seems to be pretty firmly like chaos pilled. Occasionally I will have people praise the Corpse Emperor, but unfortunately I have to keep them around. I have to keep up the appearance of being a loyal Imperial subject for no other reason than it's funnier when they trust me before I stab them in the front. I don't even stab them in the back at this rate. Yeah, so with Warhammer 40k, there's 2 factions within it. There's more than that. But there is the Imperium of Man, which are adherents of a religious ideology following the Emperor of Mankind, and then the Chaos Forces, which oppose the Imperium and oppose the Imperium and the Emperor of Mankind. And so oftentimes, if you talk to a 40k fan, they will have a very strong opinion on whether or not they support the Emperor of Mankind or not. And I'm pretty firmly on the side of Chaos. Hydra Dominatus, my friend. Actually, it's not the average Corn Berserker that says Maim, Kill, Burn. It's actually specifically Karn the Betrayer's line. Actually, Karn the Berserker initiated the Maim, Kill, Burn line, which sometimes has been appropriated as Kill, Maim, Burn since then, and it became co-opted by Corn Berserkers after Karn originated it, much in the same way that one of the Night Lords, I think it's Severnus, began the Death to the False Emperor line, and then that got co-opted by all of Chaos as a uniting fact. So, actually. I like the Emperor, but Golken Malko, where's that, lads? Whoa! Hey, my man. Hello. Nah, there's the Imperium of Cringe, the Eldari, the Necrons, and the Tau. And Demons. Excuse me. Where's your A in that Demons? What is my opinion on Warhammer Kill Team? I want to try out Kill Team. I've never played Kill Team. Kill Team, from my understanding, is a skirmish war... You know, these guys are not as bad as the ones in the arena because I can actually kill them in one hit. I want to try a Kill Team. I do like the idea of a skirmish war game as opposed to a full-on war game because I think that there's a lot in 40k. I've played a lot of 40k. I enjoyed a lot of 40k, but ultimately it is a lot. And I think that a skirmish war game would be fun. That being said, if I was to pick up a skirmish war game, I'd put Lancer. If I was to pick up a skirmish war game, I'd pick up Malagast Magna Gothica. If I was to pick up a skirmish war game, I'd try Trench Crusade. Like, I like 40k. I think Kill Team is cool. It is not even like top of my list for skirmish war games. Which... What? Drains the soul of its bearer and uses it to birch halfling. Hatching with no desire to eat or live and will sacrifice himself to protect. I don't know if I feel comfortable having a Phanto womb. I'm sure there are some people that would be very happy about that, but I don't know if I'm one of them, Chief. Oh! I suppose... I'm just gonna go. Yeah, I'm just gonna drive right into the spikes instead of talking about that. No, they didn't say procreate. They said breed. Which, if you're gonna be a womb, I guess. Don't kink shame the mutant fly. I'm less kink shaming, I'm more kink, like, covering my eyes with a hand and walking away pointedly. Like, you do you, but also embarrassed. Allow me to... Oh, yeah, the stagway's... Wait, someone told me I couldn't go the stagway, you goobers. Sharp shadow... I think the range on my nail might actually be it. Honestly? Fragile? Fine. I'll breed just a little bit. They're so cute. Wait a second. Gotta try the funny new charm? Yes, and that's the only reason. Wait. My children. They even have a little sleeping animation. Try the glowing womb with the defense. No, I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not into that. I don't want that. That would, no. The summoner build. I love summoner builds. Did you breed? I breed a little bit. As treat. I love our little children already. Yeah. The mother build. All right. Let's roll out, kids. We're gonna go find your father. Oh! Oh my gosh. Ah! We're gonna go find your father wherever he went off to go get cigarettes. Oh no, I feel like there's... I feel like the sheer nonsense of just having like 12 summons absolutely is... Heck. Absolutely is what I need. Our enemies shall be forced to pay. Listen, they might have a 50% chance to dodge my strikes, but they don't have a 50% chance to dodge alimony. Heck. I'm gonna die before I reach it. I'm gonna lose. Oh my gosh. I was joking? Wait, I have a teleport. Why am I walking this? I should go back and I should just teleport. Didn't I? Yeah, I sent a dream gate. They are a vicious horde. I call them the Golden Horde in honor of the Mongols. Okay, real question. Do I rock the shield because it's funny? I think I dropped the shield. Yeah, I did set a dream nail warp, which is why I'm going to do that. Our enemies shall be forced to pay child support. That is our battle cry. All right. Let's rock it. You and me. We're going to make them rue the day they tried walking out. I was going to say arrow rights, and then I was like, well, no, like, because of the womb, it could be arrow breeds, and then I don't think that's right. And then I was going to say arrow mothers, and then I don't think that's right. Arrow wombs is certainly right out. Ow, frick. Oh, heck, there's things above me, I forgot. Heck. Heck. Okay, the children. The children. We need the children. Oh, wow, okay. That was one of the fights of all time. Arrow births, wombing it. Don't leave orphans? I'm not leaving orphans. I've already made it very clear that if I somehow stumbled into a series of children that like just kind of like latched to my side, I would just take responsibility for them. That's just the kind of person I am. I like, there's no reason to punish children for being born an orphan. Am I just not getting soul by smacking you? Why? Oh, why am I not getting soul by smacking you? Oh, is it because it wasn't you? It was your armor? Okay, my child. Strike! Also, Grimm's child, like... Oh, wait, no, Grimm is the father! or no, Grimm is the father of the Grimm child? Wait, have I been sleeping around? This is news to me. Like, I was unaware that I had children with multiple fathers. And apparently I have a verifiable, like, armada of children. So, well, no, so that's the thing, right? Like, I talked about this, like, someone asked me, like, what would happen if I had, like, the ability to summon 7 goblins, like 5 to 10 goblins? What mischief would I get up to? And I was like, well, if they're sapient beings, I would feel responsible for them. Therefore, I would adopt them as my children. Or as, like, I would be their guardian kind of deal. Because it wouldn't be right of me to allow these sapient, sentient individuals into a new world that they have no understanding of, did not ask to be a part of, and just kind of force them into that? So arrow breedable then? There's gonna be fan art of that, isn't there? Well, I am playing the Filled Knight. That is certainly a sentence. You cannot heal because the womb takes soul. Well, no, so I understand that it slowly drains, but I'm just not gaining any. Heck. Like I understand the principle of like, oh, I'm losing soul because it drains from it, but also I'm smacking it and my soul is just not going up until this pops out and then I get a bunch. Heck. Someone draw a fly with an arrowhead. Why? That sounds horrifying. At the very least, maintain it to be a normal fly that has my hair and like my jacket. That would be okay. Is a fly wearing human... okay, if you have an animal wearing humanoid characteristics, but it's not anthropomorphic, is that furry? We're bringing it back. We're coming back to the furry conversation of if you have like a fly that has my jacket that I'm currently not wearing and my hair and like maybe the choker, is that furry? Or if you have like a wolf that has the hairstyle and like identifiable characteristics of some content creator, is that furry? Because it's not like an anthropomorphic wolf. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is we're talking just a straight up like animal. I think I swap out the shield with quick slash. No, frick. Not quick slash. With a shadow strike because, heck, I was trying to heal. I'm more concerned by the idea that having a womb drains your soul. Kind of wild to see said. I mean, having a womb does drain your soul entirely based off of the societal expectations placed upon you, because what are you in society if you have a womb other than a vector to create children, right? That is what a lot of people are forced into. That is what a lot of people feel pressured to do, even though they themselves are not interested or incapable, or simply scared, right? There's a lot of people who feel this soul drain because they have a womb, not because there's anything wrong with having a womb, but simply because they feel the societal pressure of it. Also, periods. Is a period not your soul draining out if blood is like the essence of life? Furries are very specific derivation. First and foremost, furries are a community, and one need not a fursuit to participate. Oh yeah, so we were having this conversation earlier, right? We're having a whole conversation about what makes a furry. What are the lines of furdom, I guess? What makes something a furry versus just like a monster lover? If you were to engage in hanky-panky with a werewolf that is in human form, would that be furry? Because, I mean, they're a werewolf, but also at the same time, they are human, at least at that specific moment. Heck. Second, furries evolved from a specific time. Period is drained, yes. soul is your life energy, so it kind of makes sense that birthing little guys would consume some of the life force from you. Listen. All I'm gonna say is that I'm playing the ghost, and the ghost is looking pretty submissive and breedable right now. Grub song, children maxing. You know, there's... Knowing the internet, there's probably a parody game or art of something to that effect of where you're just children maxing in a very not safe for work manner. Which, like, I mean, bully for you if that's what you want. I feel Anthro is furry. Once it gets more creature, it gets more monster. Once it gets more human, then it's a weeb. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with it's not furry once it's like monster. Because what if it's a bipedal monster? Is the creature from the Black Lagoon furry? Or is it monster? I think that we're all pretty clearly on the camp of werewolf is furry. However, that just might be a vibes thing. Heck. I think I need to swap out the shield. I don't think the shield is doing that much, respectfully. I need to stop doing this. I feel like monster lovers are a subgroup. That's a child arrow? What's a child? Grimchild? Grimchild is my child soldier. Hollow Knight breeds. Wild. Are they furry or are they a monster? Fair question. And 9 other questions keep you up at night. In the triangle of furry, monster, weeb, what's in the middle? That's the thing. I don't think weeb is the correct human interpretation of that, because then you're saying cat girls are weeb. Like cat boys are weeb. Puppy girls are weeb. I don't think that's true. Dreamnail him while he's down. You can completely refill and heal. Dreamnail him when he's down. You can completely refill and heal if you poke him every now and then. What does that mean? Like the false knight? Puppy girls are trans, excuse you. Listen, puppy girls are trans. That exactly, they're not weeb, but I would say that they're part of they're part of that trifecta. This with the soul charm goes hard. The soul catcher? People who like anthropomorphic animals with human traits, would gather at sci-fi conventions. A specific spark often cited in 1980 convention discussion panel about an illustrated story featuring anthropomorphic animals. Fans then realized there was a shared niche interest in what... Is that the origin of the furry community? Arrow suggestion, Dreamwielder to Dreamnail the white guy. Why? Like, I'm not saying no, but I'm saying why. No, so I assume that you meant the dream charm. What good does that do me? Oh my gosh. Ah! Yeah, so I assume you mean get the Dreamnail charm, Dreamnail the dude when he's on the floor. What does that do? More soul? Oh. Frick. I had one child. Well, technically 2, because Grim is my first. Grim is from the first. You know, I wasn't expecting to mother an entire brood. But apparently that's what I'm doing. And it should not surprise me whatsoever that they are the most violent mongrels you could imagine. Every time you Dreamnail them, you'll get... Okay, so I still have fragile strength. Every time I Dreamnail them, I'll get 2 heals worth of... Oh. Go, my child. My child nearly executed me. Not very cash money of you. Oh, right. I did walk instead of Dreamgate. My mistake. I'm gonna go back then, and I'm gonna heal. I was wondering how I came in last time with full health. Because I have no reason to do this. You're so smart. This is why I need just a cabal of eunuchs to advise me on all matters of political intrigue. As the fandom grew, MUs and BBS boards in the 1980s and 90s let fans socialize, write stories, invent personas, and the identity part of the fandom took shape through roleplay and internet. Yeah, so I know internet forums was a very large part of early furry culture, because early internet forums was a very large part of every single fandom that existed in the early 2000s. Yeah, so I got the dash one to help me dash through him easier. And my hope is that will allow me to take less damage. So now if I dream now. Ah, understood. Heck. That's actually pretty pog. Okay. Okay, then you're gonna do your thrashing so I can just heal. Okay, now that we have the dream nail, we're kind of locked in, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, heck. Wow. Yeah, that really completely changes the dynamic of the fight. And now that I have a bunch of health, I can send off my children to war. Elbozo. That's not the end of the fight, is it? You have phase 2? Nope. Defeat the failed champion. Yeah, thank you for the dream nail tip. I was not expecting that really in any capacity. I wanted the strength to protect the other. When I saw that knight sleeping safe in his big armored shell, it wasn't madness that drove me to it. I just wanted it. But in the end, if strength cannot save you, then what can? Wait, did you kill the proper knight? Oh, so your friends that were mourning you were absolute jerks. Understood. You don't deserve this. You might be an absolute goober cutie, but that's all you are. You have the depth of a pond. And by pond, I mean puddle. Thank you. My children served me well. Go, children! Go! Thank you. I wonder if that thing was a parasite. I mean, the little grubby dudes could have been parasites, which would be very on theme for Hollow Knight. So now what I can do is I can go back up to the resting grounds. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like having the little children. Maybe breeding can be fun. The resting ground. I wonder if that thing was a parasite. I would like to see an adaptation of Hollow Knight, but have it be alien insectoid body horror. I want to see Hollow Knight, and it's literally just Hollow Knight. It's not even like inspired. It's not nothing. It's just Hollow Knight. But instead of everything being friend-shaped, everything is horrific. I feel like it would have significantly less appeal. Ah, Wielder, you returned. Let me have a look at that dream nail. Yes, the time has come. The dream nail. And you as well, Wielder. It's time for you both to awaken. The essence you've collected, the hope that still remains in this old kingdom, pure potential. Let it course through you and into the dream nail. Hold it aloft, Wielder. Awaken! Incredible. My children are all witness to this. Awoken dream nail. Hold D, just charge and slash with the nail. Dream nail has upgraded. It can break even the most protected mind. Oh, Pog, mind break. Collected 1800 essence. So, we have the tags mind break and breeding. Maybe this really is the filled knight. Maybe it's a parody. Ah, yes. No dream can hide itself from you now. You can peer into the darkest places. You just need to find the right crack. What will you do with such power, Wielder? Whose memories will you hunt down? Ah, do as you wish. My promise is fulfilled. May the crimes of my tribe be washed away in time like the rest of this kingdom's. What are you doing? I personally don't like minion charms. They mess with staggers a lot. So, I really like summons. They are fun to me. That is why, like in Dark Souls, I will always go human to fight a boss, so I can summon allies. Not because the fight's too difficult, not because I need the help, but literally just because I think it's fun. It's cool. Dreamnail's gone woke. Too many kinks today. Listen. I'm not complaining. A furry is a person who engages with that culture, not just any anthropomorphic animal-human hybrid in fiction. Well, yes, so we established that, but I feel as though a lot of people also agree, like, Lola Bunny is furry. Lucario is furry. Hold aloft your light now, the saber of dreams. So I feel as though there is a part of it where it's just like, you know it when you see it. There is a part of it that involves this idea of it's not just the community. I feel like it's also characteristics. Not enough for you? Well, enjoy your time on your own, I guess, or with others. Haha. Who are you? That's how I return. Do I have to fight you? Ah! I do. Okay, why do you have that, like, little run? Ow, heck. Yeah, so the thing... Oh, wow, you do 2 damage each. The thing with that previous fight was every time I was hitting the armor, I wasn't getting shield. Oh. I don't have... Arrow, I very strongly recommend Grub Song and Hive Blood for this place. I've avoided Grub Song because I've heard it's a crutch. Oh, I want to... No. I'm going in a dream, so the fragile strength is fine. This place is more chill, though, compared to the deeper parts. Woo, White Palace. White Palace? What is that? As far as I'm aware, this is just a one-off random buddy that I'm fighting, right? Right? That's teleport. Nope, that's... That's not what I wanted. I didn't want to teleport. I wanted to place a teleport. And I knew that when I was pressing the button. And I was like, wow, this teleport beacon is taking a long time. I love this place, and that's a very good recommendation. So my issue is that with Hive Blood, I legitimately think I'm taking damage too often. I don't think Hive Blood will be very useful. Not because it's a bad charm, but because it is a charm that I don't know how often I'll get to use it. Now that is what I call a wrong warp. Shut up. Okay. How about you shut your mouth? Oh, I can skip this. Oh. Grimchild noises are so nice. Grimchild noises are very funny. They're a bit annoying. Okay. D down. Nope. I can teleport into a tree. No, I can't. Never mind. Screw it. Screw it. Grimchild, go! Pokemon! What? What? Huh? Where? What? What? The White Palace? Why is the guy gone? Huh? Oh my gosh. Oh. Dude. No. Maybe Grimchild finished that thing off while you were dying? I get... Oh, do I have to... Okay. Okay. Wait. I think having Grimchild is messing with the... Yeah, Grimchild has made it so that I can't jump those. There is a map for this area, so... Nope. That's the issue. In this game, sometimes just going down lets you go down. No. Break. Yeah, no kids mess with this place. There's basically no combat. Okay, so now I understand why you were saying hive blood. Because I assumed I was just fighting this dude. You a Eep now? Oh, this is literally the White Palace. Like, this is the front door. Yes, I'm gonna head back. I'm going to get hive blood. I'm going to drop the kids off. Sorry. It was fun. No more breeding. Oh, there's a bench here. Log. So I'm going to drop off. Oh, I'm not on the bench. That's why. And hive blood. Oh, nice. Bye, driver. Enjoy. Listen, I dropped the kids at home. It's just you, me. Nope, I removed my womb. I had a hysterectomy, so I can't even make that joke. Goodbye, Arrow's child. Okay, so I assume I have to... Yeah, that is much easier. Cool. So this is just platforming, it seems. Because everyone's like, oh, there's no combat, no combat. Oh, wait, no, if there's no combat, that means this is all platforming. Wait a minute. I don't like this. I see why you recommended hive blood, if nothing else. Oh. Neat. By the way, you can look at... Yeah, so I know you can look up and down. Deep Focus plus Grub Song gives you infinite heals. Deep Focus? I don't think I have Deep Focus. Yeah, I don't have Deep Focus. Interesting. There's a little tiny itsy bitsy bit of combat. That strikes me as there's a super hard boss here. Nice. And I'm gonna screw with you by saying that there's not much combat. But also, I am a paranoid creature. I see. Bow. Well, you defeated me once, or so did your sibling. Oh, wait. Oh, that's not like a boss. That's like... Oh, so I think that my boy actually did kill it. I think Grimchild did probably just kill it. I assumed it was like a boss, not... Predator Strength is a choice here. Oh, I didn't pick it up? Pick up what? Yeah, so reminder, please no spoilers, but at this point in the game, like, I'm pretty alright with backseating. So, sorry. I'm pretty alright with backseating, so if I miss something in here, just tell me that I missed it. Don't tell me exactly where it was, just be like, hey, you missed something, go back for it. That's totally chill. I'm at the point in the game where, like, I don't plan on doing another Hollow Knight stream. So, if you want me to see something... Nice. Oh, they're probably talking about Deep Focus. Didn't pick up Deep Focus, I think is what... Oh, got it. Back? Maybe? Nope. Yeah, was there anything down here? Nope. No. Whoops. Oh! Hive blood. I can just die, and it has no consequences. At least, not that I'm aware of. So this is literally just some platforming. Got it. I thought there might have been like some choice or exploration. Nope. Wait, so if I'm not going that way, I guess this is the right way to go. The left is the right. So now you can wait to get health back. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I was like, in a fight, I don't think I'm going to use that, but I do definitely see the value of it in a combat situation, or in a non-combat situation. My apologies. Okay, did that latch do anything over here? No. Oh, frick. Heck, darn. In a fight, right? Yes, you opened the thingy from before. That's what I assumed. Oh, this one. Elevator. Kiwi platforming. Luckily, even though I'm bad at platforming, I have evolved in my platforming skills. So I'm not hopeless, I'm just incompetent. Which there is a difference, I will have you know. Listen, my strength might be fragile, but my ego is not. Oh. My king, all for us. Wait a second, is it? So that guard outside. So this is the palace. This is the White Palace. Pale King, Pale Lady. They're calling me, they're referring to the king. This is a dream of the guard that was outside. There was a guard outside the Pale Lady that was defending from the infected mantis people. So presumably, is this like the memory of the White Palace? And in the White Palace there's going to be the Pale King, and then the Pale King is going to give me the other half of the thing that the Pale Lady gave me. So those two pieces put together allows me to end the cycle? But I thought the Pale King was the Pale Worm, and the Pale Worm was dead. And the Pale Worm is where I got the King Seal from. So I can't fight the Pale Worm, because the Pale Worm is dead, unless I fight the Dream version of the Pale Worm, because the Dream versions of enemies exist, and this is the Dream World, where the Pale Worm, his spirit might be the Pale King in the White Palace? Weird. You want to try the Path of Pain? Like, I think legitimately I probably won't have fun with Path of Pain. Because Path of Pain, from what I'm aware, is like brutal platforming. And that... Sorry, boss. I just realized I can get a hunter progression with you guys, so... You should not have had XP. So Pale Worm was, and then Metamorphosis, and then Pale King is, they are the same. Pale Worm transformed, changed bodies. How much would you, for how much would you do Path Pain? Tell you what, I can, on Twitch, I can set up a thing, which I need to figure out what it would be. I can do a thing where I can set up a 35% off discount when you gift 5 or more subs. And I need to do 6 more of them. I have 6 more of them available by the end of the year. And I don't have 6 more Twitch streams. So I'll probably... What I could do is I could end stream. I could activate it. I could turn stream back on. And I could make a discount. And I could say, give me X subs and I will do Path of Pain. Like, oh wait, what about a subathon where I do Path of Pain? And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to do Path of Pain for 1 hour. Every sub is an additional like 15 minutes. I'm not going to lie, Path of Pain is going to take you a couple hours. That's what I'm saying. So if I monetize it, if I make it so you have to pay me money in order for me to actually properly play it, boom, I'm suddenly winning. I have 64 hours total available promotion time remaining. I can distribute this over 6 promos. So I should probably be using this. A separate stream for Path of Pain when... I mean, so what I could do... I could just have a separate Path of Pain stream. I think we would all be winning, not gonna lie. Yeah, so I need to remember to do my discount because I get a certain amount every year. I was hoping to do it at the end of Hollow Knight, but I didn't realize that I have to wait until stream is over to do that. The speedrun of it is like 3 minutes. It's actually very impressive. Listen, I have massive respect for speedrunners, and I don't really plan on ever speedrunning, just because like the thing that draws me to a game is not doing it quickly and efficiently. Like when I got S rank on all of the sorties in AC6, that was an odd decision for me. That is not something I do regularly. It's just a separate bench. I swear, if I encounter a Cornifer in this dream realm and he's like, oh, I'm so happy to be ignoring my wife and go grabbing maps of places. The evil must be contained. A slow run of it can be 7 hours or more. Y'all know my platforming ability, and you know that I'm not only not confident in it, I'm also aware of my struggles with platforming. I think it would take probably more than 7 hours, which is why I think a subathon where I Path of Pain the entire time might be really funny. Although like, December is the holiday season. It is time for Christmas. It is time for my birthday. I could do a subathon. And the first thing I could do is I could make goals where it's, I will Path of Pain if you hit X dollars. Would that interest you? Yay or nay? Frick. I don't like this. I have decided I do not like this. I see why you recommended Hive Blood. Frick. Without Cornifer getting maps, they would be broke. It's his job. It has begun. Is this a platforming section? Much like how if you're a cop, you have to tell me. Apparently I don't get iframes. Or did I just... No, that was definitely like I just didn't have iframes for that. Frick. Okay. So I'm safe next to the big saw blade. That is a very silly thing to say, but true enough. So if I'm right here, I'm safe. Incredible. Applaud. Oh, that's what I need to add. I need to add an applause SFX. Ah! Behold the Pale King's obsession with moving saw blades. Listen, the Pale King was just a fan of Super Meat Boy. Frick. Oh, and understood. So if I heal, that heals. I understand why Hive Blood is so useful. Want to hear my White Palace joke? Shoot. Do it quickly and efficiently is about having the mastery of the game's mechanics, tricks, and game knowledge. So for me, speedruns are great in that way. And that's the thing. When I play a game, I generally don't play it for the... I want mastery of the game. I play it because I want to enjoy the story, I want the narratives, I want the vibes. That's why I have had tangents about this game where I just kind of like theorize about the lore. And what excites me about this game... What excites me about this game is not the combat or the exploration or the Metroidvania or the cool abilities. What excites me about this game is figuring out, like, okay, so the Pale King is the Pale Worm. This area is very, not only visually similar, but the guard looked similar to the Pale Lady. And I was informed that I need 1800 Dreamnail in order to get the other half of the Pale, the white fragment, which does not mean that I will find it here, but I can. And then because I know all these connections, that implies that I'm going to get it from the Pale King in this area. And that's just neato to me. I just think it's neat. Ah! Well, I'm waiting on your White Palace joke. Okay, there you are. Royal Retainer. My king. Where did you acquire all these buzzsaws? They make moving around the palace quite challenging, to say the least. Sawcon. What is this Sawcon you speak of? Sawcon this worm dick! That's what he told Haza the Beast. And boom, Hornet was born. I do always find it funny when you interpret serious characters unseriously. Like you interpret like the Pale King just acts like a frat bro. Or you have some character that very much would never say something absolutely ridiculous. Not because you're like, you hate the canon, but because you think it would be funny. Birds. No, those are bugs. I'm gonna do it. That was a mistake. This was a massive mistake. I should not have done it. I feel as though... Why do I feel like I knew about the saw blades? I feel like I've heard a joke or something about the Pale King and saw blades. So like obviously this is clearly they had a choice on what interior design they decided, and they decided, I'm thinking Greco-Roman butcher. What do you mean by that, sir? Oh, you'll see, don't worry. Huh? Ah! Luckily, I have mobility options. These mobility options are kind of high skill ceiling, but they're there. And I try my best, and that's what matters. And that's why in a section like this, where fundamentally it is easy if you just know what you're doing and you are confident. Why you have to be mad? Is only a game. Like at this point, are those cactuses in the back? They look like cactuses, which makes sense given how violent this decorum is. Frick, darn, dang, drat. I'm sorry. I'm absolutely... frick! Actually, it's cacti. Hey, do you see the door right behind you? That's the last time you're ever going to see it, because I'm putting you in the ground. You thought I was going to tell you to go? No, I'm going to tell you that I'm taking your life right now. To be a succulent... Okay, cacti and succulents are furries and monster lovers, right? They're not the same, but they're basically the same. Half of the Pale King jokes are about saw blades. Okay, I think I've heard some of those then. Like, obviously, I had no context, but... It strikes me as something that I have heard before. Beep! Ah! Sorry. I make noises. I just kind of like leap of faith that one. I don't know if that was the wisest of choices, but it certainly was a choice. The other half is about his particular head shape. Oh no, does he have a penis head? Is his head shaped like a... Ah, yes! Healing, lovely. I'm glad I don't need that with my hive blood that I, by myself, without any external intervention, decided to equip. Succulents kind of don't have spines, and cactus famously do. Well, yeah, so cacti have spines. Succulents don't necessarily. Great. But they're both, like, dry. They both hate water. They both would sooner be set alight on fire than drown. I am dead. Goodbye. I am dead. Goodbye forever. What? Okay, so I showed that clip to my roommate like a year ago. And to this day, we still both reference it, despite the fact they do not watch VTubers. It's very funny to me. I think the saw blades and spikes are like a sort of mental defense or something. It's not a literal spike. Yeah, so I assume that this is all metaphorical, right? Which like, how do you explain all of the consistencies of the other dream fights? I don't know. All of the other dream fights were pretty consistently fragmented reality that was like EBGBs. All of the others were like fragmented reality, which had this kind of fallen out of reality look to it. Darn it. What's the timing on this? Frick. Okay, I think I have to jump down after the saw blade, is my guess. Right, so like right now. That's not what I wanted. Pogo good? Oh! Right, I can pogo! I mean, this one is more well-guarded. Yeah, so it had a stronger mental shield. That would make sense. And maybe it's like... Maybe it's not literally like... Oh, wait, I'm silly. I can just... Oh, I can do this, where I get better sight lines. Oh! Ah! You don't wall slide, just fall, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Ah! Ah! Sorry. It's a metaphor for the Pale King's desire to align his palace with saw blades. Listen, if I was the king of a castle, I wouldn't have none of this, like, weird, nonsensical power dynamic stuff. Saw blades. So I respect that in the Pale King. You can go balls to the wall, crazy stupid. I've played Persona. Like, I'm playing Persona 5 right now, and by playing it right now, I mean I haven't played it in quite... Did this do nothing? Did I do all of that for nothing? What? There was a lever? I'm gonna go commit Sudoku. What lever was there? Go back up? I can't go back up! Up is down! Up is down, left is right. Arrow rights has left the building. Arrow rights has committed a wrong. Arrow wrongs wants to commit vehicular manslaughter on the ghost. Pale lever on pale background in pale palace. Thank you for that. I will say, as frustrating as some of these things are, like the orange blobs on the orange background in the orange fight with the orange blood, which has happened like more than once. It's not just the one fight that did that. Ah! Or like the pale on the pale on the pale. I definitely feel as though, broadly speaking, the orange on black background has been very effective. The stark white on dark background has been very effective of the ghost. That being said, there are certainly some areas where it's like, eep. Same happened to me twice. Arrow rage baited. I thought it was pretty obvious. Yeah? Yeah? Have you not seen me play video games? Respectfully. Have you not been watching this channel? Have you not been keeping up with stream? Have you not seen that the most obvious thing in front of my face will go right over my head because I am playing as like a 4'0" cutie little like plush? These horns catch nothing. Despite the fact you imagine that they would snag on everything that goes 6 inches above my head. No, I watched Roar and said that's fair. Like, you have terrible taste, but that is also fair. You know, like, you need good, shiny, good Skaven brain, find and identify a shiny treasure. I'm 40k pilled, I'm sorry. I'm not fantasy pilled. Which is wild, because I started as a D&D channel, and like, I love fantasy. But at the same time, I know significantly more about 40k than I do about fantasy. Arrow growl, yeah, and? New arrow noise to enter the scene? Yeah, and? Does that get added to the clip compilation? Okay, where is this? Where's this lever? You keep saying you're bad at platforming, but you're consistently are quite good at the platforming, then start flailing around when a fight starts. No? Shut up. Yeah. No. Frick. I promise I'm good at 2D platforms. The 2D platforms are my strength. No, they're my weakness. What? No, I'm saying the opposite of what the fighting game. I'm good at fighting games. No, I'm not. That's a lie. I'm terrible at fighting games. Why am I saying? Why would I lie to you? I'm going too fast. I am ignoring my half blood. Important Arrow. Do you watch Poor Hammer? Are you Arrow tasteful or Arrow cringe? I watch Adric. I'm familiar with Poor Hammer, but Poor Hammer talks more about, from what I'm aware, the game than like the lore. I'm more interested in 40K. I'm more interested in 40K as a setting than I am as a game. I've played a lot of the game and I've enjoyed it, but I don't really care about like the difference between Eldar Guardians and like Guardsmen, right? Where they'll talk about like, because I've seen some of the Poor Hammer videos where they're like, which is the best cannon fodder in every army? And like, I enjoy those videos. They're just not what I watch consistently. I'll watch them occasionally, but they kind of talk about both. I actually am not familiar with them enough to like say, oh yeah, they never talk about the lore. I'm just familiar with them mostly talking about mechanics, right? That's my main exposure to them. And then obviously, right. And then obviously they'll like collab with like Bricky, Adric, and then they'll like hop on and chat about that. Or they'll play Space Marine 2 together, which is super silly. So I'm familiar with them, I just don't watch them consistently. Okay. Where is this gosh diggity darn lever? Hey, how we doing? We're in the Pale Palace, the White Palace, and I went through the saw blade section without hitting the lever. You know those memes where it's just like LeBron looking all sad, and it's just like LeBron brought in the Greeks into the Trojan Gate. Oh, come on, LeBron. That's how I feel when it's just like Arrow didn't hit the saw blade in the White King's Palace. Come on, Arrow. What is the timing on this? What? What the? How did I do this? What? Right. That's rough, buddy. Oh, we're talking about Warhammer. I'm reading the 4th edition of Fantasy. Ooh. He forgot the doll. LeBron went into a sit rep without leaving his castigation state. Come on, man. Frick. Darn. When it goes down. Yeah, there's 2 of them. When which one goes down? I think the one in front of me, no? I did this before, I promise. I have video evidence. What the cheese? Don't you get me? Don't you get me? Okay, so what the hecky heck? So, oh, there we go. That was easy. Okay. Nothing down here, right? Crucible 7's 4th edition Warhammer Fantasy TTRPG. Okay. Where is the lever? Wrong lever, Kronk. Okay, this is not good. So this is where I jumped down before. Where is the lever? Pogo saws? Okay. Where is the lever? I'm not going back down here again until I get told where the lever is. I understand we're in an ad break. There's almost every rule I want. Well, so my understanding of fantasy is Fantasy has Age of Sigmar, End Times, Fantasy, and like one other one. So there's a bunch of different rule sets about different timelines. At the bottom, mostly they sort of talk about the game itself, as in a lot of how the game interacts with the lore. For example, they might talk about how flavorful Detachment's ability is. Yeah, and that's why, funny enough, when I'm gonna pause just for the ad. When 10th was new and all the data slates came out, I loved hearing Bricky's reaction to them and like gushing about how flavorful Dark Pact was and how powerful Oath of Moment was. And obviously they've shifted over time with the books and the codices all coming out. Like his opinions on that and my opinions on that have changed. I think that broadly, I kind of wish the codexes came out more frequently. Like, I know that's not a hot take, but there have been some armies where if I look up 40k 10th edition Imperial Guard, do they have a codex yet? Or are they still on their data slates? Because last I heard, which was like a year and a half ago, so not recently, but like a year and a half ago, they did not have their book yet. Yeah, there's still armies without codexes. And I CSM, Death to the False Emperor, love it. Got a codex very quickly. Dark Pact by itself, very strong and flavorful. Tyranids. The main models I have are Tyranids because I bought the Tyranid half of a Leviathan box set off a buddy of mine, like a year and a half, 2 years ago at this point. Year and a half. Top of 2024. So I mostly played Tyranids. I like the flavor of invasion fleet. I think it's kind of strong, but it's really not that powerful. I do think that being in Synapse increasing your strength by 1 was necessary. I think it should also increase AP. No Tyranid unit has any melee AP. Like, even the Swarmlord, I think, had maybe -1 on the attacks, because, like, I bought the Swarmlord. Guard came out at the start of this year, like March. Oh my gosh, that was like a full year where they only had their data sheet. Drukhari came out last month. Norn Emissary. Okay, so the Norn Emissary is cool, and I often would run one. Like, I'd proxy it because I think they're cool. That being said, the Norn Emissary is like a Land Raider. Like, I do not think it is fair to say, oh yeah, well, no, Tyranids have some AP in melee, right? Like, they have, like, the Swarmlord, Norn Emissary, like, sure. Their Carnifexes have some AP, like, -1 AP. They're tank busters. They're vehicle equivalent tank busters. Oh. Yeah, this one was just fully... Yeah. I really am incompetent, aren't I? Whee! Luckily, the second time was not nearly as bad as the first. I was much more on the ball. -2 is like nothing for anti-tank. Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, in 40k, we're having a brief interlude. Please hold. In 40k, when you attack someone, your weapon will have a ballistic skill, or a weapon skill. This is how good you are at attacking with it. So this might be a 4+. So when I roll to attack you, I roll 1d6, and if I roll a 4 or higher, boom, I hit you. Then once I declare I hit you, then we compare our strength versus your toughness. The strength toughness is entirely relative. So if my strength is 4 and your toughness is also 4, because these are equivalent, I need to roll a 4 or higher on another d6 after hitting you. If your toughness is actually 5, you are tougher than I am strong. So I have to roll a 5+. Meanwhile, if you have a toughness of 5 and I have a strength of 6, I'm stronger than you are tough. I only need to roll a 3 or higher. And then if I'm double your toughness, if my strength is, so if I have a strength 10, then I need to roll a 2 or higher. And if I have half of your toughness, so if I have a strength of like 2, then I would need to roll 6. And then after all of this, you as the defender need to roll a save, which is whatever your save value is. So you might have a save of 4+. And I will have armor penetration. And a lot of weapons in the game have AP 0. So when you save, you just roll straight 4 or higher, you get it. But I might have AP -1. And so you would roll a 1d6 -1 and need a 4 or higher. So basically you need a 5+. The issue with this is that when you have a tank, my ballistic skill or my weapon skill might be like 4+. 50-50 shot. I'm attacking you 10 times, I hit you 5 times. Sure. My strength on an anti-tank weapon is probably gonna be in that like 9 to 14 range, because your toughness is gonna be in that like 9 to 14 range. Right? So if I attack you with a strength 5 weapon, which is strong for infantry, if I shoot an infantry probably has its toughness 3, 4, maybe they have T5, so a strength 5 weapon is pretty good against infantry. But if I shoot a tank with a strength 5 weapon, that's not going to be very effective. I'm going to need to roll 6+. But so if I have a strength, 14 weapon and you're at T9, I am stronger than you, but not double, so I only need to roll a 3+. So that's even better than my shooting was. But then with save, as a vehicle, your save is probably going to be 2+. Maybe it's going to be 3+ if you're like artillery. So if I'm rolling with AP 0, if I'm attacking you with a really strong weapon meant to crack open a tank, and I'm going like weapon skill 3+, I only need a 3 or higher on my die rolls. I have strength 14. I'm going to like get 2+ on my wound rolls. And then I have no AP. It doesn't matter how good I am at hitting you if you can just save on a 2+ or a 3+. Maybe I have AP -1. Maybe. Yeah, so like tanks are usually 10 or 11, Meltas is usually 9, Plasma is usually 8, maybe 9 if it's supercharged. So like you need a dedicated tank cracker in order to take on a vehicle. With Tyranids, generally, they will have pretty alright. They're generally a 4-up army. Like Tyranids are weird because like the guard, the humans are a 4-up army because basically everything in the army is 4+. A couple things have 3+, a couple things have 5+. Generally, it's a 4-up army. The Tyranids has a lot of 3-ups and a lot of 5-ups. So they average to like a 4-up army, right? So on average, most Tyranids are going to want a 4 or higher, but some of them need a 3-up, some of them need a 5-up. I'd say it's like pretty 50-50. Maybe it's like 40% 3-up, 60% 5-up. So it's a little bit like a 4.2 average. With strength, they're usually pretty all right with strength. Right, so what I do, what the strength might be is my weapons might have, I might have a weapon that's like a strength 4. This is what I fight infantry with because it has a lot of attacks. I might have a strength 9 because that's really good at like taking on elite infantry like Space Marines. And then I'll have a strength like 14 tank buster. And then with Tyranids, unless I'm an artillery piece, I'm not going to see anything more powerful than AP 1. It doesn't matter how strong my weapon is if you save on a 3 or higher. I need just like long range artillery. That's why the Exocrine. That's why the I'm forgetting the name. Does anyone know off the top of my head? It's like the Tyrannosaurus. It's one of those big artillery bugs. Like even the Carnifexes are at like strength 9 AP -1. That's not sufficient to take on vehicles. And the reason I'm so upset about this is because I was mostly playing against a guy who played Space Marines, specifically Ultramarines, but he wouldn't run the Gladius detachment. He would run the heavy vehicle detachment. And he had the like Ballistus Dreadnought that comes with the Leviathan box set. He got a Land Raider. I don't think he had any artillery. But then he also had Thousand Suns with Magnus. And do you want to know what the whole thing with Thousand Suns are? It's giving themselves more AP and reducing your AP. The whole reason why I was so frustrated is because I'm running NIDs, I'm running Tyranids, where maybe I get a -1 AP. Their entire thing is, if you're stronger than me, reduce your AP by 1. All attacks incoming to me get AP reduced by 1. I can reroll my saving throws. Now you get it. This entire time I was going, oh, right, the rules that makes Magnus invincible. Yeah. That's how I get around having only an -AP with my best anti-tank. Magnus at 1k points. I think what we were doing is we were playing 2k. And I would just sub my pieces. Because I wasn't running the Leviathan box set. I was running, like, I would use warriors. And then I would use my, my Neurogons, for instance. I would use them to represent Gene Stealers. So I'm running, and that's the thing. My best response to tanks and elites in 40k with my NIDs have a Broodlord with a 10 stack of Gene Stealers, because the Broodlord gives them all dev wounds. Or was it lethal hits? I think it was lethal hits. Yeah, I think the Broodlord gives the Gene Stealers lethal hits. And what I would do is I would just rush them with my Broodlord and my Gene Stealers. I'd have 3 10 stacks. They all scout, so they'll start closer. And I would have them just gunk up their vehicles, and I would hit them with 40 attacks, of which 30 go through. Then I get like 5 lethal hits. Suddenly, I'm just having them save against like 17 hits. They save 16 of them, but I got 1 point of damage in. Oh, is it dev wounds? Yeah. So dev wounds. So if you don't know, when I roll to hit, if I roll a 6, that's considered a crit, and nothing happens unless a special rule is affected. One special rule is lethal hits, which, remember how I compare the strength versus the toughness? If I roll a 6 and I have lethal hits, I ignore that step. I automatically make it, right? Dev wounds is if on that second step on that wound roll, if when I'm rolling my 9 strength against your 4 toughness, I roll a 6, I get a devastating wound, which means I don't let you do that save at the very end. So there's a couple times where I can skip the process. There's a couple times where I can like jump forward. And my best response to tanks is simply to not let you get a saving throw, because my AP is so abysmal, I can't do anything. It's messed whenever the strat to fight him is just ignore him and play objectives. Exactly. Magnus plus, I think he was... Magnus, Scarab Occult Terminators, a Sorcerer, some Rubrics, I think a Rhino? Yeah, so my main exposure with Tyranids, the army that rarely has more than 1 AP, was fighting against Thousand Suns, the guys who hate when you have any AP. What am I doing? Where did I go? Oh, right, I'm going back this way. Oh, I saw the 2 lights. I wasn't sure if there was more. Is there more? Where is it? Where do I go? Oh, that one was accidental. Vortex Beast? Oh, yes. I think that he ended up getting a Vortex Beast. Yeah. Magnus sucks specifically, yes. No, so that's the thing. I couldn't even take on his other tanks. Magnus in particular, uber sucked. But I also had no response to any of his other vehicles. And then the part that was even worse. The part that was even worse is that one of his friends had a Death Guard army. Oh heck, had a Death Guard army, and he tried out the Death Guard army, and because Death Guard is all about toughness, I wasn't able to crack that either because there's Space Marines that have increased toughness, and I had decent strength. I had no AP. It was so silly. It was actually really frustrating, but I had fun. I was enjoying it. I had to paint a 2K Army of Thousand Suns with nothing but rubric. I'm so sorry. The reason that I'm so sorry is because with rubric Marines, for those of you who don't know, their color pattern is a blue, like a teal and yellow checker pattern. Now imagine painting that on tiny little miniatures. Right, darn it. Nids are about outsourcing and not killing this edition. Literally, what I discovered is I was most effective when my entire game strat, I would play, I think it's Vanguard Invaders? Vanguard Onslaught? I played the sneaky one because I like being sneaky tricksy, which was, I'm not gonna lie, part of my struggle was the fact that I was not playing a very killy detachment. I was playing a very screw with my opponent detachment. Frick, darn it. That was part of my problem. But my best success with Nids was basically misdirecting him, doing redeployments, having guys who had like lone defender that I could just run away with, and just stalling him while I took half the objectives. And the trim, oh my gosh. So I have a question, just because we're already talking about it right now. I have someone who in my comments section has started something I find very affirming, is their like day one of asking about talking about Imperial Knights, which just the idea of someone like asking for something day after day is something I see in other comment sections, and I'm just like, oh, I feel so legitimized by this. Would you be interested if I did like a 40k lore deep dive? Because I feel like there's so many good 40k like lore podcasts. I have certainly, like, I could talk about 40k lore in the same way I talk about Lancer lore, which might be fun. Dang. But like I very much struggle to see. Are you serious? I was like 1 second off. I accidentally walked into it. I very much struggle to see the value I could add of just kind of saying stuff I learned from Adric. Because like I don't really read the books too much, for instance. Like I've read like Infinite and the Divine, but I'm not someone who regularly like is a 40k lore hound, for instance. So I don't feel like I'm an authority on that, but I could provide it in my own style. Hey, The Last of Six. Of course, I'd continue to give you engagement for it. Look up Warhammer 40k rubric Terminator. Yeah, I have World Eaters. I do not paint the trim. I'd be interested. I have no knowledge on it, and your style is very nice for that type of thing. So here's the thing, right? Still waiting for the Gorgon. Oh, I didn't. Thank you for reminding me. I need to post the Patreon poll for what the next frame is. Because if you don't know, on YouTube, I let the community on Patreon vote about which frame I'm going to do next. And funny enough, I was rushing to get out the video on Thursday when it normally comes out. I forgot on my schedule. I said today was Lancer and Thursday was going to be a stream clip. So I rushed myself for no reason. You've played this game? Awesome. I just beat the Hollow Knight, like the boss, for the first time. And I'm now in the White Palace. And I have like no context about what's in here. So please no spoilers. And only backseat if I ask. Because I'm at the point in the game where I'm comfortable with backseating to an extent, but not a lot. I want you to crack open, what? So the lore's neat, but here's what I want your take on. I want you to crack open W and G, I'm unfamiliar, or the Cubicle 7 books. No one does the TTRPG books in the space. Oh, 40k TTRPGs. So like Dark Heresy kind of deal. Like, I have not played any of the 40k TTRPGs. I have a friend who I've actually just kind of gotten back in contact with, and I have another friend who is a mutual of them. I would love to set up a 40k game with them if folks are interested in a 40k TTRPG talk, because I want to try out the 40k TTRPGs. It's not for lack of interest, it's entirely for lack of ability, which currently I'm going through Kane with this one friend, but they have a mutual who I also know, who they have played like Dark Heresy with, or it might be, gosh, is it they played Dark Heresy, or was it not Twilight Imperium, Dark Imperium? I have no one to talk Dark Heresy with. I can run one for you. I appreciate that, but I do dang, I do absolutely avoid like running games with folks in the community, just because I would love it. I understand that there is a power dynamic there, and I'm not trying to be a weirdo, which I understand that I trust myself not to be a weirdo, but one, I would have no way of proving that I'm not a weirdo if someone had any allegations, so I'm protecting myself. But also, even if I'm not a weirdo, people can still be weirdos back because they feel pressured to perform a certain way, or they feel like they have to like do something better or different than they normally would want. And I'm just like, no, I'm just a TTRPG nerd. What are you talking about? I'm very aware of the danger that sort of thing can have. Joke's on you, I am weird, I play TTRPGs. Dark Imperium is the 8th edition launch set, Death Guard vs. Ultramarines. I thought Dark Imperium was, I thought Dark Imperium was the TTRPG where you play as like a Psyker or a Astra Militarum. I thought it was basically Dark Tide, right? Oh, well. I'd go Dark Heresy if you want to do a human and Imperium-centric game with mainly roleplay aspects. Only War if you want a war game. Which is the one where it's you play as Chaos? Because the same buddy that I bought the Leviathan box set from, who played Thousand Suns, he played in the Chaos one where he was like a I don't know, warpsmith? Yeah, he was a warpsmith trying to make a demon engine. And that was like the thing he was doing. See, that's the thing. I thought about that, but that worked better than I thought. I was assuming that wouldn't work. Black Crusade, thank you. It's also a book series about the bat. Oh, okay. Heck. I think that's not the way. I think that the way is to just... Black Crusade is where your stats don't matter nearly as much as your roleplay. And I legitimately think the strength of TTRPGs is when you do that. Frick. I think that the strength of TTRPGs is when you have a framework of rules that inspires the player, that allows you to resolve ambiguity, that allows you to do stuff more than just play pretend, right? Because anyone can say, I have laser vision. Well, actually, I have anti-laser vision armor. Well, actually, my laser vision pierces even anti-laser vision armor because it's super laser vision. Anyone can do that, like schoolyard building. That's why kids do it. But having rules that actually facilitate play is very useful. Whereas I feel like a lot of people get marred by the rules and they assume, oh, I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons. Clearly, this needs to be a game where all I care about is fighting monsters. Which in D&D specifically is kind of the case, yeah. Your entire mechanics are built around fighting monsters. Lancer. Your entire mechanics are built around piloting mechs and fighting them. Just walk here, don't dash? Really? Huh. What do you know? Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh gosh, my voice is a little bit going, but not quite that bad. What the heck, man? So I guess do I pogo? I fully jumped at the wrong time. Dark Heresy is actually weird because it's basically a noir detective RPG. I'm of the opinion, and definitely I got this from Adeptus Ridiculous. I'm of the opinion 40k is at its strongest when it is something else in the 40k setting. When it is a noir detective game in the 40k setting. When it is a band of brothers story in the 40k setting. When it's a coming of age story in the 40k setting. I think that the strength of the setting outweighs the... I think that the strength of the setting as a coat of paint outweighs the strength of Ultramarines fighting, like, Black Legion, right? Huh. More bugs that I thought were birds. Crystal, I don't think it was Crystal Dash. I think it was Pogo Jump. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Frick, I let go. Darn it. You're making good progress, by the way. Oh, thank you. I kind of just assume anytime I make progress that I'm like, oh, this is super easy. This is something that everyone does. This is not very difficult. Just because I like someone said earlier that I was actually way better at 2D platformers than I was at the fighting, which is so surprising to me because at the very least in the beginning of the game, it very much felt like I was much better at the fighting than I was at the than I was at the platforming. And like I've certainly gotten much better at the platforming, but I still really struggle with pogoing, for instance. You're going super quickly, and this is a difficult section. Oh, thank you. About 60% of the traits you can get are just Group X likes you more, which... Okay. When it comes to TTRPG design, I am always hesitant, or just game design, I'm always hesitant when you have a non-mechanical based thing like that. That's something that always bugged me when I was younger, because and I don't think I really had the verbiage to put it to words, but if Group X likes you more, why can that not be accomplished just via role-playing? Oh, come on! I got double tapped? Bully. I finished 2/3 parts. Nice. I've never seen half the places here. I've done most skips straight away. Oh, I didn't even realize there were skips. Which, like, doesn't surprise me. It's Hollow Knight, but... Frick, I hit the wrong button. It can be, but this is all of Group X. Yeah. No, and that's why Blaze in the Dark, I think, does this pretty well. You have a inbuilt reputation system, and I made a video talking about it. And everyone's initial response was, I don't like this. I don't like the fact that in character creation you can XY. And that's just like a personal preference thing. I'm of the opinion that I used to be much more like, oh no, I want my TTRPG mechanics to have concrete, discrete mechanics. Otherwise, why are they mechanics? Right? I want my TTRPGs to have... Frick. I want my TTRPGs to have rules that I can riff off of, that I can have loose role-playing built off of the strict mechanics. And in recent years, as I've matured, as I've played more games, I'm much more of the opinion now that I quite enjoy systems that are very light on rules. That I definitely prefer mechanics, personally. I prefer numerical additions. I prefer this ability to it makes it feel more real to me, personally, where I feel when I'm playing a game and something gives me a +1 bonus to a roll. That feels more impactful to me than, quote unquote, this item makes tasks easier. Because maybe making tasks easier makes it so that you don't need to roll. That sounds like something which is more impactful than just a +1. However, like, pathos-wise, emotionally, I am someone who that +1 feels more impactful to me. So that's why I like, even if it is a non-mechanical feeling, even if it's this group likes you more, I'm generally a big fan of it. They like you more, and you get +1 to rolls with them, because I, as a GM, can say, okay, they like you more. That doesn't mean anything. I can say, okay, they still like you, but because the narrative is going in a way where you're not going to get their assistance because they're so destitute, they're not going to help you. Whereas, or alternatively, they're going to help you no matter how much they like you because they recognize you're their best bet at solving their problem. So, to me, as someone that GMs regularly, I'm already willing to go fast and loose with, like, okay, well, the plot needs, or the characters need, or something needs them to help you despite the fact they don't like you. That's chill. Darn it. You get +10 to all interaction rolls because you know how the organization works? Yeah. Okay, so that's something that I'm more a fan of, because, like, in Kane, for instance, in Kane by Tom Bloom, there are sin domains, like special abilities that the monsters get, which are like, the ogre gets greater control over the weather, and can, so like the ogre gets greater control over the weather, and can control whether it's freezing rain or it's frigid cold or whatever, or like a really uncomfortable murky hot humidity, and that's kind of, I could just decide that, even without that domain. I could just say that would be cool, I'm going to do that, even without the mechanics behind it. Which is why the mechanic also says, whenever it takes a reaction, one of its actions, the ogre can submerge itself in a pool of liquid and emerge from another pool of liquid a short distance away, right? And also, when tension increases, so like when the game progresses, effectively, when time passes, it can control the weather however it wants. So those are all stuff where, mechanically, those aren't very, I'll say, sound. Those aren't very robust. This is one of my biggest issues. Like, unironically, one of my biggest issues in this game is jumping to the left, striking to the right. Like, just the little dance that I'm doing is unironically really a struggle. If you have the Pure Administrorum, you go, oh, okay, I actually know how to put in a request. Or if the Pure Mechanicus, you have a pretty good idea on what's important to the Mechanicus. Yeah, and that's the kind of happy medium that I like. Because I feel as though if you don't have any mechanical relevance, my question as the player or the GM is, why can't I just do this flavorfully? Because I'm someone who, in my games, and this always surprises my player. Frick. Is that where you're saying just dash normally? If you want to peek into Path of Pain, it's to my left. Oh my gosh. I assume you mean up there. I'm someone who, I consistently surprise my players, because I'll just go, yeah. If you want it to flavor it that, go for it. And then they're always like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, if you want a flavor that your mech is like hovering, even though you don't have any flying technology, sure, I don't care. It doesn't mechanically change the game, but narratively, your mech is now hovering. And then they're always like, whoa! Dang, darn it. Wait, down here? What do you mean? Unless you mean down. Frick. I'm gonna... Have you ever wanted to just take a video game character and... You know? That's me at those, like... Aspids in Arena 3. But also I'm kind of feeling that right now with these dudes. The knight has never done anything wrong. I hope you know. Oh, I can just pogo. What am I doing? You're so right. You're so true, bestie. Pogo has a good enough sideways hitbox you can climb in some spike walls. Really? The walls don't go transparent, if I recall. Just walk into it. The nails are biting. Oh, wait, what? I can just walk into that? Death before dishonor. I'm gonna go for it. I don't care. It's absolutely the wrong play. I don't care. I'm gonna go for it. Break. The upper section of the left wall is breakable, but it doesn't visibly open when you... Oh. Oh, right. Thank you. No, I'm in a dream, so it doesn't matter. I mean, like, yeah, I could get something else to help me go better. What'd I do? Like, Mark Fried? Well, like, F that thing. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's not like I'm in a. It's not like I'm in a bad spot with it. I'm in a dream, so. You have bench, so now you can de-warp. Death warp? Oh yes, but I don't want to die. I was considering the death warp, but I'm like, what if I just... I'm so good at the video game. Oh. Oh, I heard that. Dong. I don't think I like this. To witness secrets sealed, one must endure the harshest punishment. Let's go. This one is weird. I don't know if it works the same as the dream fights. Death in the White Palace count as death. They will break fragile Really? Odd. Huh. So, what? Do I... What? Okay, it's not down. I assume it's up. Ah, I'm seeing the vision. Just came back from Wicked 2. Unfortunately, it was not the movie for me. Oh, hey, you're here. Yeah, people said, do I want to try the Path of Pain? And I said, sure. I think what I'm going to do is my goal is to beat the game today. I've been, what, live 5 hours? My goal is to beat the game today. And I'll probably do a special stream sometime... I'll probably do a special stream sometime in December where I'll activate like reduced cost on subs. And what it's gonna be is that I'll do like some Path of Pain subathon. Could be fun. Cause like I've been doing this for a while now. I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing this for a couple years, you might say. And I've yet to do a subathon. I think it could be fun. I've always been nervous. I've always been nervous to do something for my birthday because, like, unironically, I was worried that no one would show up. And it's like the most inane, nonsensical fear, because I have people who show up even when it's not a big event, but it's still something that, like, I would be mortified if that happened. So it's a little bit of me just being like, well, what if I did something special, and I just kind of like said, you know, screw the self-doubt, which is scary, but heck, I love the music here is very good. This will not progress beat the game. No, I know this won't beat the game. It's just people said, hey, do you want to try a little bit of the Path of Pain? And I said, sure. And do I regret it? A little bit. I'm starting to see the vision, and the vision is a portent of doom, I must say. Which checks out with a name like the Path of Pain. Now that one was just rude. I don't show up to birthdays, it's a matter of principle. Understood. Then I'll be sure to throw it on a day where it's not actually my birthday, so you don't realize that you come on my birthday. Also, if you have Sharp Shadow, which is a good choice for this specifically if you're speedrunning, but might be bad if you're doing it for your first time. Oh, because of the longer dash? I think what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna try this like once, maybe twice more. And then I'm just gonna go back to what I was doing. Because I do not care about this enough. I think there are a handful of spots in Path of Pain that I really like, but I don't remember by now. This start is one of them nice spots. Tricky but neat. Like, I'm not gonna bad talk the Path of Pain yet. Like, at least not yet. It's just like, this is just a skill check. And this is a skill check that I'm not too thrilled about, if I'm completely honest. Like, I'm not a platformer, so like proving my mastery with the Path of Pain is not high on my priority for this game. Like that, I should have just gotten it, but the little guy didn't catch the ledge. Don't forget to pogo. When can I pogo? Like, I think unironically, my biggest issue in this game is I don't pogo. Ah! I say, failing to pogo. You can't pogo the vines? I like the beginning section, the final section, the middle bit is... Listen, it suffers from middle book syndrome. That's okay, a lot of things do. Wrong direction. Okay, last time. I'm just gonna get it in one, right? Like I don't need more times than this because I'm just gonna get it, and it's gonna be really cool because I'm cool. Okay, but I just got to like the farthest I've ever gotten, so I might as well try again, right? Like, it's not like I should end there, because what if I get further last time? Like, now I have more experience. Arrow, stop. Well, no. So you don't understand. I am gonna beat the game today, but I'm just doing a quick side thing because like I can just do this in like 5 minutes, right? Like, this isn't gonna take that long, so I can just do this. It will just take me a little bit of time because like I'm getting used to it. I'm actually like throwing for content. I'm doing this so that no one like accuses me of cheating. It's okay. Don't worry. I just need to get the Path of Pain. I can't double bounce. I can't double bounce on them. Did you know I can't double bounce on those guys? They're getting addicted to the pain. That's the third kink of the stream. What a wild combo. Although, I will say it's all on theme. It's all in that same wheelhouse. I low-key want to see Arrow play Big Tower Tiny Square now. What is it? Is that a platforming game? Like, you don't want to see me play like Jump King. right? I know you think you want to. You want to see me play platforming rage games. I think I'm pretty zen as a person. I think I'm not someone to like be in hive blood. You were supposed to heal me. And you did not. There's a bench. I don't need to heal. I don't need to spend my focus on it. I think I'm pretty zen as a person. Absolutely. Hollow Knight has made me consider that perhaps I'm not as zen as I thought I was. I'm leaving. Baby's first platformer. It's actually pretty fun. This evil human thing, evil trick. You stay on normal good path. Yes. Game beat complete. Other direction go. Exactly. You get it. Now I just need to like first try this because I already know how to do this. I'm not gonna struggle with this. I've already done this before, right? Right. Oh, the. Do you see the background? I don't know if this is what you're referring to. It's the King's Idol in the back. Nice. Also, the Hallownest seal is the King's Idol. I did not realize that until literally right now. Neat. Oh, wanna know who I need to talk to? I need to talk to the person in the City of Tears. I need to talk to my therapist. Because these guys who, for some reason, they're allowed to deal damage to me, and then when I have iframes, have me hit a saw blade, which deals more damage to me. That's not acceptable. The Seal of Hallownest is a stylized depiction of the Pale King with his wings spread. Ah. Please heal Sultan. No. If I die, I die. If I die, then I respawn at the bench. Boom. Easy. First tried. Clap. Applause. Attend me as you would servants to your lord or lady. I don't judge which gender of monarch or ruler you prefer to submit to. Aerotherapy struggling against the path of pain. Aerotherapy is struggling independent of the path of pain. Aerotherapy just struggles. Oh, right. Aha! Honestly, remembering that I can pogo, which is one of the most unique and distinctive mechanics of Hollow Knight, is a game changer. Why didn't you tell me this before? How come you didn't tell me I could pogo before, after I learned that I could pogo? Best game ever, did a graduation speech and mentioned it. What's my opinion on Celeste? I have yet to play Celeste. I don't really see a reason to, because it's a very difficult platformer that, yes, it's like an allegory for being trans, or it has a trans protagonist, and it's an allegory for like depression and like anxiety and all of that, but I've seen a playthrough of it, and if I'm completely honest, it doesn't really appeal to me. Like, I am not a platformer person. I should play Celeste. It's not that hard. I mean, I saw a meme where it was I saw a meme where someone said like, this is a normal platformer. And then this is Celeste. Where from an outside perspective, I don't disagree. The difference between Celeste and your average platformer is just that you have a dash mechanic and that there are spikes everywhere that you can't touch. Like, it's way more precise. And that does not strike me as something that I would have fun with. Where I do understand that it is like the narrative, the story, all of that, but I already kind of know the narrative, the story. Trust me, I suck at platformers. I couldn't get past Green Path on Hollow Knight. Just don't go into chapter 8 and 9. We need a soundbite. Arrow! Pogo! Pogo! Wait, I love pogging. You were making all that noise playing just Hollow Knight. I wonder what sound you'll play a much harder platformer. What do you mean, harder platformer? What do you mean? I thought this was hard. Pain was difficult. Chapter 8 and 9 are the hell part of Celeste? You're not selling this to me very well. But yeah, so like, honestly, Celeste is one of those games where like, mechanics aside, the fact that I know the story is mainly the reason why I'm not super invested in playing it. Like, I've seen a playthrough. I know like it's a allegory for anxiety. I know like the thing with the feather. I know the dark Maddie, and how like you have to reconnect with that. And then there's like B side and C side and all of that. And just that's just not my personal preference of game. Is to play a game that I already know, like nice. I already know what's gonna happen, which doesn't mean that it's a bad game, but it's a game that doesn't really interest me. Where am I going? I'm going up? Heck, I tried fighting it. Oh! Oh, dang. So this is fun. Bouncing, the little tricks are neat, like wave dashing. That's the thing. I'm not someone who likes... Like, the thing that I play games for usually isn't figuring out those little tricks. Like, mechanical mastery of a game, as you've seen with Hollow Knight, with, like, pogoing, is not at the top of my priority list. I like the narrative, and with Celeste, which has a narrative that... I'll say...
Yummers.
Celeste is to indie game narratives as Slay the Spire was to indie game mechanics. Oh, frick! Heck. Where Celeste's narrative had an indelible mark on the indie game scene, where now, like, all of your indie games, your passion projects are all about just, like, overcoming depression, they're all allegories. Where Slay the Spire turned, like, every indie game into a deck-building roguelike, because both of those games were, like, benchmarks that every other game was inspired by and more cynically wanted to cash in on. I don't think that's bad, but I do think that if the main draw for the game is the story, and I know the story, then I'm probably not going to be drawn to it. Which even in a case where that's not the main draw, like with Subnautica, I'm hesitant to... I'm hesitant to get into Subnautica, try it out, because I know the story. Deck building roguelike with 3 mana. Celeste is 1000% not everyone's cup of tea. Agreed, by the way, I'm on 199 strawberries and I'm still playing. You don't need to get into wave dashing till chapter 9. Chapter 1 to 7 are main story, chapter 8 to 9 is extra content. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Celeste is one of those games where I'm open to most things. So I'm not going to say that I would hate Celeste, but I am going to say that looking at Celeste, it doesn't seem to be my cup of tea. And everyone who wants me to play Celeste is basically saying like, oh, but it's the trans game. Which I understand that it's important to you in your journey, in your life, but that doesn't mean that it's important to everyone. And I personally don't... it doesn't interest me. I might play it, particularly if it's a, like, folks want me to play it, and I say it's like, okay, it's a goal and like a subathon, and then you pay for it. If I say like, oh, after like 40 subs, I'll buy Celeste and play it, I don't think I'd hate it. I would probably enjoy it. From what I've heard, it's a very good, well-written game, and it's been a while since I've seen the story, so I'd probably still be surprised by some stuff. But it is something where it doesn't really strike me. Like Hollow Knight is a game that I knew very little about going into, but even then, I wanted to play it. I came into this game being like, I need to play this game. Dash and wall jump on the right? I was thinking I had to go on spikes. I didn't say that to you, so mark 1, just so it's noted down. Ludo narrative interplay is good. That is very true. The main draw of the game is how the difficult gameplay ties into the story. I mean, yeah, and I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to, because it's a game about overcoming anxiety and depression, where my assumption is that the end result is that you don't overcome it, you learn to live with it, and you work through it. You accept the parts of yourself that you don't like and use them to face the world using the strength that you have overcome by battling with them. That's the whole point of Dark Matter. That's the whole point of the metaphor of climbing the mountain. And I think that's really interesting. And I do love me some story and gameplay integration. But also, like, if the gameplay doesn't interest me, which, to be fair, I will say, Pyre, my favorite game, not of all time, but like my favorite game to date, had exactly that, where the gameplay was significantly less investing than the story. It was also like 3/4 a visual novel. So the gameplay to me was much less of a focus than something like Celeste, where I have gathered that it's the majority of the game. Celeste exposed a great story of anxiety, growth, and acceptance of self as a whole. The transport wasn't even confirmed till DLC. Yeah, you nailed it. And that's the thing, right? Like, that's a very important story to a lot of people. And I think Celeste being so popular, and also probably, from what I've heard, so fun. Oh, wait. I see it now. Thank you, Vat. I wasn't sure what you were referring to, but that was absolutely it. I'm sure it's important to a lot of people because it's so good, but at the same time, it's like, that's not really... I don't know, I feel like I'm already kind of at that part of my life. I feel like I've already kind of learned that lesson, so I don't think I'll have the same profound impact of Maddie that a lot of people have. And the platforming isn't a draw to me. So that's something where, like, the two main draws of it, of like the really tight controls as well as the really impactful story, I don't think either of them would really land for me. And I mentioned the trans stuff, but mostly what I've heard it pitched as is that it's like, trans girl is depressed, here's the story of her overcoming, right? Which is obviously a simplification, but that's what a lot of people pitched as. Pyre was the demon basketball game. That is correct. Pyre was the game where, for whatever reason, they made a visual novel where, for like 20% of the game, you go into 3v3 NBA Jam games where you are playing Magic basketball against other wizards. And I loved it. Oh. Neat. Like, I legitimately like learned to love the gameplay because the frick. That's stupid. Because the story was so good. I fell in love with the characters. The Ludo narrative of that game, the integration of the story and the gameplay is the best I have ever seen, full stop. And I've not played Celeste. The Celeste very likely is probably similar in its integration of story with narrative, or story with gameplay mechanics. So I would probably be able to appreciate that, but if I can't connect with the mechanics, and really that's what it is, right? It's two-part. One, I know the story, and two, I'm worried that I won't like the mechanics. And everyone keeps saying that the mechanics will be fun, the mechanics will be fine. You've seen me play Hollow Knight. So Celeste is a game where I'm not opposed to it. I don't think it's a bad game or nothing. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'll never play it, but it is one that, like, I'll kind of need to be incentivized to play. We have an ad break incoming. Me Smart, thank yous, Large Rat, thank Bring. And back, hey, a dog. TBH, the only reason why I love Celeste for so long is because I love platforming. And that's the thing, is that with Celeste, and we're about to have an ad, so I'm just going to pause here. With Celeste, my understanding is that it's a platforming game with a good story. Whereas, like, Pyre, the game that I like, is a really good story with NBA Jam. NBA Jam almost feels like an afterthought, but it allows the narrative choices you make to actually have weight and impact mechanically. Whereas with Celeste, it feels more like the narrative supports the gameplay as opposed to the gameplay supporting the narrative. A fair warning, you're booted out of the White Palace the moment you pick up the White Fragment at the end, so if you want to look around for a couple seconds, don't immediately pick it up. Okay, thank you. Were I at the Crystal Mound? The evil mound? Right now I'm in the White Palace. I will say, I'm a little bit disappointed that there's no Cornifer here. I would find it so funny
if Cornifer's like, oh, hey, how'd you find it out in here? I whipped out my trusty 1800 Essence Dream Nail to get through this Mind Palace because I just figured, why not go and explore every little nook and cranny? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and if it's a platforming game first and a great story second, that is a game I could see myself playing if it's like an event, right? I don't really have an impetus to play Celeste, particularly when I have other games in mind on my list. But if it's like, if I do a subathon, like if I do a December subathon or like a birthday subathon for December, if like over the end of the year, in the last like week of the year, I do a subathon and I'm like, hey, if we hit 40 subs, I will play Celeste. If we hit 60 subs, I will blah, 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 blah. Like, I'll do Path of Pain. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I could be down. Arrow, would you play Celeste if I was a worm? If you were a worm, sure, I'd play Celeste. I think it'd be funnier if the king dreamed Cornifer in the palace. Oh, hello, little knight. I appear to be a figment of the old king's imagination. I am not the Cornifer you know, but simply a simulacrum, mimicking his characteristics at a surface level. I have no deeper reasoning or thought, and the only reason I am able to conceptualize this is because Cornifer is a being of pure chaos and evil. I am merely the muck on the top of the grime, coating the bottom of a murky lake. You do not understand the depths of his depraved mind, and you shall not understand mine, for I am simply the impression left behind by a soot-stained oil spill. Would you like to buy my map? I'm busy ignoring my wife. Cornifer just breaking through mind walls casually and doing the platforming with ease because he's Cornifer. Exactly! Both Celeste and Hollow Knight are games that I've tried and struggled to stick with because platforming isn't my thing as much as... And despite knowing they're good games. Arrow casually predicting the final boss of Hollow Knight, Zope Boat. No! Yeah, like Hollow Knight is a game that I stuck with mostly because I'm streaming it. Not mostly, but partially because I'm streaming it. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. So someone mentioned that like Celeste and Hollow Knight are both games that they kind of bounced on because of the platforming. I stuck with Hollow Knight, 1, because I found the combat fun, right? 2, because of the lore and the atmosphere whenever I found it fun. And 3, I mean, part of it is simply because I'm streaming it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like if I was playing this by myself, I would have kept with it at the same dogged intensity as I have. Like, I like to think I would have, but my time is limited, and particularly now, like recently, I do not play as many games as I want. I have been wanting to play Persona 5 for years. I started Persona 5 like a month and a half ago. I have played it 3 times. And I've made like 7 hours of progress. That's a lie. Probably like 12 at this point. So I don't know. I want to make it very clear. I'm not anti-Celeste, and I am open to playing Celeste. It's just not something that I plan on playing anytime soon, unless it's explicitly like a reward, right? I suggest jumping onto the platform right after the spikes hide, and then maybe dash out. See, that's the thing. I've done this a couple times. Like, my issue is here, right? Or not. Frick. Heck. Darn it. So I can... Okay. Oop. Whoops. Hello, Pug. We're currently in the White Palace. Frick. Darn it. Drat. I saw Arrow, we didn't tell you, but the final boss is Path of Pain 2 Electric Boogaloo. No! How dare you play with my emotions like this? You treat me like I'm some sort of cheap streamer you can bully. So I need to... like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now we go here. Ah! Do they ever ask how you are and you say that you're fine and you're not really fine? Back here. Whee! Listen, if I did it once, I can do it again. The mental barrier is destroyed. It is demolished. It is beyond smithereens. Frick! I'm a simple person. I see White Palace. I click. Sorry to disappoint. I am not a platformer. We're actually just talking about my lack of platforming skills and how that manifests in I don't plan on playing Celeste anytime soon, despite the fact that I've had multiple people ask for it, which I would love to. I'm open to playing it. It's just not a game that appeals to me personally. So like that is absolutely a game where like I would play it for the stream, right? I would play it because of stream, which I think I like to think I'm entertaining enough that even if I do that, like I would still be entertaining. I would still be funny. I would still like have my heart in it, but who knows? Okay, watch this first drive. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I saw Celeste mention when I was watching 2 minutes of ads. Yeah, you joined right at the ad break. You have 2 modes of playing: non-yap, locked-in parkour mode, and walking in a circle while yapping. Okay. And you're judging me for that? Is there anything wrong with that? I've played Celeste maybe a little too much. Okay, so generally the sentiment that was explained to me is that it is a fantastic narrative. That the gameplay mechanics, despite being difficult, do tie into the story, and it's beautiful. And I have seen a playthrough of it, and I'm worried that by having seen a playthrough of it, I need to pogo. By seeing a playthrough of it, I effectively don't have much to gain from it as someone that doesn't enjoy platformers and already knows how the story goes. Because like if it was a situation where I didn't know how Celeste, like the story went, I think I would be having a much different conversation here, because I would absolutely play a game just to try out the story. Heck, I would absolutely play a game simply for the fact of I'm curious. I want to see how the story goes. Nope. And I went too early because I'm stupid, because I'm an idiot, because I hate having fun. Funny saw. Long shadow dash. Wow, awesome. That was first time. Exactly. You're just a noticer. Pogo? I don't think it's Pogo. I think it's... I think I was right. It was just a matter of I need to... I love Hollow Knight. I love platforming. I love when I click a button and then that instantly kills me because I accidentally did a misinput. Or not a misinput, but because I did the wrong thing. Man, this king sure does have a steel trap of a brain. What a great time it is. Exactly. Man, this path really needs some more pain, I'd say. What do you feel? Do you feel this path needs more pain? I do. They should like invent a path devoted to the creation of pain, and then it should be an absolute pain to travel along. Okay. But if we think about this different, you enjoyed Path of Pain? Oh, so you really did play Celeste because you're a psychopath. Nice. Gentle little... Ah. Gentle little... Ting. Path of Pain? Is this a Slanesh cult? Yes. Yes, it is. She who thirsts desires not but the Path of Pain. Ah. Frick. Darn it. Actually, I'm using a map editor to make it harder. I have my strengths. Platforming is not one of them. Path of 3. Arrow noises. Yes, and arrow noises is real. What about it? Ah! I hit the wrong button. I will say, it's only about 20% of the time. But 20% of the time is literally me just hitting the wrong button. It is me wanting to dash and instead jumping. It is me trying to like attack and instead dashing. Arrow noises are fun. Maybe this pug is too fluffy. Well, the pug do be hitting that colon 3. Arrow noises are not fun. Arrow noises are a sign of aggression, of hostility, of displeasure of the highest order. You should fear the day you encounter arrow noises. I could make a... Oh yeah, I clicked the wrong button so much. Every Hollow Knight stream is arrow... Yes, and... Do you want a cookie? Does it make you feel special for knowing that? So... Heck. Heck. I went too early. Because of my healing. I forgot about the healing. I forgot about Hive Blood. My headcanon is that Celeste is the way it is because they had a random translady from the street as a playtester and she zoomed through all the levels with one hand. Okay, I'm still too far because of the frickin' shadow shade cloak. Nonsense. Idiot. Stupid. I want a hamburger. Maybe it's the fact that I have a womb now. Maybe it's the fact that now I can spawn children. I can be bred. That's a wild thing to say without context. I'm in the mood for a hamburger now. Wait, did you make sound after? Yeah, and oh. Frick. Hamburger. Listen, I'm a big fan of hamburgers. Even, I'm gonna say it, even the fast food ones that I should not enjoy. But I do not have the funds to buy them with any regularity. So I do not have them regularly. I talk about this occasionally. I will have a craving for a McDonald's chicken McNugget. Like, really? How could I have seen that? Literally, how could I have seen that? I will have cravings where just like, I want McDonald's chicken McNuggets with like honey mustard sauce. And I will just not have that because respectfully, I do not need to be eating out. Well, let's not say that. I do not need to be going out for food when I can just make it at home. So I will go like 6 months without having chicken McNuggets and honey mustard. And then I will feel bad because I want chicken McNuggets with honey mustard. And then I will proceed to buy chicken McNuggets with honey mustard like 8 months after I've been craving them. And then I will be disappointed because I had been wanting them for 8 months. And that is a cycle that I go through like once every year. Crud. That was so cute. What was cute? Well, why did I take more damage? I thought Hive Blood saved me. Huh? What about huh? Why are we hunting? I love Hollow Knight. The noise helped that time? Well, the noise always helps. It helps me emotionally regulate. Pogo stalling refreshes the wings, although wall's better for it. Eep. Ah, yes, the difference between going out for food and eating out. Yeah. And? Beep. Frick. Why am I losing more? I keep waiting. I have blood. You're betraying me. Frick. Eating out certainly a sentence? No, so eating out as in like going out to a restaurant. Eating out of your house. I don't know what else you would be referring to. Any sort of slang that you might be... Is that it? Oh my gosh, that's it. Any degree of slang you might be referencing. That's it. The path of pain is over. I did it. This is the path of pain, right? This path was quite painful. So it better be. How do I return? What? What? Is this not where I was? What the hecky heck? What? Huh? This isn't where I was. Was it? What? Huh? Who? Where? Why? How? The heck? Darn. Dang it. What? This is the last... We have to wait until Hive Blood has finished the whole plate? Yes, I know. I'm not betraying Hive Blood. Hive Blood doesn't understand. No. They're noises of distress. Oh, wait. I just realized. Smacking this guy gives me... Oh my gosh. You know what? Maybe you aren't so bad. All the times I was dying by getting double tapped by you earlier, I can just take it out in a very cathartic beatdown. This is incredible. Oh, that's probably why you're here. You're not useful for jumping. You're here for soul restoration. Understood. Otherwise, you would be in a more advantageous position. Yeah, I can farm the little guy for soul. I didn't realize that. Heck. No such thing as puppy noises. Any slander shall be met with death. Do I want to go up? Or do I want to go down? I think I want to go up. Down. Whee! Whee! This strikes me as a mistake. This was a mistake. Why would I do this to myself? Hive Blood, why would you betray me? Arrow noises are similar to... Arrow noises are not similar to puppy noises. There's nothing similar about arrow noises or puppy noises. I'm not a puppy girl. I'm not a puppy. I do not make puppy noises. Any slander against this is met with death. Clearly, grub noises are not puppy noises. I'm not a grub either. Why do I have so many notifications? Oh, okay, I was a friend. I was just like, did my server get hate rated? Discord. Nope, that thankfully was not the case, at least as far as I'm aware. The Venn diagram of puppy noises and arrow noises is a circle. No. Clip it or it didn't happen. I want a clip compilation. I want a clip compilation. I want it called Arrow Puppies. And I want to see the evidence you have of it being a puppy. I want to see a compilation of noises with pictures of me and pictures of puppies. And I want to see if you can tell the difference of when it is my noises over a puppy versus puppy noises over me. That is what I want to see from you. If you're so invested in this nonsensical headcanon, I also want to see this. You want to see Arrow's puppies? That sounds a bit forward. Although we were talking about breeding earlier, so I guess it's only natural. Oh wait, there's over here. You might not want to phrase it as a compilation of Arrow's puppies. Oh, these? My puppies? My massive freaking yippies? What? That's what, the fourth kink? Okay, what is this fourth kink though? Like we're building lore here. This stream is building like kink lore because like with breeding, mind break, masochism, and now I assume puppy play. That like builds a character. That's consistent. Now, I'm not saying that I'm interested in that. However, it is frick. I'm not saying I'm interested in that. But what I am saying is that if you put all those together, that would be a realistic set of like comorbidities. I don't know if comorbidity is the correct term. It probably isn't, but do you know what I mean? Like it would check out if someone told me that they're into all of those because like it just fits the character, right? Not gonna lie, they're definitely Sorry? Wait. My noises are bonable noises? What does that mean? That can mean many things. Heck, darn, dang it, drat. Frick! Darn it! Here we go. Yay! Emblematic of the state of people in chat. But what does that mean? Like, I can make assumptions, but I don't know if they're right. Is this more Path of Pain? Give me a Path of Pain. I can handle it. I can take whatever pain you throw my way. I'm a champ. I'm a god. Whoa. Cause I'm a supersonic racer. Oh. Dead dude. You did it. Proud of you. Yay. Dead people. Yay. Well, that's the sign of the king. So don't pick up the white fragment until I look around. That is what I was informed. Not because there is necessarily anything here, but because I will just be teleported instantly. Is this actually it? Oh my gosh, I did the Path of Pain, everyone! I don't know. The White Palace... Oh. Hi. The White Palace, as difficult as it is, does not strike me as something that would... Maybe it's just I'm so arena pilled. Maybe it's just like Arena 3 like altered my brain chemistry and my struggles in the crystal caves and like early green path that all like scarred me. This was difficult, but this was never like maddening. I can sit on the throne. Wait, you should sit on the throne for a little while. Hi, Dad. All right, it's my dad. Hey, Dad. No cost too great. No cost too great. Haha. Yeah, idiot. So I'm not gonna take that. I'm gonna go over here first. Oh! No blazing kin. Only one light shall shine against the dark. The worm becomes beacon. Minds expand to yield to devote. Eternity and promise and charge and progeny cursed. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Wait. My footsteps, my little footies. This is what happens in Black Egg Temple. Yeah, it is pretty dark over here. I literally have like my flashlight. That's it. That's his goal. Well, yeah. So his goal is he wants, much like starting the circle, like the cycle of the flame from Dark Souls. Feet add onto the count. There's no feet. It's maddening when you don't have. Okay, that's very true. I will say, Ludo, the fact people suggested Hive Blood saved my mind. Mind break tag avoided. So we want to expand their minds. Expand their minds. The Pale King wouldn't have an interest in starting Fanta, would he? I don't know about the origin of the Fanta. Try it again without Hive Blood? No, thank you. Up the music a bit? Yeah. Let's just go that. Oh, it's actually really quiet. Let me go even further. Yeah. So, you'll know soon, I think? Well, because my thought process is... the king made the vessels. Hi, Dad. It's me. I'm Vessels. To take on the Fanta. Right? Because I'm not sure what the vessels actually are meant to grab. Right? So with the vessels, the current vessel, the Hollow Knight, has Fanta infecting it. And because it was not strong enough, or because it was broken, or because of whatever, the Fanta then started escaping, turned everything into husks, Hallownest fell. But what is the point of the vessel? I am here to replace the vessel because the previous vessel is broken. Is the point of the vessel to... I think you need to stand as it again. Fanta may be an unintended consequence? So that's the thing. I don't know what the plan is. To my knowledge, yeah. So people were saying the Hollow Knight was not hollow enough, and that I will learn what being hollow means soon. Making Fanta would make more work for the king. That's fair. Which is why I'm thinking, is the point of the vessel to contain the Fanta? And then the previous one was not hollow enough, so it's almost like you had a cup that could hold 100 milliliters, but the cup was not hollow, it was not empty, so it had 20 milliliters full of the Hollow Knight. So then you had 100 milliliters of Fanta, and then the 100 milliliters of Fanta, only 80 could get in, so the other 20 spread out and infected the kingdom. Hi everyone, hi VV. We are currently making fantastic progress through, Hollow Knight. We just did the White Palace. I just beat up my dad, stole his chair, and I'm thinking, I'm doing some things. We're considering. I'm glad at how many of you are protecting one another. Yeah, so if you don't know, we have a 1-point channel redeem where you can shoot people, and we believe in defending our territory here. So if you raid us, we will shoot you, but if you follow, if you watch for a couple minutes, you will get points you can shoot back. And right now we're just kind of considering. We're thinking. We're putting on our thinking hat, and I'm wondering what the deal with the Pale King's plan is. Because Protective shield. No blazing kin, only one light shall shine against the dark. So only one. The worm becomes beacon, minds expanded to yield to devote. Minds expanded to yield to devote. Their minds are expanded so that they yield and devote to him. He is a beacon. The worm is a beacon. There is no kin. Only one light shall shine against the dark. Eternity and promise, and change and progeny curse. Don't worry. The pale worm came to this area, drew the local bugs into his thrall, and gave them sapience. Then he died and reincarnated as a pale king to found over and rule Hollow Knight. Then the Phanta started to appear, and he tried to make a vessel. Got it. Understood. So the goal of the vessel is contain the Phanta. I don't want to spoil where the Phanta comes from. Yeah, so please no spoilers, but we are near the end of the game. But yes, Vivi, what were you up to? I hope that you didn't get shot too much, but I assume you're playing more Battletech, which I've been seeing you've been playing a bunch of. I'm sorry that your mech legs are backwards. Phanta became a problem, then King made a lot of bottles, so the vessels. He tried to choose the biggest, strongest bottle with no blemishes, so the Phanta can't eat through the blemishes, the Hollow Knight, but in the process, the bottle he chose got a crack, Hollow Knight, and then Phanta had a blemish on. Got it. Oh, you're silking your song. How far are you through it? I've heard there's multiple acts. And apparently it gets better and better with each act. Jeez, a fight broke out. That's what happens when you raid me. We will shoot you. We will take you out. A decent way through Act 2? Gosh. So I'm currently on like hour 40. Or at this rate, like hour like 45 of Hollow Knight. How long have you been playing Silksong? Like how long has it taken to get to Act 2? And like part of the way through Act 2? Because Silksong was supposed to be DLC. It can't be that long. A long time? Oh my gosh. Well, before I grab this thing, is there anything I'm missing from the White Palace? My first Silksong playthrough is currently 66 hours. Holy heck. It's wild to me. Is there anything I need in the White Palace? Outside of just any lore? Skong is bigger? What? Just the map I've explored thus far is like 4 times as big, and it was supposed to be DLC? There's a breakable floor? Ooh, thank you. Is it over here? I see no rumbles. I see no grumbles. Well, so obviously I missed some secrets. I'm asking, like, is there anything over here at the end? Is there anything in this like final chamber that I can break or? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Seal Smoke. At least that's my understanding. Understanding. Oh my gosh. It was started as DLC, then devs got a bit silly. Well, I mean, obviously they got a bit silly. They've been working on it for like 8 years, right? Also, someone commented on this. Why is it so dark? There's literally lights in here. Is this like a metaphor? The floor left of the soul totem? Let's try it. Because like at this point in the game, I'm fine with a little bit of backseating just to figure out what's going on. Right here. Oh! Hello? The dark is lore related? That throne room is not just dark, it is filled with void particles. Right. The lamp? No? Huh. Weird. And I don't see any more breakable floor. I don't see a breakable wall. And like, I see dream particles, but also this whole place is dream world, so. Because void is the anti-Phanta. Huh. Is that why the worm was supposed to be... Are we dealing with like an Emperor Palpatine situation? Where like the worm is representing the Phanta and the Pale King is representing the void? And like one dude is playing both sides? Funny shadow on that chair? So is this shadow on the so right now, again, no spoilers for like endings that I'm gonna do, but feel free to like tell me background lore or if there's like a fun fact that you know, because this is like probably the queen, no? In all likelihood, this is like the queen's room, the pale lady. Because that shadow, you're absolutely right. It looks like the tree. I think the implication is that this was the Hollow Knight's cradle or bed. Wait, that's so cute. Shadow of the Pale Lady. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Wait, and then like if mom is up here and then the Hollow Knight is in here. Wait. So then that means that the Hollow Knight, the original vessel, was closer to like a prince, whereas I'm closer to like a replacement battery, right? Yeah, the worm. Oh, right. I forgot that the worm kind of imperialized. The worm did an imperialism and kind of shut down all of the local cultures and identities. Yeah, I forgot about that. Wait, our Hollow Knight didn't grow up one bit? Well, our Hollow Knight's a little baby. We're a little guy. Right, so like I sat on the chair. Yeah, there are absolutely void particles here. Cool. They gave the OG Hollow Knight too much emotion, which... Oh, that's... I'm hollow because no one loves me! Pog! Yep. I thought the Hollow Knight grew due to the Fanta. That would probably also make sense, because generally Fanta dudes are a mix. Some of them grow bulbous, some of them just have orange eyes. Like it might be like a stage of infection thing, because like the infected mantises look bigger, right? You're all their children, so maybe mom would have liked more cradles in there. Honestly, she seemed really nice. Soul of worm, soul of root, heart of void. Was there more dialogue? Did I accidentally skip it? I was waiting. So what'd I get? Holy charm symbolizing a union between higher beings. The bearer will slowly absorb the limitless soul contained within, opens the way to a birthplace. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Arkhouse. Also, we have the statue of the Hollow Knight where he Oh! You're so right. I forgot there was a literal statue of the Hollow Knight that Hornet was talking about. My theory is the ghost is not as tall as the Hollow Knight or Broken Vessel because it hatched relatively recently. Yeah, my assumption is that Ghost is a baby. Like an absolute toddler. Okay, so the King's Soul opens the way to a birthplace. I can go up to Dark Egg Temple or Black Egg Temple with the King's Soul, or I can go back to the beginning of the game, or I can go down to the Abyss. Those are my three guesses. Because the Abyss, I heard people call it my birthplace. But the start of the game, why did I start up there? I should go to the place where Ghost was born. Well, Ghost was born down in the Abyss. And also, this is by the palace, which would make sense. So I think what I do is I equip it and I go down into the Abyss. With the cutscene, you know, seems they were about the same time. I think maybe not nourished. Interesting. Also, give me one moment. I need to turn on the light in my room. it is getting dark enough that if I do not turn on the light, my tracking will be messed up. Apologies for that. I can now visit the void and see the flashbacks. Understood. So my question now. My assumption was that whatever this vessel was, whatever this how being these words for you alone, our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. So this is referring to the Hollow Knight. This was written after the Hollow Knight was sealed, presumably by the Dreamers. And the Worm / King and Pale Lady are both referred to as higher beings in the King Seal. So I always thought these were written to me as the player, as a higher being controlling the night. But what I'm thinking now is it might be this is the words of the Dreamer to like the King and Lady. And this is like saying like, hey, Hollow Knight sealed away, all is well. Beyond lies only refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer. Which... Did I equip yes, I equipped the King Soul Charm. Oh. It's just right here. Oh. It's like the catacombs. So the King Soul Charm at least seems pretty good. I just constantly recover soul. Higher beings are special, pale beings are like a special kind of higher being. Oh, okay, it's layered. Got it. Because this entire time I assumed that it was talking to me as the player.
Yummers.
Say hi to your siblings? No, I know. They made just a couple. They tried just a few times. Wow, talk about breeding. Oh my gosh. Wait. I just realized. If I have the King Soul and I have the glowing womb, I can have unlimited children. I can breed non-stop. This will be incredible. To think to sneak stab great rat kill, you think not smart good. Who's the current boss? I think it's Vet. Mass grave time. Listen, is it really a mass grave if there's like if you can count all of them on one hand? And sorry, by the one I mean counting on one hand, I mean the ones that actually did something with their unlives instead of just being here like a shade, dying instantly. I do like how this is a little maze section. There are dead ends. There are sections that just go nowhere. All of my siblings are useless. I'm the only good one. That's why I'm gonna beat the Hollow Knight. I'm gonna get the Fanta. Alright. Okay, it's not Cant. Why? Do you have like a special agreement with Can? So, I'm sorry, Vet. You've been unseated as the boss. You are no longer VIP, and I'm going to ban you for, I don't know, 5 minutes. Do you have any final words, Vet? Vet, I want you to give your final words as you stare at the execution squad. You are dethroned in your position in this mafia. I'm sorry. If anyone has any words for Vet, say them now. Otherwise, hasta la vista. Listen, if you think you're ever safe in this community, you're not. Is this the first reflection in the entire game? Like proper reflection. Okay, let's not purge. Oh my gosh. I can't say I was expecting that. No cost too great. This is what what the king said. Okay, infiltrated its place as an arrow kisser from YouTube. From now on, we kill less people. Actually, I think you mean fewer people. El Bozo, all of you. Simply a skill issue. Oh, it's me. Hi. It's me. Ha! I'm not cracked like the rest of you. I am built different. Father will love me because I didn't die instantly. Ain't that right? Ain't that wacky? No mind to think. Oh my gosh, it's me. I'm ascending through my own bimbofication. What if I die? That would be embarrassing. Ah! No mind, only yips, only yaps. Ah! Wait, I think I'm actually just like properly ascending through the normal section. So I need to go to the left here? Hallelujah, it's raining men. Me when my siblings' corpses are falling beside me. Sorry, am I not taking this seriously enough? No voice to cry suffering? Oh my god, it's just like me for real. Oh, the music. Oh, I'm so glad I turned up the music. Ah, frick. Born of God and Void. I mean, what a title to have. Born of God and Void. Ah! Well, every setback simply allows you to climb ever yet higher. Every footfall gone in the opposite direction is a declaration of your ability to walk the path you did once before, not just off a fluke, but to prove yet again to yourself, to others, you are capable. You are mighty. You are resilient, unlike your siblings. Your stupid idiot siblings, who can't even manage to not fall to their death. Brother? No! I'm the stupid idiot sibling that fell to my death! No! You shall seal the blinding light that plagues their dreams. I'm assuming that was the Hollow Knight. And that one that fell was me. Hi, how are you? How's Hollow Knight? We're getting in deep lore, apparently. Like, we're in, like, endgame. I beat the final boss, but it's not the final boss because there's multiple endings. Brother, can I have some oats? Brother! Brother! No mind to think, no will to break, no voice to cry suffering. Exactly. So you admit there? Yep. Shut up! Dang, he really is truly hollow on that night. So what I gathered from that is that was the king. And all of the children were climbing and climbing and climbing, trying to get up. I was second. I was after the Hollow Knight. And I fell. Because I'm stupid. Because El Bozo. And then the Hollow Knight was like, dab, and left. And then this is the king talking to the Hollow Knight. You shall seal the blinding light that plagues their dreams. You are the vessel. You are the Hollow Knight. Guys, it's a title drop. It's a title drop! Okay, sorry. I'm excitable. Remember the past and unite the abyss. First off, very cool transition.
Yummers.
Was this like my womb? Was this my birthing chamber? Oh! An emptiness that was hidden within, now unconstrained, unifies the void under the bearer's will. This charm is a part of its bearer and cannot be unequipped. Understood. Arrow void. The Fanta is a blinding light that plagues Blug's dreams. Remember that? Yeah, I gathered that it was the Fanta and that the goal is to contain the Fanta. I just want to shoot one person as a treat. Okay, you can have one as a treat. Are you my friends? Dang, still have to dash through that. Oh, I don't go that way. I mean, okay, I could ruin this and just teleport out, which would be very funny. I don't know why I'm banishing you. Obviously, it's due to the charm. Though I'm curious, like, am I absorbing your power, or am I just putting you to rest? Am I like a reverse necromancer? Is that what this is? Don't worry, I got you, homie. Listen, if I can banish Cloth Spirit, I can banish yours. Huh? Oh, there. Should I be... Basically, every void being in Hollowness is now under Ghost. What other void beings are there? There's the Shades down here. The Vessel was under the control of the Fanta. Unless you're saying every creature with free will, which is a void being, is now under my control. Arrow, don't fight your sibling. But, okay, clearly you never grew up with siblings. I grew up with siblings. We fought all the time. The shade you leave behind when you die, and the void tendrils in the dark. So the void tendrils in the dark lakes, that's further down. That's down in the abyss, right? So that makes sense. Also, my shade. So now my shade will just kind of linger there, and I'll kill it. Okay, so that's mechanically, it is an upgrade where. Wait, no, I just realized. No, I can't be infinitely bred. I lost my white fragment, so now I can't just recover soul. That would have been so pog. Oh, you can dream kill them? But they go away. See? They disappear. How can I dream now? I clipped the title drop bit. Thank you. Hi! Heya. I have fought none of the collectors. I fought the dreamers. It's like, you're a Fanta. Weird. Dream now my own shade light. Oh! You're so right! Okay, so I'm just gonna teleport. Because effectively, I just made this climb. And you're gonna tell me, no, there was a super secret cutscene that you could only get by climbing back out, and I don't. Really? If that's the case, I will be sad. But I hope that's not the case. Okay, so. I do find that this one I find really funny. I'm not gonna lie, just sheer comedy factor. I like the glowing womb. I locked myself out of the Secret Spider-Man ending. No! Am I gonna play Silk Song after this? Not immediately after this. Immediately after this, my goal is to play Dispatch. I've heard great things about Dispatch. It will also be a very nice change of pace. It'll be a very narrative game instead of a very mechanical game. I like to balance things up where I like to have a short game follow a long game. I like to have a very narrative game follow a mechanical game. I don't own Silk Song, so I probably won't play it for like at least 6 months. Heads up. But I do plan on playing Silk Song at some point. And I also have basically been unspoiled. Dispatch is amazing. I'd recommend 3 runs. I want to pick up Dispatch. I don't have it yet. But I've heard great things about it. People have said I should play it. What does being VIP even do? No, there was an womb there or something. I don't know. Listen. If there was a womb there, and this would have turned into Filled Night Breathe Song, I don't think I can show that on stream. That's for a different site. What does VIP do? VIP gives you a little badge, and if I put it in slow mode, I think you're not affected. The point of the boss is to kill people. Let's be real. So heads up, we have ad break in a minute and a half. Am I correct to assume that fighting the Hollow Knight with the Void Heart will change the ending, or is that wrong? So Arrow, I don't know if this matters at all, but I want to ask you again to check the entrance of the Abyss again. Okay. I'm right? Okay. Am I also correct that every single ending is triggered by fighting, or not necessarily fighting the Hollow Knight, but like going into the Black Egg Temple? But like that's the final boss area no matter what the ending is? Okay. I do like the Summoner build. The Summoner build is very funny to me. And then I can even get my compass back. Yay! There's a couple of special DLC endings. Yeah, so I was told Grimm is post-game. There are 4 endings. 3 are in the Black Egg Temple. 1 is the DLC area God Home. I don't even know what God Home is. Holy heck. Do I have the DLC? I think it's called Godseeker. Then no. I only have what free DLC came with the game. I don't have any special DLC. I'm gonna go back down to the entrance of the Abyss. I'm not correct on that one. Understood. It's all free. The main game's endings are in the place with the Hollow Knight. Understood. Oh my god. There is no paid DLC. Right, because it was all Kickstarters, right? Okay, this isn't different. So this is the entrance to the Abyss. The babies must feed. They feed on the souls of the innocent. Darn. Do you have a save from before you turn the king notch? No, I do not. No. There's the same ending with slight difference. They unlock the same achievement. If you own the Void Heart version of the game, you have all the DLC. Oh. The Void Heart is DLC. Interesting. Oh my gosh, they're so silly. So we have an ad break in progress. I'm just gonna head back to the bench and then chill. So question. Deals are endings outside of the go back to the Black Egg Temple. I got number 1. I'm gonna go there again with my what if I bring the babies into the arena? What if I say, let's go, my children? Look at, they're all gonna take a nap. They're so cute. Single mother of 5. Void Heart was an update. It just shares a name with the charm. Got it. Because I believe one of the endings is based on not having the Void Heart, so you could do it with the breeding build. Is that what you... What? Just gonna see what's going on by the black egg? Is that what you see him when you climb out normally? I don't know. I swear, if I teleported and that actually removed something from the game, I'm gonna be kind of annoyed. Because I just climbed that, so of course I didn't want to climb it again. I already got the pre-Void Heart ending. A lot of talk of breeding for a Say So streamer. Yeah, and? We're talking about breeding, mind break, masochism. What was the 4th one? We've decided that this stream is very kinky. The stream has a couple kinks to it. Ain't nothing wrong about talking about breeding. You know that, Leah. You know that, VV. Oh, puppy play. Thank you. Yeah, puppy play was the 4th one. I appreciate that y'all know this. Y'all got this locked in. You might just get that stuff near the black egg. Okay, so I'm going to take the stag, go up, black egg. Awesome. I mean, yeah, I do talk about breeding a lot. More power to you. Bully for you. I tend to be more quiet about my interests and proclivities. Though when we're talking about a glowing womb and the person I got it from, their only thought was breed. Say So breeding with lights off under... No, that's not... I wrote this stream's kinks down, I'm prepared. But you can Google a thing later that shows what happens when you go normally with the Void Heart on you. And Silk Seals, so also Shibari. Oh my gosh. Y'all are so silly. I'm not the weird one here. I'm Say So. We're not turning off the lights under the covers. That is not Say So. Say So is not doing that at all. Y'all are the ones who are into like Shibari and Mind Break and puppy play and masochism and breeding. I didn't say none of that. Wait, I lose my babies. No. I lose my babies. And I have no soul left because my babies drained them.
These my puppies. These puppies.
Okay. Frick. Maybe I actually, no, I'm gonna have a bench, so it'll be fine. We're adding Shibari then? I don't know, someone brought up Shibari? Hi, Hornet. Have you met my 4 children? We have a 5th on the way. The path is open. One way or another, an end awaits inside. I won't be joining you in this. That space is built to sustain your likes. Its bindings would drain me were I to join. Don't be surprised. I'll not risk my own life in your attempt. Though if the moment presents, I'll aid as I'm able. Ghost of Hallownest, you possess the strength to enact an end of your choosing. Would you supplant our birth curse sibling, or would you transcend it? Could it achieve that impossible thing? Should it? Bye, Hornet. Bye, sister. I'm not gonna make jokes about you because we're related, even if it's only half related. Vessel, though bound, you shall know the state of the world. Hallownest will be whole again. What's my percentage now? Where was it? 84%. Nice! I got 3% more done. Okay, so this is the second ending, I think at least. Second and third. Controversial opinion, DLC endings aren't worth it. I mean, okay. Oh. Okay, there we go. So this is... I didn't know if that was because of the end. Oh, I forgot that I have the baby build. I didn't process the fact that I currently have the baby build. And I'm fighting the final boss with the baby build. Ow, heck. Oh, my babies! My babies are doing wonderful things! I love my babies! Oh, yeah, you do that. You keep doing that, bro. Yes, sir. So what I will say is that I'm excited to fight Grimm more because the fight that I had with him was pretty fun. It was just people said like, hey, he's kind of post-game. Oh, I forgot my baby. Frick. No! My babies. I couldn't heal because of you. It's okay, I still love you. Wait. Oh. I was gonna dream nail you. But I guess I can't do that. I mean, it's worth watching the DLC ending cutscene before playing Silksong. Understood. Yes, I'm not gonna play Silksong anytime soon. That's my plan is not to do that. I have other stuff I want to do. I don't own Silksong yet. So I'm not in a rush. Darn, drat. Grim Baby is impatient. Grim Baby has the patience of a toddler, which you might know is famously low. Heck. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that no toddler has patience, but I will say that every toddler I've ever met has had no patience. Maybe some toddlers have the emotional maturity of not a toddler, but given that this child, the Grim child, is a toddler? Oh, you're stabbing yourself, I think. Given that this child is a child, I can't really fault them for acting, you know, like a child. And I think that's something that a lot of people need to be better about, like unironically. I think that a lot of people don't give grace to children for acting like children. Which is incredibly silly when you think about it. Like, you need to act more emotionally regulated even though you don't understand what emotional regulation is. Ah! Heck. With the getting hit stuff, having Grubsong can be a baby. Oh! You're so true! How do I maximize my babies? How do I maximize... How can I maximize breeding? Are they a toddler or more of a very active infant? I feel like my hatchlings are the active infants. I feel like the Grim child was given to me as a baby, which implies that like they are more of like a toddler because they had some history before me. Breed maxing? I wish. I mean, what? If I want to maximize breeding, I need to wear the Weaver song? Arrow on that brood maxing hustle? Listen, I play Tyranids. What do you want? Say-so tag canceled? No! I promise I'm say-so! Frick. Okay, that was just like us being on the same wavelength. I'm sorry. Yeah, stab yourself all you want. Yeah, I stab you and then babies come out. That's how this works. Of course you play Tyranids? Okay. My goal is to play CSM. My goal is to play Space Marines, cast Space Marines, because Death to the False Emperor Hydrodominatus. However, the only models that I have on hand that are like legal for 10th are Tyranids, because I bought them for cheap off a buddy. I have old CSM, but those are like too small bases, so cannot be like played legally. Frick, I didn't see the... Ooh. But for real, Dream Railing, oh, wait, you're so right. I should drop you. I want to dream nail you. I stab you and then babies come out. How bed bugs actually work. No, gross. No, so Vivi, I play Tyranids because I have the models for him. Oh, I didn't dream nail myself. Whoops. Because I have the models for him. I would play more CSM, but well, I don't have models for CSM, so I'm not gonna. Listen, just because I play the freaky bugs does not make me a freak. Y'all are the freaky ones. Heck. Not what I wanted. I hit S instead of D. TSM is also a pretty stereotypical choice. Oh yeah, stereotypical for what? Don't you say it. I know what you're thinking. And it's not true. What do you mean it's not the freak army, the Drukhari are the freak army. Well, so I'm not trans femme, I'm non-binary. Just because I'm more feminine does not a trans femme make. I feel as though Tyranids are absolutely stereotypical. I will say. Tyranids are the stereotypical, for whatever reason, Death Guard and Nids are the stereotypical girl armies. Oh, I fully just missed. Heck, I mean... Oh wait, it doesn't do anything. Oh, heck. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I was told to dream nail and it said nothing. Does that mean that you don't think? Is that because you're stupid? Is it because you're so hollow now after the Fanta that you don't even have the ability to thump? Death Guard, Nids, and Tau? Honestly, I haven't heard much Tau. The Tau I mostly hear from weebs. Dreamnail not yet? Okay, then I'll keep it. You play Tau? Listen, you're also like a mecha girly. If you're into mecha, if you're into Gundam, and you love Tau, that does not surprise me whatsoever, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that's a trans femme thing or that's a girl thing. That's just a mecha thing. And I think a lot of trans femmes, and also just a lot of women, are into mecha. But I definitely think that it's more of a mecha thing than it is a stereotypical girl thing. Because I don't know what it is. Many women in 40k, or many women interested in 40k, just are drawn to Grandpa Nurgle and the Nids. And I've seen this time and time again with like particularly VTubers that like react to it and then get into it. Heck. Tau are peak because mechas peak. Disagree. Tau suck on multiple levels. Heck. I was trying to paint. I mean, obviously, I played Tau and Knights. Yeah. Current tabletop Tau are not peak. Okay, Tau were last peak in like 7th edition. Actually, they're kind of oppressive in 9th. I'm not gonna lie. Depending on what you ran, generally with Tau, you would run big vehicles, and you would have systems set up that your vehicles would just make 1,000 attacks that would never miss and all be like AP -4 because Tau railgun. Pogo. They were literally perfectly balanced in 9th. Okay. You want to say that again with a straight face? You want to say that seriously this time? Or do you want to continue here and cope? I'm not going to sit here and say that they should have been like nerfed into oblivion, which they kind of were. But I do think that they were not perfectly balanced at all in 9th. 50% tourney win rate? Yeah. And how many other factions had an under 40% win rate? Also, the music does go hard. People were commenting. Okay, now it's... No, this is doing nothing. I've been lied to. Did Tau ever get anything giant aside from the Manta model? Okay, so the Manta doesn't count. Every faction has at least one Titan. Imperium has way more, because of course Imperium does. the Manta as a giant Titan model is the equivalent of like a Warhound Titan, which means that it's not actually meant to be played. It's more meant to just be a cool set piece that you have and that you build, and that you can say, oh yeah, one day I'm going to play in a PoC game, and then you never do because no one plays a PoC games. Like, in case you're wondering what I'm referring to, I think the 10th Manta Oh! I saw the blah blah blah. I have to kill it in its dreams? My babies. I'm glad that my babies followed me. Challenge? Is this the thing where I turn around and I take out my nail and then I realize that the sky is the enemy? The sky is the enemy! I've seen this cutscene before. The Radiance? Am I fighting the... I have babies. I'm full health. Oh, frick. Heck. Okay, luckily, my babies can attack while I focus on dodging. Ah! What? My control reverse? Oh, heck. Darn. Drat. Dang. Heck. Listen, with the power of children, with the power of repeated breeding, we will defeat the Radiance. It might not be first try. It might not be second try. It might not be ever, but we will do it. Oh, I have to go all the way back here. Got it. Downspell is so handy here. The music was kind of peak. Hollow Knight has cut Dreamnail dialogue where it mostly talks about Fanta-related thoughts, and also one line where it confuses Ghost with the Pale King, referring to his father. Oh. What are we gonna do? Fight the sun? Oh my god! No, literally, I've seen that before, which is why I was thinking of it. Is this the one where I take my nail out and the sky gets angry? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving the summoner build. It's kind of so funny. Heck. Darn. I gave up on Radiance because I was getting really annoyed of having to fight Hollow Knight every time. That's fair. I think that's something where, depending on how difficult or annoying you find Hollow Knight, I can definitely see that being like I'm fine fighting Radiance, I'm not fine fighting Hollow Knight. And I feel like Hollow Knight, my guess is falls more into the annoying category than the difficult. Because obviously, like with the self-damage, that makes the fight easier. Okay, now heal. Ow, heck. Darn it. Drat. Dang. It is, I mean, it is kind of comedic, I'm not gonna lie. Like, just the way they start going ham on themselves, like, not even in an effective way, literally just in a, I am doing as much damage as I can in as short a time as I can way, which is sad, it's thematic, but it's also kind of fun. I won't pretend like it's not. I became so good at the fight. Oh, okay, and then there's Hornet. It is interesting, though, that it requires the hello. It requires the void thing in order to get to the point where you can fight the Phantom. Because I'm assuming the Radiance is the Phantom, right? So I was told, okay, so I can slam and welcome to the jam if I need iframes. Oh, I can do my up. This is a perfect... Do I drop... Do I go Shaman Stone? Of all things? Do I go Summon or Shaman? I keep Sharp Shadow because Sharp Shadow keeps me moving around. Do I drop Mark of Pride? Yeah, up big damage. And if I can get that, like, because the Radiance is constantly above me. So if I build Summoner, so I get constant damage, and then I also do up, you're gonna need the Awoken Dreamnail and Hornet's Bind to enter the dream and the Void Heart to defeat Radiance. Yeah, and I guess Grub Song, like... I was hoping for Spell Twister, but I feel like Sharp Shadow is actually really useful. I always hate having to fight a boss to go to another boss. That's something that I think it's entirely dependent on the boss. I am not at the point with Hollow Knight yet, where I'm frustrated. Although I am definitely feeling that shorter range already. Because I've been playing the game with at least Long Nail for quite a while at this point. Luckily I have buddies, I have friends that can get some range for me, but... Okay. I just need to be conservative, I need to be cautious. Part of what it is that one of my worst habits with these sort of games is I constantly go in and I just start wailing. And I don't actually, like, pace myself. I don't actually spend my time doing anything conservative. Heck. Darn it. Drat. Heck. What if I... Aha! I can do up B, up A on you! Okay. Heck, darn, drat, dang it. Dang it. You sniped me. That one was good. I gotta give it to you. Heck. Oh, heck. Yeah, I went halfway through that fight without getting hit, which was pretty pog, I'm not gonna lie. Probably the best I've done in this fight thus far. Frick! If you don't Dreamnail the Hollow Knight when Hornet shows up, you get a... Really? Interesting. Yeah, it was less... He was too hard and more is boring. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I want to fight this boss 15 times just to fight the Radiance. Like, right there was an instance where I fought I feel I fought very well. Heck. I feel I fought very well, and I was still punished prior to Radiance. I do think that the fact that you're healed fully beforehand... I don't know. I'm of two minds, because on the one hand, thank you for being less annoying. On the other hand, why am I even fighting you? If the point of fighting the Hollow Knight first... Heck. If the point of following the Hollow Knight first is so that the Radiance is harder, then I'm not going to get healed. If the point of fighting the Hollow Knight is just to be busy work, then I am going to be healed. So this is very much a, why are you healing me? That doesn't make the Radiance any harder. All this is making it take longer to fight the Radiance. Which I understand having a 2-point boss fight can be fun, but also, like, part of the reason why you have a 2-point boss fight is that the first phase makes the second one more difficult. That's the thing, like, if it was you don't get a full heal after fighting the Hollow Knight, which I think would be annoying, it would still... Heck. it would still feel... It would feel more consequential because I know when I fight the Hollow Knight, I need to do it properly. Otherwise, I'm going to go into the Radiance at a disadvantage. You need to Dream Nail the Radiant Scoop inside. For that, you need Hornet to crack open the head. Rest and lock in. I think... I mean, I want to be done. Like, I'm not going to lie. I want to be done with Hollow Knight. Not because I'm not enjoying it, but explicitly because, like, I have other stuff to do. So it's not that I'm like bored of Hollow Knight and I want it to be over with. It's that I've been playing Hollow Knight for like 45 hours. And I'm having fun with it, but I have other games I want to play. Like, I want to play Dispatch. And I will say, I'm feeling the pressure to play something like Dispatch because right now it's popular. And I'm excited to play it. And it's been enough time that people probably have already seen it if they don't want to be spoiled. Or people have already, like, consumed it in their way if they don't want to be spoiled. So now it's kind of prime time. Whereas if I wait, like, 6 months, no one's gonna care. Which, like, you could say the same thing about Silksong. But it is a situation where, like, I feel as though with how popular Silksong Hollow Knight is, there's always going to be an audience for it. Yes, do more of this move. This move is easy. Yeah. See, that move is when he does the slam down, I just barely cannot see the freaking... Are you fudging kidding me? That was one of the closest I've been actually properly cursing. I should have been healed. I do not believe that I should have taken that damage. I think that I should have been healed and then taken a damage, and then I would have been like, ah, darn it, you wasted my heal. Small Raid is leaving a trace. I mean, I'm not really shamaning during this fight. That's my issue. Because I don't shaman. Also, my babies. My babies are taking up my mana. Heck. Okay. I'm curious. So part of the reason why I never slam is because I just don't forget. I just don't remember. But also, oh, hello, heck, I cannot accompany you on the shadow right now. Okay, now I can. Yay! Hello, everyone. Be prepared to be shot. If you don't know me, I am Arrow Rights. I am a TTRPG YouTuber where here on Twitch, I shoot you if you come to my chat. Thank you, Drake Sword, for the follow. If you want to shoot my chat, simply follow. You'll get 300 channel points, and you can do Purge the Week to ban one random chatter. You could shoot your friend. You could shoot your enemy. You could shoot me. You could shoot StreamerBot. What were you up to, A? As soon as I mentioned that, yeah, just it keeps going. Yeah, sorry, I saw someone was saying something about Hollow Knight. Sorry, I can't hear you. Hey, Lycanthropic. Sorry, I can't... Could you say that again about Hollow Knight? I can't hear you over the gunshots. The people who are shooting each other are a bit noisy. We had internet issues? Yeah, it's a bit early for you to stop. Whoever shot me, prepare to die. So, if you don't know, we're in Hollow Knight. The volume difference between streams was high, lol, and internet bad. I'm sorry the internet was bad. Right now we're at the end of Hollow Knight. We're going for ending 2. So, if you want to not be spoiled, I recommend leaving. But, with internet issues, what were you trying to do? Let's talk about the wonderful life of what could have been. Give him a dream nail? I did that! I did a dream nail before. I've gotten to the Radiance already. I don't know if A can connect right now, but he was working on Radiance. Ooh, nice. Well, if he manages to survive let him know that I thank him very much for sending y'all over here. We are up to some silliness. We were talking about oh, actually, AE. So I know AE probably can't hear me. AE's community. Most of you are furries, no? We were having a whole conversation about furries earlier. And I need to know your personal opinion as a furry, as a subject matter expert, on what the delineation of a furry is. Is an anthropomorphic animal a furry? Or is it only a furry if it is the fursona of a human with a anthropomorphic animal? Called out, wow. Listen, I say how it is. You might say I'm a bit of a straight shooter. We're on call at the moment. No worries. Because we were having a discussion, and my chat, who is mostly not furries, but I have some furries in my community, were saying it's only a furry if it's self-identified. It might be furry bait, it might be something that inspires furries, but it's only furry if they themselves identify as furry and are like a sapient individual that is claiming to be a furry. Everything is furry if you try hard enough. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like a bit of a furry radical. I am not a furry. However, I recognize that like cat girls are basically furry. Not Bugs Bunny is a furry. Listen, Lola Bunny was a furry awakening. Is Lola Bunny a furry? And I maintain if Lola Bunny is a furry or not, Bugs Bunny is in the same category. They are the same like category. It is simply one is mask, one is femme. Heck. Darn it. Go, my children. I've bred you for war. Okay, yeah. So Hollow Knight's stabbing himself. Yeah, so let's stop the shooting. The raid has happened. You are no longer under attack. Yeah, so the shooting is silly, but try not to be too much about it. Darn it. Gosh darn it. Heck. I was trying to reach chat. I'm trying to be done with this game today. And I cannot commit to like fighting this dude for like 3 more hours. But at the same time, I'm worried that is what it's going to take. To be honest, I hold that full body fur is the... That's what I was saying earlier. I feel if you have full body fur, that is the line most people say is furry. I feel like the difference between a furry and a non-furry, whether it is a cat girl or an anthropomorphic animal or a Pokemon or like Lola Bunny, the defining feature almost always is just, do they have skin or fur across their entire body? And I don't think that's a bad line to have. However, we have also had the conversation that monster lovers and furries are 2 separate but related communities. Of course, we're not going to conflate them here. However, is it monster loving or is it furry to look at an anthropomorphic creature and say wood? Not I want to be that, not I have a fursona, but to look at like Lola Bunny, to look at like Lucario, to look at like Gardevoir or whatever, and be like wood. Because I feel as though a lot of people who claim to not be furries, like say that. A lot of people who deny furdom, who deny being a furry, would still say that. Up to and including people who claim not to be monster lovers. What about monsters? What about animals that don't have fur? Well, so that's where you get into the question of like, scalies don't have fur. They are considered basically furries, but separate. Okay, I have some thoughts on the subject that's very nuanced and too much to get into Twitch chat. You don't think self-identification is necessary, but you can also create an anthro animal from that angle, and it's not culturally a furry. So other people brought up that you need to be part of the furry culture in order to be furry. However, my response to that is like basically, what if you don't know about the furry culture, but you still like kin an animal? You have like an anthro OC. Does that make you less of a furry just because you don't know about the community? You're not a part of it. Similarly, with something like like Lucario it was one of the examples we kept bringing up. Is that was the furry awakening for a lot of people. Is Lucario a furry, despite not being like, despite being like literally an animal that just happens to be bipedal, because it was so integral to the furry community? Does the presence of the community and the influence of the community alter the state of a character's furriness? I think you can very much create a character from the outside that doesn't align with it. Yeah. Although, at what point does a character stop being like accidentally a furry and start being just a completely unrelated thing that looks like a furry, right? At what point does a anthropomorphic animal become a furry if the intention was not to be furry? Like, how far can you go in terms of, I guess, innocence, like lack of awareness? At what point does it not matter what your intent was? Like, call a spade, right? Because I feel like that line is different for everyone. But at the same time, I feel like there's a bit of a clear line. I feel like there is more of a clear-cut answer than you would expect. I feel like even if a character is not intended to be a furry or a fursona, I feel as though there is a certain line where it just has enough traits that, even without being related to the furry culture, does involve that. Go, my children. All right. Shaw! Therian does not equal furry? That reminds me, did you know Pokemon can canonically breed with humans? Yes, because the reason for that is most Pokemon lore entries are just classic Japanese yokai, just repackaged as Pokemon and a little bit sanitized. So there's a lot of weirdness, there's a lot of like, oh, humans used to eat Pokemon, humans used to marry Pokemon, and a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, that's so weird, why is Game Freak so weird? But really they're just kind of like taking classic mythos and making it Pokemon. Frick. Heck. Darn it. Well, I'm glad that I got to fight Radiance for 10 seconds. Why are you taking out Vivi? Welcome back, Doc. Phoenix totally botching your resurrection on purpose. Yeah, that checks out. There's a lore entry in Pokemon of a child evolving into a Pokemon. Yeah, and I imagine that's very much... Thank you for the follow, Oldest. I very much think that that's in line with the idea of Pokemon as a stand-in for yokai. Pokemon started weird, and it started with like this genetic mutation angle. That was Gen 1. That was like the thing of Gen 1. And the lore entries have always had weird, creepy bits to it. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, the Pokemon lore entries are so creepy. Yeah, because they just take real-world, like yokai, real-world mythological stories, and they package it in a cute, family-friendly setting without actually changing much of it. So a lot of like the weirdo, like the Typhlosion stuff, right? A lot of the weirdo, like Ursaring stuff was based off of actual folklore. Frick. Was based off of actual folklore, which would basically not make it to the final cut, but would inspire the setting. Yeah, yokai are real. Did you know that? Look, the bracket key is right next to the enter key. I want to engage with the conversation because I have thoughts, but even my cell service is buffering like heck. Oh my gosh. Well, so we talk about furries surprisingly regularly for a non-furry community. And maybe that's the puppy girls. Like, you know, maybe that's the puppy girls in my community kind of having a bit of a monopoly over what we talk about. And I love them for it. So there will be other opportunities. Do not stress yourself. My influence. I can't be a furry. Sharks have no fur. Me, totally seriously. Okay, so, like, I understand there's a scaly. I think that birds are featheries, is what I've heard. Is there a fish equivalent? Is there an amphibian-y? Or would that also just be a scaly? Because, like, fish have scales. Shark doesn't have scales. Shark has shark scales. I'm just now realizing how hungry I am. Go, my children. I have bred repeatedly. I will send you out to the front lines, and you will engage in destruction in my name. Oh, you just parried my Hadouken. Nice. Okay, let's avoid getting hit by this. Hit by this. Brick. Heck. Darn. I think if it has scales, then scaly. Yes, because sharks don't have scales. However, fish, by and large, do. So if your persona is like an eel, what are you? Like, I think, as someone that's not part of the culture, I feel it is fine to just have furry be a catch-all term. But also, I understand I'm saying that as an outsider, so I'm not gonna like assign that to the community. My children. My babies. Let us commit incredible violence. Darn! Go, my children. Oh, you deal 2 damage. Never mind. Okay, we still on the furry. Is this not conversation? No, we came back to it, is what it was. Later, A. Yeah, I think furry is more of a culture than a taxonomic categorization. I mean, what is a culture if not a series of taxonomic categorizations? Let's just boil down the social sciences, right? When has that ever gone wrong? Okay, so now we're getting to the linguistics of what makes something a fish. Okay, fish aren't real. Arguably, sharks are fish. Sharks are not actually fish. Fish is not real. Fish is a made-up category for the layman to describe things in the water with fins. I understand that. However, from a layman's perspective, a scaly is a furry. A shark persona is a furry. A bird person is a furry. I think that we need to understand that not only from a cultural perspective versus a linguistic perspective, a layman's perspective to a furry's perspective, there's a difference between how the average person perceives it and talks about it than someone in the know. For instance, all video game consoles are Nintendo to like middle-aged mothers. All TTRPGs are D&D to like the Satanic Panic crowd. Like to the person that is uninitiated in a grouping that has no information on it, there is a term, and that term has value because the layperson understands what they're talking about. For instance, fish. If you're a marine biologist, and I live with marine biologists, fish is like one of the worst slurs that you could ever say because fish are not real. Taxonomically, they are just made up. And if you ask a layperson, like, hey, what is this? And you put in a shark, and maybe they don't know it's a shark. They would say, yeah, it's a fish. If you put in a cod or a trout, they might say it's a fish. Even if it's like an eel, they might say it's a fish. Which they might not. They might. Who knows? Can confirm I never owned a Nintendo, but my mom called them all Nintendos. Exactly. Heck. Drats. Go, my children. Execute them. Execute Order 66. Frick. Well, now that's no fun. The music do be poppin', I will say. Heck. Okay, so I'm trying not to shop. Frick. Another Galaxy Brain take. Whales or fish? Listen, I think if you ask the average person, is a whale a fish? They would say yes. Is a dolphin a fish? They would say yes. They're not. They're mammals. Even on like the taxonomic, even on the lay level, even on the colloquial level, a lot of people who use the term fish regularly know what a fish is and know what it isn't. Whether that is Like eels are not fish, lobsters are not fish, shrimp are not fish, sharks are not fish. They mean like a bony fish, or maybe they mean a boneless fish. Who knows? But generally, they'll know what they mean. They'll be like, sure, why can't a fish be a mammal? Or they probably wouldn't even think about that far. How many people do you know who probably, like, if you ask them and like put a gun to their head, they would not be able to tell you what mammal lives in the ocean? Like what large mammal lives in the ocean? Because they think a whale is a fish. They don't think it's a mammal. And then when you tell them, they're like, what? No, huh? That's not a mammal. Like, I'm not saying that because, like, I'm not saying this to, like, dunk on anyone who does think that, because the only way to learn is to not know something first. But there are a lot of people who go their entire life thinking, like, whales are fish, dolphins are fish, they are the same as sharks, right? When that is very not the case. These are the same people, or actually a lot of people think this, who think that dolphins are really cute and nice and sweet and lovely and wonderful, when in reality, dolphins are like people. How many people do you know that aren't nice and sweet and cute? Because that's the same with dolphins. Hello, whales being mammals is like common knowledge. Never assume anything is common knowledge. That is something I've learned. Like, legitimately, never assume anything is common knowledge, particularly if you think, oh yeah, that's so easy. One, because you might be privileged. One, because you might have like had a better education than this person. Two, you might be the sort of person that when you have a question, you ask it, and you might not, and you might be talking to people who don't do that. Are whales as fish is a trick question to use on children. It's like such a misconception that it's a well-known misconception. I mean, depends on where you are, where you're from, right? Like, heck, did that hit the floor, you gremlin creature, idiot, stupid. Heck. Oh, I nearly dodged that one. Oh. Everything the Radiance does seems to do 2 hit points. I used to think the definition of pegging was common knowledge, but I've had to explain it. So, pegging like a pin. Like pegging something to a board, right? If common knowledge is real, the BART train lines would have notices that says assaulting people is illegal. Oh my gosh. I don't know, maybe it's because of my nation's history with whales and sea life in general. Have you considered... No? Not get good? Have you considered that this boss is mean and should feel bad? Pegging like your 6... I have a legitimate question. Is pegging a kink? I thought it was an activity. Like, sure, you could be interested in it, but does, like... I don't know, to me that feels like saying, like, missionary is a kink, right? Like, I actually don't know. Because I'm sure that there are people who, like, oh, that's their favorite thing, they just love that. But that also strikes me more as like an activity. And I feel like a kink, well, I suppose masochism, puppy play is an activity. I suppose like masochism is an activity, or like a state of mind that you involve activities in. So I don't know why, I just kind of had the thought of like, pegging strikes me as much more mechanical than a lot of the others. Oh heck. Like the actual frick. It's just an activity. I think it's a gray area. There are other activities that could qualify as both that I won't name. Yeah, that we're not gonna get deep into it because I am get deep into it. Like this is safe for work, but pegging is seen as an outside norms. It's still kink. What is kink? Is kink a mindset? Is it a community? Is it an activity? Like. Sorry, just phrase that came to mind, mechanical pegging. I think there's a machine that you can buy. Oh, have I told you? I definitely have. I had a spam email that came to me on my creator account that said, hey, you won this mechanical machine that will do that. Click here to claim it. And this was by a website that had reached out to me a couple times. So I don't know if someone like used my email for like a not safe for work account and then they got like spam mail sent to it. But like a year ago, or like at the top of this year, like a while ago, I was getting multiple emails by these sort of people, by these sort of sites. And I'm like, why are you sending this to my creator account? Asking me real questions on stream? Heck yeah. Listen. I'm a curious sort. I'm a busy bee. I am one that asks the questions no one else is willing to. And should I find my answer, I will simply pass it on to the masses and continue on my search for knowledge. I am not but a generous god. Also, again, someone pointed out the music. Now that I turned up the music after sitting in the throne room, like, it do be popping pretty hard. Is it getting in the way of my audio? Say so tagger? No, I'm still say so. I've been kind of like fighting for my life to hold on to it after the girlfriend video, but my say so tag is real. I'm still say so. You can't just revoke my say-so tag just because people in chat are being weird. Just because I say, oh, I love breeding, doesn't mean that you can just revoke my say-so tag. Heck. Say-so pegging? Honestly, we love that. I do appreciate that she just like screams at you like, get dude! Let's just do big damage. Let's see where that gets us. Frick, I went the wrong way. Okay. Heck. What the heck? What the hecky heck? The best kind of... I mean, is it wholesome? Is that what say so that would be? Horus, I've fallen to the Black Rage. Oh my gosh. Can't wait for Arrow to fight Absolute Radiance Knight in the near... Is Absolute Radiance Knight like a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Congrats, you face. Did I actually? I'm loving the summoner build. Do I lose? Do I stop breeding? How do I peg in a say-so manner? I mean, like, you can, like, peg a note to a corkboard? That's say-so. It's phase 2 out of 4 or 5. Okay. I always thought they were yelling, get good! That makes sense. Oh my gosh, my voice. Absolute Radiance is a god home thing. Never stop breeding. Words to live by. What is say-so? So, say-so means like innocent, wholesome, not lewd. I very much don't make NSFW content in any regard. The closest I've gotten is talking about it in an educational and like reviewing capacity, where I talked about an NSFW TTRPG. So I consider myself say-so because I'm not talking about like sussy topics that much. However, my community loves talking about them, and they will get me to talk about them, and I'll be like, yeah, here's my thoughts on it, like here's some just general communication advice, and then people will be like, oh, it's so rude, and then I'll be like, what is wrong with you? Keep reading that night. What a wild thing to... Oh my gosh. All I will say in response to that, I'm a very large fan of the trope, like protector and protectorate. Like, give me a fic, give me a trope, give me a story where there is someone who's like a guard, like a bodyguard, or a like knight, and they're charged that they have to protect. Like they also like fall in love. That is so good. I don't know what it is. Like the conflict of interest of like, I'm gonna protect you no matter what because I love you and care about you and or am interested in you, contrasted with I'm going to protect you because it's my job. And then like the intersection of that is so good. So like, I don't know, breeding at night could work. I'm not gonna dismiss it. Like someone write up a fanfic of that and I might actually read it. Arrow's one to fixate on breeding? Yeah, and? What about it? I have an item that allows me to breed. I have an item that allows me to make babies from my womb. Just because I fixated on something that was relevant to the game means nothing. Cool. Listen, it don't matter how much damage we take going through phase 1. What matters is we get to the radiance. Filled knight behavior in this chat, true. That would typically be pinned in a corkboard, not to peg it. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on your degenerate ways. Your degenerate science is a mistake and unfamiliar to me. Ow. Okay. You're a bit far away. Thank you for coming back. Ow! Ow! Am I in a... No, I have an ad break in a minute. Frick. I ran out of charge. Breed is said by the thing that gives the charm. Yeah, it's said by the thing that gives the charm. Arrow is breeding for that shiny nightling. That doesn't seem very say-so. Oh, it's... I'm so say-so that doesn't count because I'm not say-so. Does the game call it breeding or are you pulling it away? No, so the thing that gave it to me, the thing that I took the charm from, its final thoughts was breed, which I thought was odd. You're an expert? Yuzu, you're an expert on breeding? Are you like Gundam Tanaka from Danganronpa, the ultimate breeder? The reason that I'm thinking about that is because my roommate is watching Game Grumps play Danganronpa 3. And on Game Grumps, they have a show called Guest Grumps, where they got the VA of Gundam Tanaka, the ultimate breeder. And so they were telling me about that recently because they find him so funny. No, I'm an expert on pegging. Oh! Yeah, I'll have a response to that one. Gosh, it's been 7 hours. I can beat this by hour 8. Easy. I'm an expert on Warhammer. I don't consider myself an expert on Warhammer. I also don't consider myself an expert on like Lancer. Or I think that it's reasonable for me to consider myself an expert on like D&D because I know more than the average person, and I think I know more than the average D&D'er, both mechanically and like from a meta level. And I don't mean like the Forgotten Realms. I mean like literally like the system, like D&D 5e, the history of the game, prior editions. Okay, so I can't pogo bounce on you. I've learned this. After you beat Radiance, you're gonna try the Pantheon? I don't know what that means. All I know is that Path of Pain is evil. And that there's like pantheons to this game, and they're all mean and evil. And they should feel bad. Frick. Darn. Drat. Dang. Blast. Okay, child? You're doing more harm than good. You are the light of my life. You are the radiance in my Fanta. However, you are causing more problems than you are solving. God Home Donathon when? I don't... How do I start God Home? Because what I could do... I've beaten the game. I've beaten Hollow Knight. I could say, okay, on Saturdays now, I'm going to start up my normal, what's it called? My normal, like, dispatch. Next week is, I'm not going to be. I'm going to be on Sunday instead of Saturday because I have family stuff Saturday. But I could set it up in such a way that I set up like a subathon where I'm like, okay, you get 1 hour. You get 1 hour and every sub adds like 5 minutes. So I'm not doing Path of Pain, definitely. What I will probably do is I'll probably do like a subathon, donathon, something. Middle of December? Gosh, when would it, probably end of December, like to close out the year. I could close out the year with a donathon. Did you know that GW tried making a record label? No, I did not know that. Also, please give me 1 moment. Naughty chatters get left with the creepy music. Be less naughty, and I won't leave you alone next time. Arrow left's true. Bring a small key to the left of waterways for God Home access. Do I have a small key? I don't actually think I have a small key. Yeah. I think I've spent all of my small keys. Who gets the jingly keys? Oh, true. Yeah, so the past couple streams, I haven't had my jingly keys on by default, and no one's commented. It's quite amusing to me. Also, question, how do I upgrade my Hadouken? Because I feel like that would really help, given that currently my only spell worth using is my upcast. I assumed that it would be via Dream Nail, because I got it from the guy with the Dream Nail, no? No, I got it from the other one. Right. Frick. I need to stop pogoing. I keep taking damage from pogoing on you when you're damaged. Like, I can pogo you in a fight. In a fight, right? I can bounce on it absolutely normal style. This is not crazy whatsoever. Frick. I support non-binary rights and non-binary lefts. You got this, come on, give them your all. Radiance ain't got nothing. Exactly. Fireball upgrade is in the Soul Sanctum, but requires an elegant key. Ground Pound upgrade is in the Crystallized Mound. Soul Sanctum. I don't have an elegant key. Hero died before half. Shut up, okay? Okay? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what. You wanna see? You wanna see? I might not got hands, but I got nails. My children are plentiful. My children are legion. Frick. My children are legion and will slay you where you stand like Santa in the snow. Darn. Dang, drat. Heck, darn it, drat. But Hollow Knight got shot. No. Arrow, you get too far away. That's why you can't read cues, I think. No, so the reason I get so far away is because it's not a matter of reading cues. It's a matter of literal. I do not. I'm going to try this. And if this works instantly, I'm going to be kind of mad. Not you, not you, not you. I physically cannot heal fast enough, which is my issue. Actually, so I'm gonna go full spell build. Probably not the right plan. Probably not the right play. But like, I'm just gonna try it because I want to maximize my. I'm gonna like come on and slam and welcome to the jam. You know. This run is cursed. I give up. I take it back. Like, I love summons. Summons let me play the game without playing the game. Heck. Okay, so if you can read cues, you won't get hit and take less damage. No, so that's the thing. It's not a matter of cues, it's a matter of literally being unable to heal in time. I am at 2 health. A lot of his attacks deal 2 damage. So I have to be able to not be on 2 health. So I need to heal, which means I need to be far enough away that his startup lag, or his end lag, means I have the time to heal. That's what I'm getting at. Now we heal. As he engages in some, is that? I understand that quite literally the term is self-harm, though is the opposite of self-love self-hatred? Because I mean, like, as he engages in some self-hatred there, but I didn't know if it would land. Heck. Part of my issue, I've mentioned this before, my fingers are constantly leaving one key to go on a different key. Because my index finger controls my attacks, my dashes. Heck. Darn, drab, nabbit, drab? Dang, nabbit. I'm sad. That's right. Hurt yourself. Like you hurt me. This is revenge. This is a revenge arc. Actually, it isn't attacking stuff. Well, so yes, but it is the Fanta. At this point, the Hollow Knight is the Fanta. Yes, it has a consciousness within the Fanta, but fundamentally, the Hollow Knight is the Fanta. It has been taken over. It is a husk. Yeah, wanna know what I love? When there's tracking enemy projectiles that just spam at each other, so then I have to spend my time just dodging them instead of actually fighting the boss. That's pretty fun. Although, actually, I'm gonna just never speak, ever, because I was about to say I'm actually getting to fight the boss this time. That didn't work. That didn't pan out. Get good shot. Come on, Radiance ain't nothing. However, I ain't nothing more.
Hey boss, how much killing is less killing?
Well, so hey boss is to me, not to B. However, B can decide, let's not do any killing. In which case, I think that there might be a bit of a revolution. Control is actually so good here. No, actually, like, unironically, I'm really struggling without a controller. Which is weird because I'm a keyboard gamer. I've grown up on keyboards, so I prefer keyboard. But I'm definitely feeling I physically am struggling to hit the keys in the proper order because my fingers are constantly moving key.
Yummers.
Sharp Shadow is doing a lot for me. Like, I feel as though I'm doing massive damage with my upcast. Longer melee range ward. Just like, let's try to not randomly start shootouts. Yeah, so I will say, there is a rule that if you try to start a shootout and it is not with a raid or during an ad, I will just time you out. Because I've had people that are being like, haha, we're going to do random shootouts, and I'm frustrated by it. So I will just time you out. The Arrow Durable cult, they deface the menacing figure of Arrow. I don't need quick focus. I feel like I'm not being able to heal, though. Radiance is super vulnerable to Abyss Shriek. 3 casts are enough to punch through phase 1 alone. That's why I'm going Shaman Stone Spell Twister. Well, like, what do I pair that with? Do I go, like, Mark of Pride? Just saying, goons. I mean, I could just grab 4, like... Well, how would Dream Shield work? Dream Shield, I don't imagine would stop the beams, but it would probably stop a sword, right? I don't have Shape of Wound. People keep saying grab Shape of Wound. I'm like, I don't have Shape of Wound. Like, I don't know what Shape of Wound is. If I inadvertently start the next Arrow story arc, not sorry, that's chill. I like having story arcs. They're fun. What? What is this? I'm thinking Mark of Pride. What is this? Transform the Vengeful Spirit? Is Vengeful Spirit my Hadoken? Yeah. Okay. Why not? I don't know how good that is, but I'll try it. Like, at this point, I'm doing a mage build without actually being much of a mage. Ah, frick. Backswing. Oh my gosh. Heck, I went through you. Oh wow, you took no damage from that. Wow. Like, Flukeness just straight up did 0 damage. The worm shotgun did nothing. If you ever ask me, will you ever love me if I'm a worm? My answer is no. Wanna know why? Because you do no damage. Get better. Okay, question. Damage comparison, glowing womb versus Grimm's Child. What's the damage comparison? Like, I guess we just gotta get good. They both suck damage-wise. Okay, but, like, I like summons. Having a nail extension is big handy, and in my opinion, cheaper spells are as well, so maybe Mark of Pride. Well, so, Mark of Pride doesn't make it cheaper, does it? Glowing Womb is more consistent. Yeah. So someone told me they wanted me to grab my soul with that, my dream nail. Mark is very good for nail stuff. What if I exclusively use nail arts? Like some kind of sociopath. It costs soul unlike Groomchild. That is very true. That's very true. Groomchild is just free. Ow, heck. Heck, I hate the fact that when you're not, like, when enemies are just standing there, doing nothing, in a weakened state, if I accidentally walk into them, I will take damage. I do legitimately think that I should not take damage in those cases. Like, yes, you could just say, don't walk into them, idiot, which, like, I think is what the game devs would say. But I also believe that if they're not attacking me, I shouldn't take damage. If they're not being aggressive, I should not take damage from them. Really? You dodged that? Of all things, you dodged that? Nail arts are so peak, never squeak again. Nail arts are great when you use them smartly, and there's a cool special charm that makes them quicker. That might be the 5th time this entire game after learning that nail art that I've used it. Like, I don't know, I felt more confident when I had my children with me. Maybe that's just my maternal instincts. maybe that's just me trying to be the best example for my children. But I felt like I had something to prove to my children. Heck. Dash slash is good big range. Heck. Darn it. Drat. Dang. Frick. Fudge. Drat. King's Quest. Mechabellum. Remember to do spells? I'm trying to do spells and it's hard. Yeah, like you just parried my Abyss Blast. I just did my uber super special final maneuver. And you just parried it like it was nothing. Just because you were facing the wrong direction. Ow, break. Yeah, like that's good. I think that's what I need to do more of. I need to get up right next to you and just Abyss Blast. Have I found the strat? Is the strat just to Abyss Blast? Is that what I need to do? Okay. Wait, what nail arts do I have? I have all of them. Heck. Yeah, all of Radiant's attacks, I think, deal 2 damage, which is not very cash money. Okay, that was BS. That was fully, I waited literally as long as I could to get my invincibility up. I waited as long as I could to get my invincibility up. And then I went after my invincibility was up. And then I still... Bro, have you ever died and not been able to recover your soul? It happened to me and it was so sad. I lost 4K of Geo. That happened to me once and I lost like 1,500. I think I lost like 1,500 one time. Honestly, Dark Souls is the one that... but like, I don't know. Maybe it's just... Hollow Knight, I haven't really struggled with that. There was like one time where I lost like 1,500. Maybe I lost like 4K Geo. Geo I never really cared about it in this game though. Like just full stop. Like geos never felt very impactful. It certainly felt useful at times, but heck, darn, I got stuck in a corner. Yeah, let's heal. Heck. Okay. Ow, heck. Yeah, so I think it's just like a universal experience. It's just go through and lose like 4K Geo, which sucks, obviously, but ultimately in this game, it's not that bad. Ultimately, it's not that bad an experience to lose a bunch of Geo. Dang, I was trying to see how aggressive I could be. I was wondering if I could just spam a Abyss Shriek. Trying to farm the white chicken mask. Our janky, not a good game with a lot of charm, but not a good combat system where you just cheese everything. I have a question. Combat system. You find the game exploit that just wins the fight every single time. Like no question. There is no struggle. Does that make it a bad combat system? Assuming it's single player, right? Assuming it's single player, it's not multiplayer. You don't have to worry about like comp or anything. It is entirely. There is a single player game where, for whatever reason, there is one strategy that just is absolutely oppressive over the entire game. Does that make it a bad combat system? I feel like a lot of people would say yes, but also at the same time, I'm a little bit of the mind of just like, then just don't. If it's an oppressive combat thing that makes it not fun, just don't use it. But at the same time, I also respect the fact that gamers want to win. And it's very hard to psychologically push yourself to not do that. Like, I don't know what it is. It's just like a thing in our brains where if we have a means that we can just oppress a system, we can gamify something, we will want to do it. Okay, cool. Okay, so if I'm smart about it, I will absolutely be able to Abyss Shriek spam. If you need multiple combat systems to abuse to make it a fun combat system, well, so I'm not even saying like you have to abuse anything in the game. I'm just saying like there is some exploit you find which makes the fighting basically trivial. Which I feel like that happens a lot in games. I feel like that's something that is quite piss off. That was targeted right at me. I feel like that's something that happens a lot in games, and people instantly go to, oh, well, it's a terrible system. Why did I went with it. I went with it. If I didn't go with it, I stayed on the right side. It would have been fine. Yes, are you daft? You can just trap everything, yes, or other ways to easily do it while regular combat with a regular weapon is just bad. No, so I'm not saying that regular combat is bad. I'm saying in an instance where normal combat... So Hollow Knight. Thank you for the follow, hopefully free. In Hollow Knight, they add a mechanic where if you press the P key on your screen, it deals 5,000 damage to something right in front of you. And that is something where that would break this game, right? It's some super ultra mega upgrade that you get right at the start of the game. You just press a button, 5,000 damage. Sure, you have to get close. Sure, you have to spend some of your soul on it, but it's a matter of like, it is a game-ending break the game button. But the rest of the Hollow Knight is still Hollow Knight. The rest of the game still has nail arts and bouncing and pogos. If the exploit is intentional, then don't think of it as an exploit. Think of it as a difficulty option. Well. If it ain't someone coming crawling back. All right, B. You know what this means. You did this before. You understand what you signed yourself up for. Any final words? Now that you've been removed as a VIP from this channel and you're going to be banned for, let's say, 180 seconds. Dotsie, I have no clue what you're saying. What? Why are we saying people are daft? All right, I think B is done. B is gone. Let's not go around calling each other daft. You can call me daft all you want. I don't care. But let's not call each other daft. Heck. Darn. Blast. Heck. Oh no, I got you. Awesome. I mean, it seems like you could use the P key on this boss. You know what? Maybe I could, and maybe I wouldn't, because I'm not a coward. Maybe, unlike you blue-haired liberal, who always use your P key to take the easy way out of your fights. Ah. Nope, I want it up, I want it up, I want it up! Basically, Dotsie likes outwards and I don't. That's the end of the argument. I mean, that's not an argument. That's just a disagreement. You don't have to argue about something if you disagree. And in fact, I think disagreement is not just healthy, it's also required to have an honest relationship with someone, even if that is just two members of the same community. Frick. So I think that people need to get more comfortable just saying like, yeah, I don't like this, you do. That's not an argument. That's just a difference in opinion. Because I feel like a lot of people will take it as an argument. And I'm not saying that you're being problematic. I'm just saying that I feel as though the mindset that a lot of people have is that sort of thing is an argument. Where unless you're like actively like, debating about the merits of it, I don't think it is. The rain rule of the great rat fur. Oh my gosh. The means in which you speak are horrifying in their consistency. I must tell you. I must confess. Heck. Darn it. Awesome. Most people don't know how to play DS2. Well, so I played DS2. I wouldn't say I was any good at it, though I do think if I was to play DS2 on stream, I mean, I'd have to go Path of the Hero, right? Like, I've already played the game, like, half of it. What's stopping me? When else would I ever play that path? Or the Covenant of Heroes or whatever. The one that's apparently, like, super difficult. No, I don't want to I want to Abyss Street. That's the second time now. Oh, wow, you let the shot. Absolute poser. Covenant of Champions, yeah, Covenant of Champions, which just makes the game harder. Actually, doubling damage does not sound fun. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of difficulty tweaks in games, which just don't sound fun. Like, does anyone remember old school RTS games, and I think probably modern ones too, which just harder difficulty just increases enemy health, and that's literally it. Literally all it does is increase enemy health and probably also damage. Like, that's such an like, I don't want to play hard, not because I'm a little weenie baby that can't handle it. I don't want to play hard because I don't want to be here for 20 extra minutes playing the least fun part of the game. Like, and I feel like there's a big, particularly in elite gamer culture, there's a big pressure to, like, if you're not playing the hardest difficulty, you're not playing the real game. Which, outside of the fact that is just wrong in most cases, it's also just a lot of times the hardest difficulty isn't fun. And I think a lot of people forget that games are supposed to be fun. I think a lot of times people forget that the purpose of a video game isn't to put hair on your chest and to, like, make your balls drop. It's to have a good time. And if the best they can do for increasing the difficulty is just make it take longer and make any mistake I do punishing, that's not fun to me. And it might be fun to you, and if it is, no judgment, but I do feel as though there are a lot of people who have the mentality of you have to play the game one specific way, and if you're not, then you're not just not having a good time, you're not playing the game correctly. That's why Ultra Kill is so awesome. Each difficulty modifies attack and affects the healing system. Ooh. difference between increasing health and damage. And I think you should increase health and damage with difficulty. But if you have like easy, normal, hard, maybe normal is 100% of base values. Like easy might be like 75%, and then hard is like 150% of health and damage. But on top of that, hard should have exclusive enemies. Easy should have lower spawn rate of certain types of enemies. If it's like a payday style system where there's like different skull star ratings, maybe police raids can only happen once every 5 minutes on easy, whereas it can happen once every 3 minutes on normal, and then once every 1.5 minutes on hard, right? So then it's not literally just they deal more damage and they can take more damage. There's also a difference in the push-pull dynamic. Hard is way more hectic. And then on top of that, maybe there's a unique enemy that has a rare spawn chance in normal, never spawns in easy, and can occasionally spawn in hard. Like bulldozers and cloakers and tasers and all of that from Payday 2 is a great example. A lot of games just go hard equals damage sponges. Destiny. Like, most people don't know this, but you can die an infinite number of times in DS2 and not lose your soul since you can keep repairing your rings. Thank you for the follow, Little. Actually, no, I know the best FromSoft game that absolutely leans into what you're talking about. Mind if I rant? Yeah. I have never played Demon Souls. I don't know how good it is. As a precursor to Dark Souls, I imagine it's very clunky but very fun. Heck. The best FromSoft game for me is Tenchu Zed, and no one remembers that. Is that the game that's pre-Demon Souls? I was told by some, it might have been you. It may have been you that was telling me, like, that is a fantastic game to play if you love Dark Souls, because it's like the precursor to Demon Souls. I like Demon Souls better than Dark Souls 1. That is a take and a half. Not because Demon Souls is bad, but because Dark Souls 1, I would say, unironically, probably in like top 10 most influential games of all time. Right? I do genuinely believe that Dark Souls 1 is in that list of, like, probably not at like in the top 5. Probably it would be like between 6 and 9. Or maybe 6 and 10. But Dark Souls 1 is one of the most influential games of all time. And probably is in a lot of people's not just top lists of like their favorite games, but also just like some of the most well-designed games, particularly of like the 2010s. And I'm not saying this as like some FromSoft fanboy or like fangirl. I'm saying this like literally as the impact that it has had on not just like the Souls-like genre, which obviously is not just Dark Souls, it is also Demon Souls, but Dark Souls is the one that popularized it. But the kind of like degree of difficulty and like, I'm not even talking from all like the fancy like, oh, here's a lore world building perspective. Here's from the perspective of like, here's the mechanics that it added. I'm literally saying like, it was a hard game that made a lot of people expect games to be harder. Not in the sense of like Nintendo hard from like old school NES, SNES, but in the sense of like modern gaming being legitimately difficult. I don't know if you recall, prior to like the big Dark Souls-like boom, there was this mentality that games are stupid easy, particularly in the 2010s and like in the late 2000s. And Dark Souls 1 coming out in 2011, I think kind of was a bit of a wake-up call for a lot of people that no, games are not necessarily easy. It's just a lot of modern gaming was easy because they want to make it as accessible as possible to this idealized like median consumer. I actually have no idea what the phases look like in this, I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to use my Vengeful Spirit, I want to stab you. Oh, that's probably the phase change. Oh? Is that phase 2? Phase 3? Hello? Is this a platforming section? Is this a platforming section? Oh. No, okay, this is just a new arena. Understood. Heck. Darn. And I don't think I won. Phase 4 now. Okay. So yeah, Abyssal Shriek is the way to beat this boss. By the way, you don't have to cast spells when Hollow Knight is stabbing it. All spells, all damage. Oh, so if I attack it while... Thank you. That makes sense. I didn't forget to heal. I couldn't heal. I was in a position where I was unable to heal. You silly. See, that's a dangerous thing. I am approaching hour 8. I am approaching hour 8 of this, and I just now have been hit with like a second wind of like, well, okay, but no, I can do it. You don't understand. I can do it. I see the vision. Oh frick. Am I gonna die? Am I gonna die on this stage of all things? I died on this stage of all things. Well, I can't lose my momentum. That was me, like, much like how alcohol was taking happiness from the day ahead, I was simply taking my skill from the run ahead. And now, I'm net neutral. Now I'm back at positive. Yeah, the ancient hero on Demon Souls does the exact thing you're talking about. Where it can be cheesed and there's a very clear exploit, or you can just have a very normal, hard, fast. Yeah. And that's the thing, is I think a lot of games, and a lot of gamers, will say, oh, you can do X and then Y and then Z, and that will win literally any fighting game. This game is broken, it sucks, you shouldn't enjoy the combat system. And my response to that is almost always, then why would you do X and then Y and then Z? Like, what would possess you to make the game not fun? And I understand if it's, and this is part of why I don't like fighting games, I'm not gonna lie. There is zero incentive not to exploit a fighting game, because the goal is to be the best. The goal is to win the leaderboard, and the goal is to beat other players. So if you are not taking every single exploit available... Okay, so damage is reduced to 1. So I'm just gonna heal here. If you are not taking every single exploit available, you are actively screwing yourself from the point of the game. That's part of why I don't like comp FPS as well. Like, I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals over the past year. I've enjoyed it significantly more than I thought I would. That being said, I am not a huge fan of comp FPS generally. Which, strictly speaking, it's a third-person shooter. It's not an FPS. So it is different, but like the vibes of competitive shooter. Right? Yeah, so I've learned that if I just spam Abyss Shriek, that will just brute force through this fight. Totally agree, if it's more of a single player game, genuinely includes an easy mode. Yeah. Like, I'm not even talking like easy mode, I'm talking like, if it is a single player game and there is some like game-breaking, nonsensical exploit that can cheese any boss in the game, I don't care. I won't use it if I don't want to play it. If I do, I will use it, and I will have fun in my single player experience. In my single player experience, which does not like be impacted by other people. Oh, as in there's a build? Yeah. If you don't play games to have fun, you're not playing a game, you're working. Soft disagree. I am of the opinion you should play games to have fun. I do understand that there is an appeal to people that want mastery in the game. And at that point, that's not working. That is closer to a hobby. Like, if you have someone that like grinds CSGO for like 2 hours a day, or like 8 hours every weekend, because they want to compete in tournaments, or you have like people that are really serious about like Marvel Rivals tournaments, that I wouldn't say is working. And they might not be having fun, they might be treating it with like a sense of discipline, but that's in the same way as that like, it's like a hobby, right? like if you're drawing and you're not drawing to have fun, you're drawing because you want to get good. I wouldn't say you're working. I also wouldn't say that you're having fun. Like obviously, ideally, you're having fun, but if you're a creative, you know what it's like to work at something that you're not having fun with, not because you don't enjoy it, but because you recognize that it's important to continue this. And that's a situation where I don't think that's work. I don't think that's play. I think that that's practice. And there's nothing wrong with that. But obviously, that's not what you're talking about. I just think that is an important distinction to make. Heck. Why do you enjoy peeing all over? That's disgusting. You should feel bad. I would say you should maybe do some other stuff in Hollow Knight, experience some other interesting stuff. I don't know what I've missed. Except, wait, what? Why are we king shaming? What are we king shaming? Oh, whoops, miss. Why are we king shaming? What did we do? Ah! Wow, that was fully just mobby. Oh, that was the wrong direction. Okay. Understood, Radiance. Have a nice day. The joy of no, we're not making peeing. Okay. No, we're not. We're not involving that. I'm very open about this. I have a fairly physical reaction, like actually recoiling when like toilet stuff is brought up. Even in I'm not saying in a like NSFW context specifically, but just like in general, I have like a physical revulsion to that. So I will prefer if we don't make that a joke. I'm fine with the others because they're so silly, but that one is just like, ugh. Delicate, I would say a nice break for the Delicate Flower Quest. I don't know what the Delicate Flower Quest is. So, at this point, like I don't need a break because I'm being heated or something. However, what I really want is I really want to be done with Hollow Knight. Like I suppose I'm not in a rush. I don't need to be done today. But you don't understand. There's only one thing worse to a Skaven than a man thing. That is other Skaven. Those backstabby trixies will stab you in the back. I draw to work. I don't enjoy drawing. I do recognize it's important. I draw so I can improve a fundamental skill improvement so that I can enjoy looking back on my artwork. But that's different if that's your work. You human thing, yes? Understood, won't bring it up. Yeah, so I brought it up first because that was like the best descriptor I could have for what it was doing. It was kind of spilling its Fanta all over. But that is something that, as fine as a one-off comment is, because then I'll just go, ugh, like, kind of like what I did. That's not something I want repeated. But like, if you keep making jokes about like the breeding and the puppy play and the masochism, like that's just building on a joke, right? So I'm not gonna like get upset for that. But if it is like stuff that I have I guess like an intolerance for, it's stuff that like I personally find disagreeable. That's something where I'm just like, let's not build on that. Because part of humor is knowing what jokes to continue and which ones not. Listen, to a Skaven, the perfect world is the moon. It is made of warpstone. You can't beat that. Okay, I keep hitting up and then slam and welcome to the jam, and then it keeps not Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? You ever get those vibes? Run, 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 run! Frick. Heck, darn it. I should have backed off and healed. I think that was literally right there. The Hornet. Okay, or never mind, this is about Skaven lore. Well, I am the great bestest Skaven. Listen, just because the moon's a little bit blown up, don't mean it's not the perfect home. I see that clearly you're a rich blood Skaven. I see that clearly your tail is in a twist if you don't think that you can survive a little blown up moon. What are you, those man things? Shoot through friend to kill enemy, yes. Wait, you're shooting at the enemy. I was just shooting at friend. The man thing is gonna die no matter what. The Skaven are so silly. I do genuinely miss the Skaven in 40k, but I do feel the fact that they're not present is really important to differentiate the settings. Like, just full stop. Like, outside of it just being fantasy versus being sci-fi, I do feel as though the presence of something like the Skaven, which are basically the orcs of fantasy in terms of like comedic relief, I think is very important. And I think that each has their own brand of silly, each has their own wackiness. Yep. So Skaven have no friends? No! Skaven are friends with every other Skaven, up until the exact moment where it's convenient for them to betray them. That sounds like orc combat tactics. Mordaka! Heck. 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 Y'all ever just like whip out a fat heck in response to a scallywag trying to bring salt upon your fields? And then they successfully manage to bludgeon you over the head with the pure, unadulterated, scorching rays of the sun. Arrow, there are... No, I know there are orcs, but they aren't 40k orcs. They aren't football hooligans. They're like orc orcs. Yeah, they're still stupid. Yeah, they still use crude technology, but they're not like power of belief, right? Like I'm aware of 40k or I'm aware of fantasy orcs, but they aren't orcs. Which, like, yes, strictly speaking, they are orcs because the whole premise of fantasy is that the old ones touched it and like they had spore shields or they had orc spores on them. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is like the vibes. Fantasy orcs are dead odd anyways. You know it. Don't make fun of me. Listen, just because I'm hitting a fat, I'm hitting that fat heck means nothing to your own abilities. Frick. Darn. Drat! Dang. You know, the bad moon once spoke to me. Yeah, well, I'm the prophet of both Gork and Mork. I'm the great prophet of the wall. Whole world's burning my boot print. You're a lizard boy through and through? Okay, the lizards are another funny thing. Like, you want to talk fantasy? The scalies of... the scalies of, fantasy. The lizard men. With their super advanced technology that is definitely just given by the gods. Okay, but which is better, Gork or Mork? Well, so you don't understand. I don't think you understand this. Let me explain. So Gork is cunning, or is brutal, but cunning. Mork, meanwhile, is cunning, but brutal. Does that clarify? Does that make sense? Do you get that? Arrow, I'm so confused because orcs are literally the exact same in fantasy. They're the comic relief and the exact... No, so that's the thing. In fantasy, they aren't the comic relief. In fantasy, they are orcs. They're like classic fantasy orcs. Skaven fill the comic relief role. And goblins fill that more like... Because like 40k orcs have the Gretchen. and they have the squigs, and they're all silly, and they're all football hooligans, and they have the power of belief. And in fantasy, they still have the power of belief, I believe. They still have the Wa and the Great Green and Gork and Mork, but fundamentally, they're more just like traditional orcs, and they're stupider. Like somehow they're stupider, and the goblins are the ones that are mostly calling the shots, at least in terms of like tactics. Gorka Morka. Yeah, so like my understanding is that they're not comic relief in fantasy. Yeah, they're still silly. Yeah, they're still orcs, but they're orcs. They don't have the power of belief. Not any. Oh, okay. I actually wasn't familiar if they had the power of belief. I do know that they have the Great Green, right? I do know that they have Gork and Mork, and they have magic, which I actually mostly know Warhammer Fantasy from Total War Warhammer 1 and 2. Yeah, so this scream that this boy won't shut up about is why I was just like, I feel like that had some sort of significance. Dang it. That has some sort of significance that I can't remember what other enemy I fought had it. But like, yeah, Hollow Knight. Come on, I had my invulnerability. Well, orcs in Age of Sigmar are separate to goblins who are Gloomspit Gits. I mean, the Wa itself is what fuels orc magic. So that's the thing. In 40k, they did a retcon where now, like, it was before the power of belief and also the Great Green and also the Sisters' Miracles were all, like, psychic manifestations. And now they've changed that because now they all work even when warp shenanigans don't work and there's like a Necron anti-warp field. So that means that in 40k, they're no longer just psychers, which was an interesting angle to see how a different culture interprets the exact same power set. So I don't know what's going on with the with the Age of Sigmar orcs, if I'm completely honest. Because I don't know what's going on with the 40k orcs at this point, if I'm completely honest. Not because of a lack of trying, but because of a lack of Games Workshop wanting to be consistent. Oh, heck. Darn. Drat. Blast. The music is so good. Like it's actually popping off for no reason, and I'm dead. What's going on with 40k orcs? Games Workshop can't write them at the moment. No, they don't want to focus on Angron. They want Angron to show up so he can be a big scary monster, but he has a revive timer, no one else does, so everyone gets to kill Angron. They don't want to write anything other than Space Marines because that's what makes the most money. That's the thing. I legitimately believe, if you ask me in my heart of hearts and ask me what I believe in, I'm going to tell you that I do not believe Games Workshop is effectively using their IP. Not because I'm like, oh no, I want more Chaos Space Marines, I want more Eldar, I want more Tyranids. No, I legitimately think they do not know what their consumers want. And I think that the people who buy Space Marines is just a portion of their consumer base. I think you have people who are willing to spend $5,000 on like a new Eldar box set or whatever, but the market isn't there because Games Workshop refuses to produce for it. Like, they're willing to spend like yes, you have Space Marine players who are willing to spend like, I don't know, $2,000 on the newest like Primaris Space Marines. I don't think that means that the Eldar players aren't willing to spend that. It's just the Eldar players only want to spend that on Eldar. The Tau players only want to spend that on Tau. Like, if they just diversified their product lines a bit, they would be able to make so much more money. And I'm thinking about this, like, something that I always bring up whenever I talk about, like, oh, why does a business do this or that? I try to think, how would I pitch this completely selfishly? Right? How would I pitch this as cynically as possible? And that's why whenever I talk about business stuff, I often default to like, what would make the most money? Not because I think they should be trying to make the most money, but because I think that's what they care about. And I think that the way to convince them to do something is to convince them there's money in it. Ergo, I feel it is worth it to think about this from the perspective of like, okay, what would make you the most money? Well, Tau players have said time and time again how willing they are to buy non-Tau, brought in other races, right? And sure, with something like the Tau, that would mean a lot of different kits. That would be a lot of fixed costs. That would have to be a really high percentage of people that are buying it, which is a bit of a risk. But if you have, like, Inari, you have Harlequins, you have some, like, Eldar you have Exodites, you have some, sub-faction of Eldari that you bring in. You have an audience that you know is going to buy that. And I think it's foolish to assume otherwise. I think that the fact that you're so like caught up on your meta plot of Space Marines indicates that you literally are doing a risk aversion strategy where you know Space Marines sell, so that's all you're buying. How did I get knocked off? What the hecky heck? All you're making is Space Marines, not because it's the best financial decision, but because you're too much of a coward to make any like risk management. And despite that, I think Games Workshop is extremely cowardly because what do they do on the mobile game market? What do they do with their license? They give it to every single mobile game developer out there who's willing to make the most blatant cash grab rip-offs there are. They just hand it to anyone that is willing to make anything that will make them money on the mobile market because that's where they think all the money is, because that's where a lot amount of money is. Hello, old knight. Yes, I'm fighting the sun. The problem is that Games Workshop only makes plastic kits, only plastic for every model. Every Xenos character is losing them money. The issue is Games Workshop thinks Space Marines are the only thing that sells. So they only make Space Marines. So people buy Space Marines because they get rule support. And also Space Marines is what new people pick up. I'm not going to pretend like if you're new to, like when I first got in the game, I was like experimenting with Space Marine armies, because they do everything. And that means when you want to get someone new into the game, that you want new stuff for them. You want them to be like, oh, I want to buy this new Eradicator squad. I don't know what a Primaris is, but that seems cool. And then boom, like your new player just spent $400 on 1,000 points of models, right? But also, on top of that, you have your Orcs players who love kit bashing. So if you make kit bashing kits, where the whole point is that this is the base of a Lehman Russ, and you are given a bunch of parts from like a bunch of spare parts that were on the shelf that we couldn't sell, you're allowed to kit bash this special Orc like looted Russ, so long as it falls within these parameters. I think Orc players would like fill out their armies with that, because that's what Orc players want. Orc players want to be funny, silly, wacky. I think CSM players, if you were able to get, I don't know, I'm trying to think like, so we're currently in an ad. I'm not going to pause for the simple fact that I've done this before. Once I get to Radiance, I'll pause. If I get to Radiance, I suppose. But like, I legitimately believe there's a massive missed market opportunity, and the only reason that they're not doing it is because they don't trust it. They're scared of the risk, which obviously, yes, risk management is a very important part of business. I'm not going to tell them that they shouldn't be risk averse, but I believe that they have the market share. They are not in the position where they need to be hiding behind this veneer of, oh, well, we know Space Marines sell, so we're only going to make Space Marines. Hey, the best thing about self-fulfilling prophecy is that you're never wrong. As someone who worked in the retail side, they're the poster boys. Oh, I mean, yeah, they're the poster boys. Bro, looted vehicles. Yeah, but now they have actual looted vehicle box instead of being a kit bash whatever you want. And that's the thing. Kit bash whatever you want is good from a player perspective, is bad from a business perspective. So remember, I'm tackling this not from the here's what would be cool for the player's perspective. Like no, if you want to make money, if you want to hit your Western audience, if you want to hit more than just the local like UK game scene, here's what would actually probably work. Yeah, so you don't do kit bashing. You do this is a looted vehicle. But what you do, you want to know what you do? You say, okay, here's rules for a looted Lehman Russ. Here's rules for a looted Land Raider. Here's rules for a looted Devilfish, or like whatever the Tau vehicles are. You give the orcs rules for all of these other factions' vehicles and say, what you need is you need to buy that other faction's vehicle. You need to paint it in accordance with your clan, and then we'll give you a box set that has accoutrement that you can paste onto any other vehicle. So it's got spikes, it's got flags, it's got daka, like it's got ammo feeds. So what you do is you say, hey, here's rules to support buying other factions' pieces. As orcs, you can field these pieces because you stole them, and then here's another kit to help you with your kit bashing. Suddenly, I as an orc player say, I want an army of looted Tau vehicles, so I go and buy $500 worth of Tau vehicles, and then I buy the $50 kit bashing thing, slap it on, boom, I have an orc army where it's primarily looted Tau vehicles. And with the detachment system, you could very easily make a looted detachment, where the whole rules are about looted stuff. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. We just got to Radiance again. And again, I'm not saying this because it would be good for the consumer. I think that rules for all of the various like looted vehicles would be fun. I definitely think that it would be a slippery slope, and at best, it would be a situation where it's cool and fun, but ultimately you need to understand that it's a money-making thing. It's not meant to be fun. It's not meant to be like balanced. It's meant to make money, which I think is toxic, and I don't think is good, but I do think is a reasonable ask of GW. Like if you phrase it in such a way that here's how you can make money, I think that's when you get GW to actually properly listen to you, because that's how most businesses listen to you. Will this time be the one? No. I don't give a F about no Primax or no battles in some book I ain't gonna read. That's a wild take, but I don't necessarily disagree. Why is it the actual 40k game can't get new mechanical... Okay. Airmic, you're not wrong. Horus Heresy has gotten more support and cooler support than 40k has, I think, like all of 10th edition. I'm not gonna lie. And I say that as someone that does not keep up with Horus Heresy. I say that as someone that has never played Horus Heresy. I say that as someone who has played a decent amount of 40k. It's very funny to me, is what it is. It sounds like 2 Abyss bursts is what I need to get to the face change. Dang, I missed. Look up the new AdMech units. They're so cool. Honestly, like, so for instance, when I'm talking about like selfish for G-dubs, right? But like, I think the Dark Mechanicum would be a fantastic faction to include in 40k. I don't see it selling enough to be worth it. Right, that's a situation where I'm not sitting here asking for something unreasonable, like add Dark Mechanicum as a new faction, because you need to balance it, you need to make new models for it. Sure, you could take existing AdMech models, but in the same way CSM has different models than Space Marines, you need different models for Dark Mechanicum. I think that's cool, and I would love it from a player perspective. From you're a company that wants to make money, that's not what I'm asking of you. What I'm asking of you is that I want you to like make more Eldar units. I want you to make more Tau units. I want you to make more Voton units. I want you to make a box set that is not Space Marines goes and has a Pyrrhic victory against some overwhelming threat, but still ends up winning because Space Marine, right? That's what I want personally. I'm not even asking for anything unreasonable. I am according to GW, that's unreasonable, but all I'm asking for is the ability to have support for other armies, because what do I do when I have a friend who sees the poster boys of 40k and goes, nah, that game seems lame? Am I going to tell them to buy one of the like 150 models for the poster boys that they said were lame? No, I'm gonna go tell them, hey, check out Tyranids, check out whatever. Like, check out, I think that you would really like Drukhari. And then if they don't have any support, if the last time GW talked about them was a year and a half ago, that friend probably won't get into the hobby, and then you're making no money. You go from making some money to making no money. Do you see the issue here, Games Workshop, who wants to make money? I mean, I would, but I have no fear. I gotta go. Good night. Enjoy, Yum. Thank you so much for being here. There have been plenty of Xenos releases this edition. Oh no, so that's the thing. There have been plenty, but how many of them have gotten anywhere near the same degree of weight put behind them as Space Marines? Like, I'm not saying that they don't make Xenos. What I'm saying is that they don't put any degree of importance or weight behind them like they do with Space Marines. The issue here is not... Are you freaking kidding me? I'm going to curse. And that's not something that I do. 2 Reese's have gotten close to space. Really? In terms of total... I mean, then I'm wrong. Like, I didn't curse. But, I mean, then I'm just wrong, like, about the volume. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Space Marines are not given too much love. Like, from a marketing perspective, from a release perspective, from a lore perspective, and what I will push back on, though, is in response to, oh yeah, well, 2 factions, 2 Xenoses have gotten Space Marine level of releases. First off, Space Marine level is the benchmark that you have to, like, measure everything else by. And 2, how many Xeno traces are there? But, like, it's one thing if that was like half the game, but no, that's a very small percentage of factions in the game to have quote unquote like Space Marine level releases, which I understand the reason you said that is because that's the volume I'm talking. But if, for instance, Craft World Eldar and Orcs were the 2 factions that got that level of release, what if I'm a Tau player? What if I'm a Drukhari player? What if I'm a Tyranids player? Votann did... I mean, Votann came into existence last Orcs and Nids. Oh, well, so Nids had their whole range revamped and they needed that, and that is something people had been asking for a while, and that's a good thing that they got that. I still personally feel, I was talking about this earlier, they need more AP. They got the strength boost with Synapse, but like, broadly speaking, they just cannot deal with anything like armored. At least from what I remember, unless they use like big bugs that are vehicle shredders, which is not every Nids army. Sometimes you want big stompy monsters, sometimes like a monster mash, sometimes you want liver dudes. And I think that you should be able to not be screwed by choosing a style of play, right? Which I feel like Nids are punished for choosing a style of play that they are told to choose. If you do anything other than like a mid-range comp that has a couple big armor penetrators, you're punished. Which, obviously, you're going to be punished any army making any decision. But also, Nids in particular, they don't really have an answer to anything armor unless it's a big stompy monster mash. And then the big stompy monster mash detachment sucks. Like, that was the first thing that I tried with Nids. It was, I wanted to do a big stompy monster mash, and it just was not good. Like, with all due respect. Tau had all the Kroot stuff, the new Vespid. Yeah, but how many species are part of the Tau? Downspell for invincibility can be useful. Yeah. So, but the thing is, my concern with the Tau in particular is the Tau's whole shtick is we're the greater good. We bring in all these other species. why do the Tau only have like fire warriors as well as crew? Right? And yes, I understand that they can't include literally everything. I'm not asking for anything. I'm saying anything more than like 2 factions? Anything more than like 2 species? Fuck. Wait. I caught myself. You know it's bad when I have to stop myself from cursing. And Vespid. Okay, the fact you have to remind me of the Vespid. How many Vespid units are there? How many Vespid units are there? Recruit needed to happen because otherwise just fighting Tau's like. Well, so that's the thing. Tau should suck at melee. Tau is I think a 3-up shooting army. Tau should suck at melee, and that's good. However, Tau should not entirely revolve around you being unable to melee. Tau should revolve around being able to capitalize off of your mistakes. And the thing with the Tau is that most of their rules revolve around making it so it's really hard to get in melee with them, at least in 9th, this was what it was. And their default detachment is all about like making you getting in melee with them really difficult, which that just forces the game into a specific style of play. That doesn't actually make the game fun. That doesn't make the game interesting. That makes it so that you have to shoot the Tau, and then you're gonna lose because Tau always win at shooting, or you manage to avoid being shot at by the Tau and you melee them, and then the Tau lose because the Tau always loses melee. So having some crew, some fire warriors, some like battle suits that are like melee specialists is good. That means that the Tau no longer are screwed as soon as anyone gets in melee, meaning I can effectively melee you without the game falling apart. That being said, with the Vespids and the crew, I can't remember any others. Like, respectfully, the Tau whole thing, even if it was literally just different models, this is another one where like the Tau angle is, as a fan, I want this. This is not as a money making strat. You should do this, right? I think that is an important distinction to be made. I think that it's important to recognize when something is a financial decision, when something is a fan enjoyment perspective. Because I feel like multiple species for the Tau would be a massive flavor win, right? It would be awesome. But at the same time, it's like, and back of the head. Yeah. It would be a massive flavor win. But at the same time, it would be a nightmare to produce all those different molds. Tau are born to fight because of the game plan they have to... I mean... They have the same game plan in the same way that, like, World Eaters has the same game plan. Like, yeah, World Eaters are gonna melee you. That's what World Eaters do. Tau are gonna ranged attack you. That's what Tau do. Okay, BS. Screw you. Middle fingers. Stop. I'm nearly tilted. You shot me with 4 of those little sunbeam things, not 3 of them. Every single time it's been 3. Tau are ranged, but they do it right next to you. Charging into glorious melee is awesome. Honestly, when I started the game, I wanted a gunline. When I first was looking into like 9th edition, I was like, okay, Space Marines seem cool. I want a gunline. I want a bunch of guys with guns who are cool. And then I learned about how cool CSM is. And then I started playing Tyranids because I got some models for them. And then I was like, actually, melee is kind of not just Pog, it's also better. Like, broadly speaking, in the game, your melee profile, unless you're like the Tau. Unless you're the Tau and a little bit the Eldar, but even then, the Eldar still kind of got some good melee. Broadly speaking, melee is going to beat out over shooting. It's just a matter of actually getting in range. And depending on what army you're playing against, you can get in range turn 1, which is TM not great if you're our shooting army. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that different armies should have their competencies. Eldar got some scary melee. So when I think scary melee, I think like Exarchs. I think Howling Banshees. I think of bringing in like some Harlequins, but also I'm also very much thinking at this from the Dawn of War perspective, right? Like my main exposure to 40k recently has, or not recently, but like playing it, has actually been Dawn of War. I've played that more recently than I've played the tabletop. So when I think like Eldar melee, I think like Harlequins as like their special unit. When I think Eldar melee, I think Howling Banshees and how they just kill morale. Okay, and now we flee. Heck, darn it, dang it. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Khorne will be pleased. Avatar of Cain is fun to fight. Okay. The Avatar of Cain runs into the same problem that Angron does. I made a video talking about the Avatar of Cain, and I like did a deep dive into it. Like a year ago, or a year and a half ago at this rate, I made a video talking about the Avatar of Cain and the ritual that goes into it, and how the way the Avatar of Cain is summoned is that back in like the time of like the pre-Eldar, there was this young prince who like spurned Cain, and the way that you summon the Avatar of Cain is that you undergo this ritual where you grab, where you take this Eldar who's an Exarch, one of the Eldar who are like obsessed with emotion and whatever, and like closer to the gods, and they will don ceremonial raiments to stylize himself as the young prince. And independent of gender, independent of who they were before, they then from that point forward are just called the young prince. And what they do is they start a ritual in which they purposely insult Cain, and they dismiss Cain as a deity and as he is, and they claim to basically be the young prince that insulted him so long ago. And in so doing, they enrage Cain in such a way that they literally piss off their war god so severely that he comes by to wreak shop, and then Cain will murder the young prince. The person donning the role of the young prince literally goes into this knowing like, I'm going to die in order to do this. And then the Avatar of Cain is so overwhelmed with bloodlust and fury that they go forward and slaughter all the enemies of the Eldar, which is such a cool backstory, right? The idea of our superpowered weapon, our avatar of our god of war, we have to summon it by not just sacrificing one of our own, but literally having that person remind the god of war of one of his greatest failures, where he was rejected by an Eldar who was succumbing to his influence and rejected him at the last moment. And now we insult him in the modern day to bring his wrath upon our enemies. That is such a like awesome backstory for like a juggernaut unit. And the Avatar of Cain is such a pushover in lore, at least in lore. In tabletop, it's fine, right? I actually don't know too much about it. But in lore, every time the Avatar of Cain gets brought up, it gets like throttled to death by a greater demon of Tzeentch, or it gets like its spine blown out by like Marnius Calgar, right? Like every single time the Avatar of Cain shows up in lore, it's to be pushed around. Same with Angron. Every time Angron shows up in lore, he gets his teeth knocked in because anyone he fights against does not have a respawn timer unless they're like Vulcan. Which means if you fight Angron, you get to say you killed a demon Primarch, and Angron gets to come back pissed off, and you get to have like some like, oh, the lion fought his forsaken brother and judges him, blah 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 blah. You get to have the angst of someone who knew Angron before he turned, if it's like a Primarch. And that's just like the same deal where it's just like the Avatar of Cain gets Angron all the time. Maybe not Ovessa, I lose track of names. Farsight, Broadside, and Ovessa. Okay, let's not be greedy. Let's not be greedy. We have time here. We have time. We don't need to rush this. I can take my time. I'm not trying to instantly win this. I am trying to win this safely. Okay, I took some damage, but that's okay, because that was 1 damage instead of the multiple damage I would have taken otherwise. Oh. Okay. I'm not in a good spot, but apparently this is phase 4, based on what people have said. Okay. Oh, I don't have enough healing. Frick! Okay, no, I'm good. Oh, they bend, they curve. Listen, a little bit of a curve is natural. These go through. Did that just go through the platform? Thinking of the 8 for Tau, the Marvel's Avengers. So they're not the Marvel Avengers of Tau. They're closer to... I mean, they're outcasts, right? Like the 8, the Farsight Enclave. Are you thinking of Farsight Enclave or the 8? Are those not the same? Depends on who's writing the book there. Like, that's the thing. With 40K, 40K is the exact problem I have with Star Wars. Where it's, the universe is really cool, and it's the same problem like I have with comics. The universe is cool. I like some of the characters, but broadly speaking, I cannot in good conscience say I like X, I like Y, because X and Y are so different based on who's writing. I cannot say I'm a huge fan of Necrons because I write Infinite and the Divine. Because, depending on who's writing Necrons, it might be not that good. Although apparently Necron books are like notoriously amazing. Or maybe not notorious, but like consistently? Like Necron books like Twice Dead King Reign is apparently really good. Infinite and the Divine was really good. Like Necrons get like 1 book every 2 years, and it's the best thing you've ever read in 40K. That's what I've read. You can say you're a fan of Trazyn. Trazyn's very consistent. Okay, Trazyn is the only reason, or not the only reason, but like, if I was to make a Necron army, I would want to make it a Trazyn-led army. Not because he's good, but because he's fun, right? I don't care how good he is. I care how silly he is. That's why I like the Alpha Legion. Like, that is literally why I declared myself as a fan of the Alpha Legion, is because I don't care how good they are, particularly in tabletop. I care that they're funny. And if you know anything about me, you know that my gender is whatever is funniest in the moment. So it only stands to reason that my declared faction would similarly only be the silliest ones of the silliest guys who commit a little bit of a war crime as a treat. Okay, cool. I can heal. Gosh darn, I did not know that. I respect the heck out of that. There's only one person in all of 40K worth a deck. It's Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium. Ow, heck. So what are we saying is impressive? I was not paying attention. I'm sorry. Heck. The fact that they go through the platforms sucks. You did not know that? I respect the heck out of it. Oh, with my gender? Trazyn's such a chaotic neutral character with a dash of evil. Okay, isn't say so, but who you DTF, Magnus the Red or Saint Celestine? Well, so I am say so. So like, I don't really consider that. I mean, okay. Who am I down to go on a date with? Like, I feel as though... Okay, so Magnus the Red. Are we counting pre or post Demon Primarch? Because post Demon Primarch, red flag, literally. He is one giant red flag because he literally lost the part of himself that is capable of like love and care. He broke him. He got like broken into pieces, and the shard of him that is like the good boy is under the seat of the Golden Throne in Terra. So he would not treat me right, and I do not want that. Saint Celestine would call me a heathen, a witch, a blasphemer. At the same time, she's kind of pog. So I think no to either of them? Question mark. Oh yeah, I'm fully at the point where I'm just like, Abyssal Shriek, take you out. Y'all forgetting that Celestine was a penitent? Yeah. And? That adds character. Are you gonna say that just because you're a penitent, you're not able to come back from it? That literally goes against what the penitent is for. Well, which granted, yes, in practice, most penitents don't come back from it. The goal is that it sells the fantasy of redemption. And that's why Celestine being one is so important. Oh, I see. The phase changes when all the swords come, understood. That's when there's a... Frick, I just stood there and took it. Oh, heck yeah. Gosh darn. Ah! Goodness gracious. Whoa, I didn't know there. Yeah, so Saint Celestine used to be a penitent. Basically came back from it, survived, and was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go be Saint now later. Says yes to both, Arrow, fight them both. That's what down to... Yeah, DTF, down to fight. That's the thing. I fight Magnus, I'd lose. I'd get like my soul ripped out of my body, but I'd fight Magnus, yeah. Celestine, I don't think I would, because the thing about Celestine, so Saint Celestine in 40k is a saint of the Imperium. She has like the power of faith. This allows her to not just like manifest miracles, but also like straight up come back from the dead. And the way she revives is the most metal thing you've ever heard of. When she revives, also I can literally like out damage this. This is so funny. The way she revives is that she basically goes to the warp. She's dead, and she sees a mountain of skulls in front of her that she has to physically climb up. And the mountain of skulls gets larger and larger every time she dies, with the implication being that it is her skulls that are added to it every single death. And at the very top, there's a crying young girl. Yeah, a woman two-handing an eviscerator. Oh, my kind of woman. Wait a sec. Wait, I just fell off stage. What the heck? But the idea being is that she is someone so hardcore that not only can death not stop her, the way she recovers from death is like hard as heck, you know? And I respect that. And like Magnus, people say he did nothing wrong. That's because he did nothing incorrectly. Frick! Darn. Dang. She was a Repentia specifically. The orc way, I'll fight here, I'll fight there, I'll fight everywhere. I'm omnifoil. Everyone gets equal rights and equal rights. Everyone's get. All he had to do was nothing and he did it wrong. Exactly. That's my opinion. All he had to do was do nothing. And to be fair, in fairness, he was not given all of the information he needed in order to make that decision. He thought he was being a good boy. And then he kind of went full send with the whole, Ritual of the Thousand Suns, which, like, redemption? We love it. Not really a thing in 40k. Repentia is a thing, but that's not really redemption now, is it? Also, like, yeah, my enhanced damage freaking... Oh, frick. My enhanced damage Abyss Shriek has been doing all of the work. I want to see if I can just start with getting max up. That was Armin's fault? Okay, no. He told his son, he told Armin to go and do this ritual to stop the flesh disease virus. And Armin did it on Daddy's orders. And then it turned them into the Thousand Suns. They turned them into dust, which, again, in fairness, Magnus did not know. But also Magnus made a lot of decisions based off of imperfect information and acted like the consequences should not apply to him. And I feel as though that was just a mistake on his part. I feel like that one is a character flaw. Like, at a certain point, it's not oopsie doopsie. It is, what are you doing? Right? Heck. Like, at a certain point, you can't just claim ignorance when it's a repeated character trait. Like, I mean, I guess you can, but I'm not gonna, like, give it to you. Okay, so phase 2-ish? Frick. Darn. Armin was just a silly little guy. No. Armin is a loser. And the only reason Armin is still kicking is because Tzeentch decided Armin was useful. So he said, Magnus, you're not allowed to kill your son. Wrong, I can always claim ignorance. That's how I get through life. Okay, that's how I get through, like, my depressive episodes. Like, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Do you want to just go shot for shot? Is that what this is? Yeah, I think it's 2 Shaman Charm Abyssal Blasts per phase. Or it might be 2 on the first, 3 on the others. Either way. No, it's not what I wanted. Okay. Is it direct response if Magnus did nothing wrong? Vulcan Fallen said, yeah, this is 100% your fault and you could have backed off at any moment. See, that's the thing. And that's the... Recently, Adeptus Ridiculous went through the War of the Beast. Vulcan was stupid in it. But that's why I say, like, I like Vulcan. Like, he's a smarty. He's a nice guy. He knows what he's talking about, broadly speaking. And what he's talking about, broadly speaking, is generally pretty good. The issue is that sometimes it's the War of the Beast and he's stupid. You win this fight, the Emperor wills it. What if we instead brought on Chaos Gods? I feel like that's more on theme with me. But, like, we're fighting a deity of light. I feel like an evil deity of light is kind of the Emperor to a T. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that the Emperor is like a corpse god or something, but I will say death to the false Emperor. Heck, darn. Okay. Frick! I need to be quiet. I need to be quiet. I have been on live for 9 hours. I can keep going. Now we're talking Hail Chaos. I follow the Eightfold Path. Heck yeah, brother. He only killed 1 child. Okay, he killed a single Eldar child and then felt bad about it. That's not that bad. He's nice in the worst possible universe. I do have I've brought up this before. I've talked about, like, levels of badness in settings. And I have brought up, like, how I personally, like, if you have the choice to live in the 40k universe or the Berserk universe, which would you choose? Because I don't know, I feel like the Berserk universe is more upsetting to me personally because it goes into more, like, low level, like intimate issues more regularly, whereas 40k kind of sticks to the broad scopes a lot of the time. Like, yeah, the Drukhari are really messed up, but also so is everyone. 40k without a Berserk. Like, I'm kind of of the opinion I would go into 40k over Berserk, personally. Depends a lot. You don't choose. Total coin toss. You could be a Xenos. You could be a human. You could be part of the Tyranid Hive Swarm. You don't get to choose. It's a total toss-up. Similarly, in Berserk, it's a total toss-up. Frick, darn, trap. Is this where I like tap my fingers together and it's like, hey guys, you know, I'm really excited to beat this, but I think that we need some support for the channel. How about you give 5 subs? And then it's just like, I exploit your kindness to just be like, yeah, we'll win this, but only if you pay me money. Gosh, I was about to say, can you imagine someone doing that? And then I remembered, yes, someone did do that. During someone's debut, they had a section where they paused it and they refused to let it to continue until people donated bits, which each bit is 1 cent. And the goal was that they were like, oh yeah, you're supporting me on my debut, you're supporting me in my roughest moment. And what it ended up being is that in order to get the debut and in order to get the cutscene going, people had to pay for it, which was not great. So maybe I shouldn't make jokes about that, because people do that. Not even remotely, frankly. Hive cities are miserable. Hive cities are terrible. Like, and you will have terrible things happen to you in a hive city. However, I feel like just the word intimacy comes to mind with Berserk. Like the intimacy with which the cruelty is explored, it feels so much more intense. And maybe it's because of the nature of the things that tend to be eviled in Berserk, which I'm not going to get into because that is not appropriate for this channel. Broadly speaking, I feel as though 40k tends to be much more like you're just gonna die and you're gonna have a terrible life. And obviously, like the Drukhari, pretty bad. Don't want to get kidnapped by them. But like if the orcs invade, they're just gonna beat you up. They're gonna like stomp in your throat and laugh while doing it, like, which sucks. I'm not gonna pretend like it wouldn't, but it's not gonna be as bad as like if an apostle gets you from Berserk, which in fairness, an apostle getting you would be closer to like a demon getting you. So I suppose it's not super fair to compare that to like an orc. But at the same time, you get my point, right? Like there's more bad stuff in 40k, but I feel like there's worse stuff. And of the bad stuff you're going to encounter in Berserk, it's gonna be really bad. Maybe that's just my own values and concerns, you know? Some people might like getting captured by Drukhari more for Slanesh. If you think that you would enjoy being captured by the Drukhari, you don't know what the Drukhari are up to. It's not that you're just like, we're back to masochism. It's not like just that they hurt you and like it's a masochism thing. It's like, no, they will inflict suffering upon you to a level where you physically are nothing more than a vessel to feel pain. And that's considered getting off easy. And yes, shut up, I know I said getting off, but you know what frick. Darn. Okay, face change, it looks like. Okay. I'm at 1 mask. No, there are some people. Listen, there are people. I think it's important to remind everyone of the difference between fantasy and reality. You can have very, like, messed up fantasies. You can have, like, fantasies that are absolutely diabolical, degenerate, blah, 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 blah. But that doesn't mean you're gonna act on them. Right? That doesn't mean, and as far as I'm aware, based on discourse I've seen on Twitter where people have been like citing therapists, apparently it's generally considered psychologically healthy to have things that are like, not like malicious, but like they might be socially unacceptable. You might have certain desires that you feel shame for because society says you shouldn't feel those, but you would not inflict that on someone and you would never actually act it out in real life. It's literally just like the human imagination is a thing you can't control, and so long as you would never do that in real life, that is acceptable. I feel like some people have that for what the Drukhari would do to them, And no, you should not want to enact that. The Drukari do not know what a safe word is. No, they do. They ignore it because they understand that setting that up with you and then ignoring it would hurt you more. And that's like the kind of depravity the Drukari do. You becoming a rug. You become a rug and you get stepped on forever. And if you're into being stepped on, maybe you like that. But I don't think that if you want to be stepped on, you want to be a rug, personally. It's like how people think that Slaanesh is specifically physical, but in lore they aren't portrayed that way. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, Slaanesh is like desire, sensation, all of that stuff. But honestly, like, in lore, yes, like from a meta perspective, a lot of people assume that they're just like physical stuff, like Bao Chicka Wow Wow. But from a lore perspective, they almost entirely are about pain. Pain and pain and pleasure, obviously, like that's physical sensation, but like it's mostly pain more so than pleasure. Like obviously they got a bunch of like drugs, right? That's a big part of them, but and music and food and the physical aspect. But I was dodging through you. I was going through you with my dodge ability. Well, yeah, it's excess. It's excess of indulgence. It's excess of desire. It's excess of pleasure. But almost always that, and maybe that's just how it's manifested in lore a lot of times. It's almost always via pain. Like pride is under Slaanesh, and the Emperor's Children initially fell via pride. But now all they really do is just to like do drugs and torture people, right? Which is like one aspect of Slaanesh. And that's the aspect of Slaanesh that I'm not really on board with, because like Slaanesh embodies everything physical, good and bad, and those are certainly bad things that I would not want to embody. Heck, darn it, drat, dang, frick. There have been multiple times where I've just straight up dodged and it did not read my dodge, and I'm very frustrated by that. That is not a situation of like I went too early. That is not a situation of like skill issue. I was dodging there. I was in the middle of my dodge there. You saw me activate the Black Shroud, turn into the ghost, and then I still got hit. Only like a seventh of the realm is physical pleasure. The rest is about other pleasurable things. Yeah. All forms of hedonism, exactly. Well, so no, it's not the 7 deadly sins. So in 40k, there are 4 gods of chaos, basically 4 gods of evil, but also gods of just like the world and the universe. Slaanesh, the one we're talking about right now, is about excess, and usually is portrayed with pain, pleasure, physical gratification. There's Nurgle, the god of decay, who is also about like bugs, insect, finality, acceptance. There is Tzeentch, which is the god of change, the god of magic, the god of basically making new possibilities. And then there's Khorne, the god of slaughter, of blood, of warshed, of honor, of being front-facing. So each of these gods represents their own thing. Like, for instance, I would say Wrath is Khorne. I wouldn't say Wrath is under Slaanesh. Similarly, I would say Gluttony is under Slaanesh, whereas Sloth is probably under Nurgle. But they all have their realms. So Tzeentch is a god of hope. If you pray for change, you pray to Tzeentch. If you're a heretic. Like, Tzeentch is the god of change, he's the god of the future, he's the god of magic, of impossibility, of liars, of cheats, as well as luck, basically. And to pray to Tzeentch is to basically say, hey, I don't like the way the universe is right now, and I want it different. I don't know if that different will be better. I don't know if that different will benefit me, but I want it to be different. And that is what an adherent of Tzeentch will say, right? And obviously, they want it to be better for them. They want it to go exactly how they were hoping, but that's not going to be how it is, because change is not a good thing. Change is neutral. Just like how combat, violence, well, like, it depends on who you ask, but violence is neutral. The lion that like kills the gazelle is violent. That's not a moral wrong. However, the person that hurts another person is. And because violence in and of itself is a neutral tool, just like the death, decay, stagnation is not an evil thing. It's just unpleasant and something that humans do not desire. But dying is not like a moral failing. So Nurgle is not an evil god. Just as how physical sensation, physical pleasure, the ability to feel pleasure or pain are not evil things. Therefore, Slaanesh is not evil, except they totally are. The Chaos Gods, 1,000% evil. If anyone tries to tell you otherwise, they do not understand the setting from a meta level. Yes, in lore, they are not evil. From a meta perspective, they do nothing but evil things and like demand human sacrifice. They are evil. But that being said, they don't represent only evil things. Well, so the Emperor is not a Chaos God. He's gonna like... The Emperor is not a Chaos God, and in the projection of the lore, it is made very clear that he is going to be a Chaos God once he finally dies, right? However, given Games Workshop's inability to allow the status quo to be so much as like shifted, which obviously is not, that is hyperbolic because like Robot Gorilla Man came back, the Lion came back, various Trader Primarchs have come back. Like they are changing the status quo. It's just not to the level of like the Emperor being resurrected, right? But if he ever does die or get resurrected, he will like 100% be a Chaos God. And Malice, I don't think Malice counts in the same way that Vashtor doesn't count. I don't think that they're powerful enough to be proper Chaos Gods. I think that they are closer to like Greater Demons ++ would be my guess. Like they're neutral. They're basically they're closer to like Chaos Demons of Chaos Undivided, if that makes sense. Frick. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't know if that's correct, but that's what it feels like. Okay, remember, we're in no rush. We're taking our time with this one. Oh, come on. Are you serious? My end lag made it so that you could hit me. Don't worry, Radiance. I got you, boo. Never mind, I don't got you, boo. That's the whole Grey Knight's final order. Don't let him revive. Are you talking about the Terminus Decree? Because the Grey Knights... The Grey Knights are one of the factions in 40k that have had some of the worst lore written for them. And the Grey Knights are really cool. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Grey Knights don't have a bunch of stupid lore. And that makes it really difficult to parse what is actually true, what has been uncanonized, what is planned to be like rendered obsolete. I don't know when it comes to the Grey Knights if like Caldor Drago still canonically carved his name into the heart of Mortarion. Because that's really stupid, I'm not gonna lie. Like, as cool as Caldor Drago is, Mortarion is a demon Primarch. Caldor Drago should not be able to just like body him and humiliate him like that from a power level scaling perspective. But that happened, and I don't know if that's still true or not. He isn't even the same anymore? I mean, good. Like, Caldor Drago sucked. Oh, heck. Frick. I had nowhere to go. He's just a kooky old man. As far as Vashtor, he is a Chaos God. I would say he is a Chaos God. Whereas like Khorne is a Chaos God. Slaanesh is a Chaos God. Vashtor is a Chaos God. Just like Malice is a Chaos God. Like capital C Chaos, lower G God. But it's Drago. How dare you? Yeah? Do you want to put him in a baby carrier? Because he's so much of a baby that he can't handle an insult? Do you want to have the baby carriers with your Dread Knights? That's what I thought. One of the first armies I wanted to get into, my first exposure to like building an army was what's Space Marines. But like one of the first armies I wanted to build, that I wanted to like start getting into, was Grey Knights. And so I like Grey Knights. I think they're cool. I like their teleport. I like their like flamethrowers. I like their aesthetic. I actually don't think Psychers are that cool. So the fact they're all Psychers isn't that big a draw for me. It's more so they're like rapid strike, like purifiers, right? I just think that's really cool. Drago, the cool guy and afraid of no Xenos. Listen, a lot of guys are afraid of no Xenos because they don't know what Xenos are out there. If you think about, oh yeah, the Eldari and the Orcs and the Necrons, yeah, those aren't that scary. I mean, sure, they have some tech that's annoying to deal with, but they're not scary. No. Have you ever seen the Harud? Oh my gosh. Have you ever seen some of these dudes? They go crazy. Okay, cool. Nah, to be honest, the Grey Knight's not cool. Drago's the cool guy. Hard disagree. So he's a Chaos God Well, yeah, he's a Chaos God Gigantic Asteroid. I would say in the same way Malice is. Also, Malice has been forgotten. To my understanding, Malice doesn't really do much anymore because he kind of just got forgotten. So Abyssal Shriek, pretty stupid end lag. I am stuck when I use it. Fudge nuggets. He's basically a Doomslayer, yeah, and I think that's cool. But he has so many dumb things about him that he's not cool. I love the Death Watch. Okay. I'm sad they removed Death Watch as its own army. I'm happy that... I'm sad they removed Death Watch as its own army. I feel as though it was not getting the love it deserved, and that now, as a part of Imperial Agents, it's still not getting the love it deserves, but now you can kind of write it off as like, oh, well, they're just not supporting Imperial Agents instead of they're not supporting Death Watch. What I honestly legitimately think, I think that the Grey Knights and the... I think the Grey Knights and the Death Watch should mechanically both be Imperial Agents. I think any Imperial army should be able to take some Grey Knights or some Death Watch, and I think that they should not be hyper elite armies. I think that should be the Custodes. I think that if you're playing a Space Marine army, you should be able to take up to like 250 points if it's a 1K game and 500 points if it's a 2K game of Death Watch or Grey Knights. With the idea being is that you choose, okay, before the game, I'm going to pick a specialist squad, is what they're called. And then once the game starts and you see your opponent, you get to choose, do I want a squad of Grey Knights or do I want a squad of Death Watch? And then have it be that the Grey Knights only get good stuff against demons and heretics. And then have it be that the Death Watch only gets good stuff against Xenos. Because then it's kind of like the Tyranids, right? Then it's kind of like the Tyranids where it's, when the game starts, you get to choose an adaptation. And the adaptation makes you feel like you're prepared for the enemy without cheating. If I go into a fight knowing that I'm going to fight Xenos, then I could take Death Watch and get bonuses. Or you could make it so I don't need to know what my opponent has, so I can feel useful when I take my anti-Xenos guys. You used to be able to, but in 10th edition they dropped the rules. Well, so in earlier editions, it used to be you could take any unit from any army and put it in any army, and it was only if they shared the Imperial keyword, you get X. It's if they shared the Chaos keyword, you get Y. It's if they all shared the Eldari keyword, they get Z. Like, I know how it used to work. But what I'm saying is that in the modern 10th rules, much in the same way that when you take an assassin, when you take an assassin from the Imperial, from the, when you take an assassin from Imperial Agents, you get to choose after the game starts. Like when you see your opponent's army, okay, they have a bunch of chaff, I'm gonna take a, Eversword. They have a really leader-focused, game plan, I'm gonna take a Vindicator. Because that lets you have a useful assassin, but you had to take the assassin to begin with, right? Heck, darn. Even Grimaldus was, dang, it's him. Nah, the Tyranid Carnifex guy, old One Eye. Okay, I do love old One Eye. Question, wasn't there already some warp entity born out of the belief in the Emperor that's not related to the Emperor? I don't know. That is lore I'm unaware of. I would not be surprised. The old lore, until they changed it, as far as I'm aware, quite recently, is that the Sisters' miracles were warp interference. But now, the Wa, as well as the Sisters, are no longer warp stuff. So I don't think that there is like a 5th Chaos God that is going to be the Emperor. I think Games Workshop wants to very cleanly separate the warp stuff from the non-warp stuff, which I think is kind of dumb, given the entire setting is built on the warp. But that's not my decision. Frick, I thought I was healing. The old lore. Deathwatch have had proper rules, new bottles, and even one LVO. Yeah. And that's when they were an army. Now they're not an army anymore. And that's why I think because they're not an army, I think they and Grey Knights should get the same treatment. I think Deathwatch should be Grey Knights. I think even Deathwatch Grey Knights should be, if you want them to be their own army with their own rules, you have a single army. But honestly, I think what it should be is that they should both be Imperial agents. And I think that there should be a detachment that's all about Death Squads. I think that for if you want to focus on Deathwatch, I think that there should be a detachment for if you want to focus on Grey Knights. And then you have the option of, like an assassin, when you see you're fighting Xenos, choose your Deathwatch. Or when you see that you're fighting demons, you choose your Grey Knights. Because then you feel useful without, like, cheating. They are an army as of right now? No. Deathwatch got nerfed to Imperial agents. No? Am I wrong? Did they change that when I wasn't looking? Give me Caluxus. Because I'm not gonna lie. I have not kept up with 40k releases in quite a while. That's why I didn't realize that there was like 2 Xenos factions that got a bunch of support recently, because I haven't kept up with that. But also, I am of the opinion that if the bar is 2 Xenos factions got the support as Space Marines, that is not a good bar. Last year? Oh, they got brought back. Okay, that's important to know. I did not know that. Yeah, them being brought back in Grotmiss, I don't disagree with. I just think that that is an odd decision so quick after. I mean, it was probably due to people wanting them, right? Like, I'm not gonna say like it wasn't because people wanted it, but I do think that it is an odd decision to go back on so quickly, because they got rid of them like a year and a half ago. Wait, this might be it. Turned out it was learning that the Deathwatch are back. Frick, I instantly died. Okay. Okay, I'm standing in a laser. That's no good. I'm in too deep. I know every release and change. See, that's the thing. I was keeping up with it for a while, and then I just kind of stopped. I have not kept up with Warhammer in a bit, because I haven't played Warhammer in a bit. But I still enjoy it. Grimaldus 2, I would say, is cooler than Drago. Who's Grimaldus? By the way, Arrow, the Abyssal Shriek that goes down hits... I don't have Abyssal Shriek that goes down. Or are you talking about the Slam? Because my Slam, my part of my issue why I'm not using my Slam and why I'm not using my Hadoken is because neither of those are upgraded. Only my Abyss Shriek is upgraded. So my Abyss Shriek is doing stupid damage. I've been loving this discussion in 40k lore. I hope you beat Radiance. I hope I do too. I'm worried that when I spawn back in, I'm going to instantly get lasered. So when I spawn back in, I need to dash and then jump back on the platform. Grimaldus is that one Black Templar that people would accept as cool and probably not entirely evil. I'm pretty sure the dive deals less damage no matter what, but the invulnerability is great. I could benefit from the invulnerability, but at this point, I'm so far into the game that I don't think that, because it's not upgraded and because I've already struggled with spell, like the only reason I'm using the Abyssal Shriek right now is because I went into this, tried it, and was like, wow, that deals stupid damage. No, so part of my issue is when you hold down jump, you jump higher. My same finger that is jumping is the same finger that is pressing my special. So, which is why if I want to jump, I can't slam. And if I want to slam, I have to stop jumping, which obviously I can do quickly, but it's not super quick. I mean, I love 40k people. I love normal people in 40k too. They're always so interesting. If you land on the rightmost pillar, hits more and is most optimal, is good for the Hollow Knight but not for Radiance. I love Space Marines because of the Sisters' perspective of them. They are not human. They are not people. Yeah. All right, we have about 30 seconds left on the ad. Is this where I bring up gender with Space Marines? And how I am firmly of the opinion that at this point, they should just commit to the fact that Space Marine is a gender. Yes, there are more than 2 genders. One of them is brother. Like, I'm pretty firmly of the opinion that in order to get around all of the people being upset over no female Space Marines, or about the people being upset if they had female Space Marines like they did with Custodes, which the main reason they didn't add female Space Marines to begin with was because they didn't have the heads to model, which is dumb, but like still, like that was 30 years ago plus. Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm of the opinion that Space Marines is a gender. It does not matter what was between your legs, what your chromosomes are, what your pronouns were before. When you undergo the surgery, you are now brother. You are brother B, brother Aemroch, brother Ludo. It does not matter what your physiology was. Now you are a son of your Primarch. Independent of whether or not you're trans or cis or non-binary, independent of what you've identified as before, you are castrated, you are genetically engineered, you are put under multiple bouts of surgery, you are mentally brainwashed, sometimes psychically written over with a new personality. You are no longer who you were, so it makes perfect sense that they would take men, women, anyone that falls outside of that binary, and just brother, right? Yeah, force masked. In fairness, Sisters was supposed to be the female Space Marine variant, and it makes sense because the Ecclesiarchy steals them all for their nun army. I mean, yes, but they aren't. Sisters are not Space Marines. They have weaker weapons, they don't undergo genetic modification, they don't have organ implementation, they don't have a gene seed, they wear power armor, but it's not the same power armor. And I feel as though Sisters being the female... I feel what would be cool, or no, I was going to say Sisters female Grey Knights, but not really. Sisters are kind of their own thing. And I think that they're supposed to be female Space Marines, but they aren't as tanky, they don't have as good armor, they don't have as good weapons, and they have a completely different vibe and methodology. Sisters are focused on faith. By the Bolter, the Flamer, and the Melta. They will purge you of your sin. Real quick, hey milestone. Unrelated to the current discussion, but I'm new to your channel. I just wanted to say you have some of the best TTRPG content on YouTube, and I really love seeing your Kane content in particular. I'm learning the system, and my content's been a huge help. Thank you so much. It's always so sweet to hear people say that. I think if you have seen my content and you think, wow, that's awesome, check out Matt Colville, check out Burger Krieg, check out Zach Tack, check out all of the other lovely TTRPG tubers, whether they're variety or otherwise. I am but a pale imitation of the others that have inspired me and that I watch and that are fantastic. So with Kane in particular, Zaktak, all over it, 11 Dragon Kid, talks Kane a bit. And I am going to run more Kane on Tuesday. I'm very excited. I'm going to finish my first hunt. I like, it's like how the Sisters of Silence are cooler than Custodes, but they're so bad. Like, I think the Sisters of Silence, so first off, Custodes, they should all be genderless, is my thought. That's not what they did. most custodies are he, hims, some are she, hers. They're grown in a tube. They presumably have no genitals. They do not have X and or Y chromosomes. They were made in a sludge with slurry to be the perfect warriors and poets and administrators. Thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate it. They should be genderless. And I feel as though, like, they, them, or even just it's. They are not men, they are not women, they are soldiers. They are defenders of the Emperor. And similarly, Sisters of Silence are a kind of female equivalent of the Adeptus Custodes. So I think that the Adeptus Custodes have a better argument for all of them are he, him. All of them are men. Because when it comes down to it, if the Emperor, like, had to include one gender or another as a base, like they had to be like, okay, they all have to be XY or XX, they all have to have one set of hormones or whatever, I'm just gonna choose men because maybe the Emperor's misogynist, I don't know. But the idea of just like, okay, I have to choose one, sure, all of them are men. Space Marines are recruited, and that is stupid to give up half of your potential recruits purely on the factor of gender. Like, it's not just, oh no, like, it's better DEI and inclusivity. No, it's like actually actively stupid. The Guard has men and women. The Sisters aren't grabbing nearly as many as you'd think of Silence or Sororitas. I'd argue Space Marines, Space Marines at this point are abhumans. And I think that's why Custodes were made to kill Space Marines. Yeah, Custodes, saying Custodes are human is like saying we are chimpanzees. It's his girlfriend, yeah. Space Marines are already pretty far removed from humanity. Custodes are even further past. Exactly. So I don't even think that the gender conversation should be a thing. I think the gender conversation should just be Custodes are beyond gender. It doesn't matter for Space Marines. Space Marines are uplifted humans. Custodes are Vatborn. Vatborn does not care about gender. What did I come into? We're talking about gender in context of being a Uber killing machine. Frick! I knew that was gonna happen. I'm going to shoot Radiance in the face. Thank you for the sub, insane topic to come to. That's how you know it's good. Sisters of Silence are the limit of what I would call as human. I don't know if I go that far. I think that they're just normal humans. It's just that they're pariahs, right? Being a pariah isn't like genetic alteration. It's like a gene activation, which is like in the same way a psyker isn't really a trad human anymore, but they're not like beyond human. They're just kind of like a weird human. But like, I wouldn't say psychers are beyond human in the same way I wouldn't say pariahs are beyond human. But that's also with the understanding that like, they are weird. They are not normal humans. There's only one gender in 40k and that's the boys. I mean, yeah, same. Orcs. Orcs should be genderless, and basically they are. There are no female orcs. And there's also, I don't think, any male orcs. They're all just da boys. Their gender is orc. Sure, you could say like they them pronouns for gender neutral, but also like I think to an orc, a he him is a gender neutral. I think to an orc, because they don't reproduce, because they don't have gender, because they're mushrooms, they don't have conceptions of gender. So da boys is not the men. Da boys is what you call orcs. They got them spore sacks though. Okay. Respectfully, if you made art of like a standard 40k orc, which just has massive badonkadonks, and we're like, oh no, they're spore sacks, I don't know if I could be mad at you. Because I'm on the record of like, I hate the idea of like snitties. I hate the idea of, oh, they're actually just venom sac. These are where I store my eggs. Where it's a very thin justification in order to have like a snake lady with tatas. Which like, if you're gonna have a snake lady with tatas, sure, good taste, whatever, tatas are nice. But I'm gonna judge the reason behind that. Not because you can't do it, but because don't try and justify it with a half-baked, oh, they're venom sacs. Smiles. Like, no. Just say that you wanted your snake lady to have tatas. Like, that's okay. You can just do that. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not the police. Like, I'd love if I could stop you, but I physically can't, so I won't try. Frick. I hate when my dash goes the wrong way, even though I hit the correct direction. Remember, I don't need to rush. Okay, now I can heal. Arrow, please do not give people the idea of squiggies. Oh, these my squiggies, my massive freaking tata, my massive freaking borzies. Frick. I hit the wrong button. I hit attack instead of dash. Oh boy, my squiggies. Boss, this boy's being weird again. I have been live for what? 9.5 hours? I got this. Like, how do you even explain the agender asexual being, what the difference between them is which scars they have? And, like, that's the level of non-binary that, like, I dig, right? Because there's the meme of just, like, there's elf androgyny, there's dwarf androgyny, there's orc androgyny. I love that. I love that. It's just with the 40k orcs, it's much more literal because they're fungus people. It's less an aesthetic thing and more of an actual reality. Actually, judging by your gameplay, you've been dead for most of it. You say that, but I just got to like phase 4 of that boss. I'm hogging out my gourd. Yes, time to rest. For too long, I should eat, probably. It's only 8:30. Arrow, you were on the same boss that you were on when I left to go record. Yeah, and? It's the final boss of the game. Shut up. I've gotten to the point where I can pretty consistently just, like, deal with Hollow Knight. It's the issue is that Radiance, I didn't get the attack pattern, and now I'm at the point where I'm consistently getting to a further phase. Ow, frick. Darn, dang, drat. Heck, drat. Wait, I meant the heart emote? Listen, I understand that you hate my success. You hate to see a non-binary succeed. God forbid, God forbid an NB have a hobby. Oh no, come on and slam, and welcome to the gym. Oh, you got that Mr. Fantastic bouncing off the ceiling strat. To be fair, I would hate even if you were binary, that's fair. And that's why I appreciate you, is because you hate me regardless of my gender identity. I love 40k orcs. I also love me some fantasy ogres. Only thing that matters to them is food and money. Like, that's a vibe. Food and money. Only necessities in life. Like, self-actualization. Who?
Protective shield. Protective shield.
I appreciate the protective shields. I can't believe that you would Omewa Moshindaru me. After all that we've done together, after every single time I've beaten you, after every single time you've beaten me, the green British football hooligans will never not be funny. I mean, there are some times when they're, like, if they're not well written, they're not funny. I'm not gonna pretend like them by themselves are just hilarious. I think it's when you have someone that understands, like, I mean, someone that knows how to ride the line between the horrifying and the hilarious. I think that's a very tough line to run, but it is a very important one. Rorston got that best enemy vibe. Get you someone that hates you as much as Thrawn hates Flash. We don't have that kind of relationship. It's not that intense. We're much less committed. It's much more casual. Frick. Frick! I jumped into that one. And I didn't even get good damage. I hate the fact it deals 2 damage with every attack. Why do I have 7 masks if it just deals more damage? Don't you pro gamer tip me. Do not pro gamer tip me. Meow, that's right. Casual and easy, no, it's okay to hit her. Okay, that's really funny. Listen, I would never hate around. I'm a one nemesis kind of person. Although I suppose I also haven't tried. I'd be down to down to hate around a bit, just kind of see if it's for me. Although I definitely would need to fight the right, like find the right foes, right? I'm not gonna sit here and just like hate anybody. Ethical mass hatred. I've never seen the model's eyes go so wide. Yeah, because you never look at my face. Because a god throws their full raw power in your direction, that's why it's always double damage? Okay, have you considered that maybe that's rude? Have you considered that mayhaps I'm going to beat this whether it wants me to or not? Right. I'm going to commit violence upon the nations of the world. I'm gonna punch my monitor. I'm gonna punch my monitor. Whoa, gods light upon ye. A bug equivalent of a god in a bug world. Meanwhile, Silksong has attacks that deal 3 mass damage. That was literally from across the map, downtown. Curse of Ra! Me when the Pharaoh's curse. Me when I didn't return the slab. Ow! Oh my god, it's Arrow from YouTube Shorts. Hey, Zoe. Yes, I am the same. And I am currently losing my mind in the final boss of Hollow Knight. We already had the whole kink arc. We already had the whole, this is turning into some weird, like, parody of itself arc. I didn't consider you will beat it whether it wants it or not. I know you will beat it whether it wants it or not because your Arrow also. Okay, let's not be hyperbolic here. I'm all a fan of like hyping up the homies, but let's not tell anything that's a dang it. Let's not tell anything that's a lie here. I might be like Arrow mid. I'm nowhere near Arrow awesome. That's 2 doors down the road. If I was Arrow awesome, I'd have twice as many subscribers. There we go. You say YouTube shorts, but Arrow's more of a pajama shorts. I am currently in pajama shorts. I am currently in pajama shorts. I cannot judge that. I've never gotten to see you live in Twitch. Well, welcome on in. This is after 9 hours, so I hope that you can forgive me if I am not to your liking. I try my very best to accommodate the time frames of many individuals, yet oftentimes it does manifest in such a way that I am inconveniencing myself by having a full day for it. Oh yeah, you're gonna hear a lot of noises that might be suspect. I might want to put headphones on. I swear it's not me being weird, but at the same time, I can't really stop it. I nearly did earlier. Earlier I went pho. I stopped myself at pho. Which, lovely dish. Vietnamese. Absolutely incredible. Can't say I've had it traditional, though I would love to try it some more. Arrow makes sus noises when stretched. Got it? Yeah. You'd like that, wouldn't you, mother boy? True. Don't you true that? Don't you act like you know what that means. You shut your mouth, Rory. Everyone knows that Neko speaks only lies unless it's a Tuesday because it's Tuna Tuesday. I thought this was well-established canon. I've played Rivals with you, it's very factual. Okay. Well, Rivals is not a realistic portrayal of who I am and what I get up to. Everything in Rivals is doctored footage. I've never said anything in a Rivals lobby. Up to and including people recognizing me by my voice in a Rivals lobby. Arrow noises are great. You know what? I'll try stop getting hit.
Get the
Tuna cannon. Heck. Frick. Darn. Drat. Dang. Crud! I'm gonna lose. And by it, I mean me. Yeah, I get auto-healed between the fights. I learned that like 2 hours ago. Me making noises when tanking and comp and quick play. Shut up. You've never played comp with me. Also, this phase of the boss proves to me that Arrow has never beat Sans Undertale. Correct, I've never played Undertale. Why would I want to? Like, I'm very upfront about the fact I'm not a platform gamer. And I understand Undertale is not a platformer, but like, bullet hells are not my scene. Frick. Drat. I was dashing. This continuously attacks me even though I dash. That's why I want to see a playthrough of it. So that's the thing, like, I know how Undertale goes. That's why I'm not going to do a playthrough of it, is because I've seen playthroughs. I know most, if not all, of the secrets. We're like under fail, am I right? I'm lightheaded. I'm lightheaded. One more. Death before Dishonor. We did a lot already. It's just one boss. It's okay to... You don't understand. I want you to listen. I want you to listen. I want you to listen now. This Hollow Knight that I've already defeated time and time again is little more than an obstacle on my way to utter domination of Radiance. I am a creature that basks in darkness. Therefore, I must defeat the sun at its own game. And if I cannot do even that, then I am simply an imbecile, masquerading fool. I am not, but that which I can ascertain agency over. I cannot be that which I am requested to be, outside of the very simple fact of my own incompetence. Masquerading inadequacy, playing inanity, a fuselage of Fanta in the rain. I'm going to kill a number of individuals I should not say I'm going to kill, so I'm not going to, because that would be bad, because this is a recorded stream and I should be careful about what I say. When I get angry, I don't say gamer words. I was about to. In Minecraft NFI. Oh, you're so right. Okay, well I can't end on a loss. I need to end on making some progress. Goes crazy, go stupid. Basil, that is the worst advice you have ever given me. It's just one life to take, and then our journey's over. Wait, I forgot the melody. Because I was starting with the line halfway through and trying to do the melody from the beginning, which is not how that is supposed to go. Some would say that is incorrect even, and they would be right. Okay, you can't sit bisexually at me. And I don't care if that's the name of the emote. That's what Rory's emote is named, and that's what I think of whenever I see that emote. New F replacer finger guns? That's the thing, I don't even curse. It's literally just an expression of my displeasure. Yeah, Arrow just beats me when they're angry. In Marvel Rivals, yeah. I absolutely annihilate you in Marvel Rivals. I would like to defeat this boss. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm an addict. I can't stop. You don't curse, but I do. Whoa, curse and memory loss upon ye. The Hollow Knight. The only thing hollow about you is the feeling you leave me with after you're gone. Because I miss you. This is my confession of love for you. My heart is hollow when you are gone. For you are my sibling. My brother. The favorite. The one who Papa loved because I was a shorty and you grew tall. Father had an odd relationship with that Fanta Cola. And unbeknownst to him, that would irrevocably damage my psyche. You might be hollow, but I forgot. I am filled. Frick, darn, drat. Run, 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 run. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. No, say more insane things. I'm just recording. No. Let's not have anyone record this. Who said you could record this? Brother, sure, totally ghost talking that. No, so Neko, literally that dude that I was fighting is my brother. Might be my half brother. I'm unclear on. I think it's full brother. I think the Hornet's the only one who's my half. But like literally, we come from the same papa, and Papa loved him more than me. He watched me fall off a cliff, much like Mufasa. Frick. Drat. I mean, I got to Radiance that time. I could just do it again. I could just do this again. Also, with all due respect, I am not recording a video tonight. My voice is going to be shot. Like, it got shot like 3 hours ago, but I'm just so stubborn that I'm refusing to give it rest. Don't worry, I got this. All I need to do is kill my brother with the help of my half-sister, because Papa didn't love either of us. Okay, don't worry, we got this. Okay, now you're gonna stab yourself, which is not a healthy habit that I ought to warn you against. I ought to call a hotline or something, but that's the best I got. Just when I command it? But who said I ever listen to what you tell me to do? I thought I made it very clear I don't. Okay, so brother defeated. Dang, no Arrow Samara upload. Oh my gosh. I'll just make like a stream clip. I have plenty to talk about. Frick. Oh, come. Oh, come on. Okay, I gotta, sorry, I'm locked in. I'm being a bad content creator, but I'm trying to lock in. Okay. Now I can heal. He can't keep getting away with this. Okay. So now. Frick. Okay. Darn. Drat. Dang. Okay. I'm learning that I hate this move. Like, just straight up. At first I thought it wasn't so bad. And then I realized how bad it was. Like the lasers? No thank you. Not a big fan. Would prefer that they do not exist. But I went the wrong direction. I'm gonna execute a plan of action in order to bring sustainable growth to my channel. What do you mean this is content? You could never be a bad content creator if everything's content. Monetize your life, monetize your feet, record everything, pog at atrocities. I do some of those. I haven't monetized my feet yet. Not liking the character design is perfectly valid. Dismissing it completely because of that, I don't know. But I understand it can be tough. You can tell a book from its cover. That's literally what it's... Okay, I will say, I was showing off the ENDIX showcase earlier. I was judging video games off of their splash art. Okay, listen, if someone gives me like 10 subs right now, I'll end the stream right now. Like, straight up. You have to pay me to stop streaming. I'm going to beat this. Eronikin gonna do some wild stuff. No, the younglings are fine. I wouldn't hurt the younglings. I believe in me. I believe in me too. I prefer to watch the Descending the Madness. You've been at this for 4 hours. Yeah, and I'll be at it for 4 more if that's what it needs. I'm having a good time. I'm playing video games to have fun. Now, is this good for my health? No, I didn't say that was the case. My favorite style of content creation, being paid to stop. I think you should try that. I think you'd make big bucks. It is time to stop. Darn, dang, drat, dang nabbit. If the Skaven were teleported to 40k, we would hope they could tell the difference. I don't think they could. That was me earlier. I was absolutely gonna play E33 until I hit 12 hours. You weren't playing for 12 hours? Heck, darn, drat. Although I'd believe it. Like, you have gone on marathon streams before. I believe in the you that would absolutely play E33 for 12 hours. Now roar for me. There we go. Okay, we have good soul going into this fight. You know, I forced myself to stop at 4 to do work today, but that game is good. Do I have responsibilities? No, it's today's Saturday. Today's Saturday, right? I really hope I don't have anything I need to do. Because I was not planning to play for 10 hours. Ah! I'm going to keep myself safe. I'm done. I'm done. That was such a poor opening that I think I have to be done. I have to be done, right? Can I recover from that? Is that something that I can realistically recover from? I don't think I can. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, hi. What is life? I'm going to raid it out. I think I will raid... Hey, what's up? You can't say what's up. I'm just going to keep playing. Nah, bro, I ain't paying money for a Sanderson book. The 3-book collection I got was a gift. Yeah, I have the 3-book Mistborn, and I got that for a gift last year. I still haven't read them. I read the first Mistborn before that point, but I need to read, like, Well of Ascension. Thank you so much for staying by. This was... horrifying. This was awful. I'm gonna beat this. My goal was to be done with Hollow Knight today, but evidently I need more time. My plan is no, this is the end of the game. I'll end up doing Hollow Knight next Sunday, not next Saturday. If it helps, you got her to roughly 75% of her health. Say less. Say less. That did not help. That made it so much worse. If you think that's gonna stop me, if you think I'm gonna turn away after getting 75% of the way there, the casino can't stop me if I just win. I never said it was one more. I said we're going all the way to the top. I don't care what it takes. I don't care what I gotta do. I care that in this particular instance, I'm going to demolish the light in your eyes, the radiance in your dawn. There we go. Phase 2, I guess. Radiant Dawn, I love that game. I really want to play Radiant Dawn. Not what I wanted. I really want to play Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn. I've heard fantastic things about them both. The GameCube is my favorite console. And I just didn't have them growing up. I freaking hate communists. Bullies are no fun. That's good. That's some good. That's some good. Okay, I'm being hurtful now. I have a buddy who he has a joke where he'll just blame everything for communism because like that's what his father did. So nah, the comrades are chill. I'm with it. I'm not with that USSR Stalinist nonsense. However, the comrades can be chill. Heck. Darn. Drat. Dang. Okay. Smack. That's right, you better. Oh, listen, I'm not gonna cotton to the People's Republic. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like you have power over me. That being said, I'm absolutely gonna support my fellows until the revolution. The revolution that's definitely coming and is not at all simply an ideal that everyone talks about as if it's just around the corner but never actually works towards. Let's go. Coming any day now. I saw a post that I'm not gonna like talk about too much, but it was basically this idea of like the revolution as dogma for communists, where it's just like it's almost this like fanaticism of just like when the revolution comes. Yeah, I need to focus on not taking damage. I need to focus on, instead of trying to maximize my damage dealt, which my goal with that, with maximizing damage dealt, is because if I maximize damage dealt, that minimizes my chances for injury. I'm not very good at avoiding damage. Right. So if I just annihilate you, okay? The balkanization of the left will end any day now. And then glorious revolution. Oh my gosh. Frick. Frick, darn, drat. Okay, where are you? What? Oh, it's a new phase. Oh, my shadow. Hi. A lot of shadows. Oh, the shadows are my guys. I'm going to tear you limb from limb, molecule from molecule. I am a creature of the void, and the void hungers. I told you, I just needed one. First try, anyone? Don't tell me this is like the even worse ending. Time for phase true trust? Yeah, I'm with you, So now darkness spreads across the land, engulfing all hope. Oh gosh, press button. Oh. Hey, Hornet. I thought you were in a lake or something, but that's Shadow. And yeah, they're my siblings, but like, I don't know if you have siblings. I certainly have had times where I didn't get along with them. No. No. Sadness. Although my mission was complete, the vessels are no longer needed. So I imagine all of them are gonna fade? Yeah. I'm so glad that I first tried that. Ain't nobody need no vessel. Well, yeah, when there's no Fanta. So, Path of Pain? Okay, so I've done ending 1. Could you imagine if I spent like 4 hours on this? That would be so pathetic. Like, that would be so stupid. Applaud. Applaud for me. I want you to applaud right now. Applaud for me. Wait, do the last ending? Oh my gosh. Path of Pain just went through. Dream No More, the sequel band to Faith No More. Ah. Yeah, so like this is one where I wouldn't even say this is bittersweet. This is just, I mean, it's somber, but it's definitely framed more like a heroic sacrifice. It's set up as this is the right thing to do, and by sacrificing yourself to take on the Fanta, to take on the light, to take on the radiance is what will help Hallownest not recover, but move forward, not be constrained to the Fanta. Ride this high through the path of pain? Huh? No, please? Bittersweet is a really good flavor. Melancholy is that emotion that just incredible for me. So anyway, I loved Hollow Knight. I have now beaten 2 of the endings. Next week on Sunday is when I'm streaming on Twitch. I mean, I could just clean up some loose ends on Hollow Knight, you know, don't gotta worry about it. Maybe off stream I could try grinding the Arena 3. Hornet helped too, yeah. Kind of, a bit. She did one thing, which like that one thing did help, but to answer your long-standing question, the infection is the affliction of the mind. The mantises avoid getting it, but by not getting it into the radiance, except for the Traitor Lord, which then had a bunch of them that apparently want to get stronger, which, yeah, like that inner light. So was it an actual literal infection? Could interacting with a husk make you a husk, or is it literally just by giving in, right? Third normal ending is easy. The other ending is not that difficult to get, just beat the Hollow Knight and then keep it to... Fine, I'll do that right now. I'll get that right now. Well, on achieving this great feat, you've persevered in triumph. We hope you enjoyed. Okay, so... Gosh. It's an infection of the mind. The first normal ending requires you to not... I already did that first normal ending. No, I already did the first ending. So I did the first ending, and now I did the second ending, and now I'm going to do the third ending. Honestly, the Abyssal Shriek is just so crazy. Yeah, initially I was going to avoid doing that first ending. I was actually pushing it off because I knew that there was like multiple endings. But I just decided I'd do it to like chill after the arena because I was grinding the arena for a bit today. Brother, Scar, you literally are my brother. You literally let me fall. You really are Scar, and I really am Mufasa. That's what happens. Sometimes I can get you down to your face shift so quickly. Ooh. Okay, then we just play back and forth, 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 back and forth. And now you roar. Sorry, Hornet. Oh. Wow, like actually, sorry, Hornet. I think I just killed you. Oh. I hit the wrong button. I think that Hornet's dead. Like, and fully, like, my fault. Like, imagine having the ending handed to you and just giving it up. Wow, couldn't be me. Sorry, Hornet. Yeah, that's Hornet. Hornet is the one that comes in and, like, grabs it, breaking the mask so I can do the dream now. Ah, she's fine. She's got an exoskeleton. You don't know nothing about Hollow Knight, by the way? Yeah, I just killed the character of Silksong. Oh, it's a different cutscene and everything. Oh, no. Is it the same cutscene? It's just... Yeah, Hornet's just in the background. Understood. I mean, yeah, because you take the Fanta, you continue on the cycle. It's not good. Although you do overcome it, I think. You hide the radiance and darkness. Oh, Hornet also gets sealed. Oh, I was... Wait, Hornet's face was on it. So she became a dreamer. Defeat the Hollow Knight with Hornet by your side, yeah. So... Alexa, play Funky Town. So that was a situation where her mask was on the front. Does that mean that in sealing the Hollow Knight, the 3 dreamers were in there? Interesting. So, but the bodies of the dreamers were outside. So how would you access Hornet's body? I assume the canon ending is ending 2. I assume the canon ending is the actual proper, like, fighting Radiance. A dreamer sealed inside of the egg where she will stay in this hostile... What? A dreamer sealed inside of the egg where she will stay is hostile for her environment. Because, like, the dreamers, their masks were on the front. And in the original ending, I don't think her mask was on. Because she wasn't inside. Okay. So respectfully, I just watched this twice. I'm sorry, I don't want to watch it a third time. Yeah, dreamers sealed non-stuff physically. Got it. So dreamers, like, put their mask in there, or they put something of them in there. Their essence was inside. They became a dreamer part of the seal, and then left, and then went to go to, like, their study or retreat or whatever. Neko, I just did it for a third time. This was my third time, you absolute cretin. The dreamers were sealed when the Hollow Knight was sealed. Now that Hornet is sealed inside the egg, you can't easily break the seal anymore. If the Fanta ever comes back, there's no way to open the door, which is very bad because then you can't stop the Fanta. Though I'm just built different. Didn't you see my eyes? They didn't have Fanta. They went away. I'm fine. Don't worry. Radiance got nothing on me. I beat Radiance once. I can beat Radiance again. Want to watch me beat Radiance again? Yo. Oh, hey. I didn't notice the follow. Thank you, Reptiles. I've done it a third time. I've done it blindfolded. I've been blindfolded by my ego. Listen, what's more impressive? To do it like 4 times blindfolded on a DDR pad, or to do it once? Fine, this time do it without using my thumbs. I don't think I did use my thumbs. Yeah, because I used my index and my middle finger on my left hand, my index, my middle, and my ring finger on my right hand. I didn't use my thumbs. Boom, did it without my thumbs. Why did you say horny? Because it hornet? Okay. Which is pretty weird and tough to parse through, but makes sense. 10-hour stream, wow. The game's finished, but also, yeah, all endings are canon is what I believe was said by the dev. Oh. Well, which is canon to Silksong. Because it's very common for devs to be like, oh, our multiple endings are all canon. But then, like, the sequel follows one of them. I assume it's the second one, because the second one is, like, the quote-unquote right one. But, gosh. Well, given that now I've beaten the bosses of this, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a special stream sometime in December. I mean, I could celebrate my birthday with it. I could celebrate my birthday by streaming Hollow Knight, running Arena 3, and then once I beat Arena 3, Path of Pain. Is Silksong a prequel? The one that leads to Silksong is the one from the DLC. Got it. Understood. Play it in the original... Wait, Team Cherry's Spanish? I didn't know that. Yeah, they were asked which is canon for Silksong, and they said all of them. Yeah, I kind of have to assume it's the one where Hornet isn't trapped. Yeah, so I haven't beat the Pantheon. I don't know what the Pantheon is. I know Path of Pain exists. I assume I have to reach the Pantheon via the Path of Pain. I thought Radiance, I thought the big moth, the light one, was... It's a moth. Is the Fanta a curse by the mystical moth people to kind of get back at the Pale King? If Radiance is a moth, and the moth have had some major sin that they did in the past, where now none of them are warriors. Radiance is a lamp moth. Radiance is a higher being. She seems to be the creator of the moth tribe and was worshipped by them in the past. After the Pale Worm arrived in the area and enthralled large sections of the population, she was slowly forgotten and became infuriated. She forced her way back into the minds of the bugs through their dreams. This is what the infection is. The Pale King tried to seal her in a vessel out of a void to secure his reign. Lamp. Listen, she craves the forbidden lamp, the lamp of the sky, the fiery lamp, the lamp from which no moth shall ever return. Goodness gracious. An infection is her doing. Moths were too into Pale King and abandoned their moth mommy. I don't think they abandoned their moth mommy. I think that they were like imperialized and colonialized and told, if you don't submit, we will kill you. Goodness gracious. Gosh. I feel bad rating out like right after the ad, but I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna raid the good old Leans VT. At the very peak of Crystal Caves you never reached. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is later in December, I don't know when. It might be like post-Christmas. So like around my birthday. It might be in the next week or two. I don't know. I'm going to make some announcements about what the deal with Hollow Knight is. And my goal is I'm probably gonna make it I want to play Hollow Knight, and I'll add some dono goals where I'll probably do like, I have to beat Arena 3. I have to do Path of Pain. I don't know what other interesting things there are either in Hollow Knight or outside. Like, for instance, I would start by going over to the top of Crystal Caves. I would go by starting to explore that. Brighter lamp, enter the stage. Yeah. I got you. So what I could do is I could turn this into a little thing. I just don't know what y'all would want, frankly. I don't know if you want to see me do Arena 3 or if I should just do that off stream. Beat Grim and finish his ritual. That's another good one. Yeah, those are all good things. So we are approaching the end of this ad. I'm gonna pivot my video for tomorrow because, frankly, after 10 hours of streaming, this is my longest stream to date. I need a break. So, fight Grim, do the Arena 3, do Path of Pain, do Pantheon, whatever that is, and also non-Hollow Knight stuff. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. I was just talking about how later in December I'm going to be setting up a special Hollow Knight stream. My goal is pick up Dispatch. I'm going to pick up Dispatch and start that up next Sunday, 11 a.m. PST. And then on Saturdays, continuing from there, I'm going to continue it. But in the meantime, I'm going to go raid over Orleans. If you don't know, I'm primarily a YouTuber. I will have to replay Hollow Knight later. It looks so smooth. I kind of forgot how nice and smooth Hollow Knight is with kind of simpler stuff. See, that's the thing. Hollow Knight, everything is friend-shaped. Everything is marketable plushie shaped. And I don't know how they did it, but they did. So, Arrow Raid, Hog. So if you would, if you're a follower, you can send out this. This is going to be our raid message. Check me out on YouTube if you want TTRPG shorts, Lancer, D&D, Vampire the Masquerade, Blades in the Dark, voiceover memes, and next stream should be Wednesday, unless something happens. Yeah, Wednesday's the 3rd, so I'm going to be next stream Wednesday, and then I'm going to have a reading stream Friday. We're going to finish King in Yellow. We're going to finish the final story of King in Yellow. King in Yellow has been such a fun read. It's members only during the actual stream, but immediately after I make it public, so you can listen to it all you want. And then Sunday is going to be probably Dispatch. So thank you all so much. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your night. I appreciate you. You stuck with me through so much.